Dang. Good? Good? I think we're good. Maybe? Yeah. Okay. Yes, hello everybody and welcome to episode 10? 10. Yes. Uh, episode 10, which we are calling Phantom today.
Oh, I don't like that. Why are we calling it that?
That sounds great.
Yeah. So episode 10, today's Phantom. Um,
Speaking of phantoms,
Hi Lexi, how you doing? Enjoying the redemption time that I turned them back on, I see.
Operation 1010 means we get to find a dog this episode.
Yeah, that
No.
would make me.
No.
That would make me happy.
Lexi enjoying her vacations and her setups. Yeah, so welcome to episode 10, Lancer. Well, Lexi says hello to everybody.
Hi, Lexi.
So last we
I was
left.
being nice. Don't like snicker at me.
Not you. I'm laughing at Lexi.
Okay.
So yeah, last we left, you guys had successfully dealt with the well, it's not quite. It didn't quite become a mining incident, but it almost did.
it was a minor incident.
Oh.
Haha, yeah, you're terrible.
Par for the course.
And when you got back, you sort of picked up the news that the mission that you didn't go on met with sort of a
Really bad.
yeah. So the Holland Industrial Logistics expedition force, as it were, they sent like a full battalion over. They didn't come back. At all, which means that they didn't technically even die. Because they would have just been cloned, obviously, if that was the case. So that's real weird. But you haven't heard anything personally about it yet. Like you got the report. You got sort of like the press copy version of it, and then you sort of dug into it a little bit, and that's where you found out that like it not only did it fail like back, and it's not good. But it didn't become your problem yet. Boss didn't, assign you a mission. Holland itself hasn't really talked about it, which, admittedly is kind of expected, right? Like they're not gonna publicly make a big deal about the fact that like they failed this operation and like it went to seed. So in that time, you've all managed to get a little bit of downtime to get, yourselves trained up and sort of reacclimated to things. Everybody except for Bray over here, who still needs to pick her downtime action.
I know my downtime action now.
Okay. Alright, so what are we doing for your downtime action today?
I want to actually get organized.
Okay. That's fair.
I want to start working on creating a network of hackers and informants in the deep web that Cat can later call on.
Okay.
Ooh, can Remy be part of it?
I mean, you can, yeah. I'm not saying you can't.
So this is more like a hackers collective kind of thing.
Yeah, this is like Watchmen type thing.
The infamous hacker 4chan.
Okay.
No.
So would you like to start with a bonus in efficiency or influence? Efficiency is determined basically how well they can do the thing that you set out to them. How efficient are they at hacking?
I feel like efficiency is better because if they're efficient, they're not well known to begin with. So,
Sure, I guess.
Well,
I mean, there's
well,
certain...
I mean, like, there's yeah, I know. Okay. Let's use some before I activate it.
Right. Influence does affect the size of your organization. It's wealth, but also like
But I
its
can later
reach.
get influence, right?
Yes, so like you can further
Yeah, okay.
improve on your
Yeah,
organization,
no.
right? So
Right now, she is just looking for competent people. Like, they could
okay,
be little known that just managed to catch her eye. Or, people might not know who they are yet, but she's just looking for people to work under her that are competent.
okay. So what would you like to call organization?
Oh,
Start with that.
I wasn't ready for this. Um,
Can I be a little silly here for a second?
yes.
The Ace Ventura Pet Collective.
And eventually I might use it to get.
That's
Right,
terrible.
but that makes I'm assuming.
That's terrible,
Oh,
and
it's
you're
just a.
terrible.
I know.
Hold on, I was checking something because I feel like there's a distinct.
Thing.
Uh, yeah, I feel like I want to go with Nav.
Nav, just is that stand for
And
something, or is it just that is just
it's actually a full word, but people will assume it's.
okay?
It is the Slavic underworld,
Okay, that's fair.
and it's where Morana actually descends every year, why winter occurs.
So Nav.
And Velis rules over it. So obviously, I am attached to this underworld.
Sure.
And plus, people will assume like navigation and all that sort of stuff. So like, it's a good.
And Navi.
No.
It's like you don't know her like disdain for such things at all.
Or maybe I do all too well.
Yeah, it's almost like you're just a jerk. And then NAV can also stand for net asset value. And
Sure.
so like it's a good overall, like people will just assume what it is, and that's perfect for hackers. To have people assume that they know what you're doing when they don't.
Oh, so Kimchi has. You didn't miss much. We're just getting people caught up. No doubt. Let's get started on new
Cat's
business.
just starting her empire.
Because you've got your downtime actions. Everyone's done theirs. Kimchi, have you done your level up?
Kimchi, and I don't know. Oh,
I have.
Okay. So everyone's done their level up, so we're good. So let's begin, shall we? So it's actually been about 4 days since you got back from your.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, it is. It is rather unusual. There was sort of a lull in your.
It's like we don't know whether we're being like.
You're being thing or not.
Yeah, like we don't know whether we're in trouble or whether like we're actually being rewarded. Like it's like what?
4 days since your last mission. You are a little surprised. You haven't heard anything. The last 4 days have been because your base is next to the hangar, so anything that goes on in there is sort of like blatantly obvious.
So we can kind of sit and eat lunch while we watch, do crap in it.
I mean, really, you just open your door outside. There's a hangar.
Yeah, I know, but it's like it's more interesting if we're like sitting out in the hangar, like as we munch on the sandwich.
Yeah.
Like, wow, look at all
Peter-
these people working.
Peter dangling off the side.
Yeah, exactly.
So the hangar is normally busy. Like there's always something going on, right? The last 4 days, busy. Like, is like it's really busy now. What you thought was busy before seems like nothing compared to this. Like, they've recalled all of their work crews. People are working 24 hour shifts, and it's not like a couple of guys rotating. These are like full like work crews. They're constructing like a full force, and they're mobilizing. They didn't like what happened, and their response to that is that they were not prepared somehow. So their solution is they're going to go and get prepared as much as they possibly can. And Holland's idea for that is basically full like station. Um, in terms of like interactions with you, they've pretty much ignored you. Like you haven't been assigned a mission, which is a little weird actually, because some of the other teams around you are like going out on missions, coming back, and they're getting like a short rest and rotating back out. You could follow up on that if you'd like, or are you happy to just sit there and watch?
What are we doing, guys?
I mean,
Remy could ask around, I guess. I don't know that she'd know what to ask, though.
Al would probably be curious, and probably ask around the other teams to see where they're getting assignments from, and see if anyone knows about their team.
Sure. You don't have to roll for that. That's just a simple conversation.
Okay.
You catch some of the teams that are cycling around. For the most part, what you're getting as a response is that they don't really know why you're not getting assignments, right? Like, it is unusual to them because all of them are basically running full rotations. In terms
Right.
of where they're actually going, it's sort of mixed. Some of them are going out on patrols. Like as you know, they've established sort of a fortification on Manning's Cross. So
Right.
some of them are rotating shifts into that. Some of them are scouting outside of the Manning's Cross area. Some of them have actually been sent on field assignments to scout out how to deal with like Blade Cult related problems. They've sort
Okay.
of fully mobilized to like almost like they're out to seek and destroy. Is sort of the vibe that you're getting, but they're not directly saying.
Gotcha.
Hmm.
But nobody knows in particular why we're not getting assigned anything.
Correct.
Okay.
The general consensus is kind of like, oh well, lucky for you, I guess.
Yeah, because I
Okay.
mean, technically, we're still under contract as being relatively paid. So
I know Remy's really getting tired of all these people asking the teacher about homework at the end of class in her little group, because this seems to happen a lot.
But yeah, so 4 days have passed. You do notice that the teams around you, they're starting to get a little on edge. You're not sure if it's because of the situation itself having changed, or the fact that they're not really getting sleep. They kind of come back, they get 6 hours, they're up, and then they're getting ready for another shift. And they're some of them are gone for like a couple days at a time even. After the 4 days though, you do notice that one of your teams next door didn't come back. They were one of the teams that was like regularly going out on scouting patrol. They were one of the teams that actually gave you some of the intel about how they were going out on these patrols and a frontier kind of like expedition type mission.
so like
Dibs on
Al
their
had sort
stuff.
of become friends with them.
I mean, you know them well enough that the fact that they didn't come back is weird.
Right. Because they were pretty much. Well, I mean, like, are they still like contractors, or would you describe these folks as like
These were
lifers?
actually like full employees of Holland, like
Okay.
contract employees, were actually like paid Holland security forces. Um, and they didn't come back.
So it was very weird. Okay. Al would mention offhand to Kat, like, hey, Jimbo and Marilyn and X376 didn't come back. Do you have any idea? Like, can you figure out something
Could
maybe?
could she see if they had private communications that she could hack into that wouldn't be like directly through Holland?
You don't know them well enough to be able to do anything like that. You only really know like their in and out, like of their base, like their room effectively. That's really the only thing that you know personally about them.
Okay.
It's not like we're gonna find any post-it notes around.
Um,
Like, let's take the EMF into the room and see if there's something left over.
this is the wrong game. This is the wrong kind of Phantom. Or is it? I don't know. Spooky. Ooh.
Halloween game.
Yeah. Yeah. So that is sort of like how you start your day. You know, you guys have sort of picked up a routine last couple days. Just get up, do whatever your errands are, and you just kind of chill.
Yeah,
You
well, Kat's
notice.
spending a lot of time in her room working to form the collective.
So
Remy's visiting the dog a lot.
sure. It's only 4 days, so don't be creepy about it. But okay.
Like,
Just like twice a day.
Don't be creepy about it. But okay. Uh, um, that's sort of the start of your day, and by midday, the fact that they still haven't come back has gotten sort of odd. And that evening, finally get a notification. Um, you do get a notification. It is surprisingly not mission room. You have been actually asked specifically to come to Barnett's office.
we're getting called to the principal's office?
Yes.
Yeah.
He
Okay, it
hasn't
was Romy's
asked
fault.
for you by name. He has just like asked for your team to show up. Who's actually going?
I mean, Kat's going.
Remy wants to go really bad.
Al's definitely going.
I mean, no, like Kat is hands down allowing Romy to go because she wants to make a point that this is who Barnett put on their team.
And Remy's obliviously unaware of this and happy to go.
Does Harker come see the boss?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys make your way.
He's like, I might get some of that gin again. So
So you guys make your way up through Holland's office. You guys haven't actually been in the offices in a while, especially not the last 4 days, right?
Right.
You're usually only in the corporate offices, like part of the complex, only when you have to be. You will notice that the atmosphere in the building has changed a lot. There are very few people roaming the hallways now. And if they are, they seem a little nervous. One thing that caught your attention is that there are actually security forces in the building now at checkpoints.
Oh.
So they've
Remy
actually
flashes her ID at all of them as they walk by.
so they've actually mobilized internal security in the building itself.
Oh no.
So, you come into Justin Barnett's fancy office. And, he's doing his usual thing where he's at his desk. He looks his usual, like, fancy best. He's put together. Although you can tell that he is actually stressed isn't the word I would use, but something is very clearly bothering him. Like it takes him a moment before he even realizes that you've come into his office.
Ooh.
Whereas normally, like, he's on top of that. Like
He's like
as you come in,
casual,
like
like,
he's
oh,
aware that you're
what
there.
took you type
So
thing.
like as you come in, there's actually like a brief pause before he like puts down what he's working on and he's up. Like he wasn't waiting for you per se.
So he
Like
wasn't putting on like a presentation.
right. Like he was working on something and like it had enough of his attention that it didn't quite make it aware to him that you had come into the room for a couple moments.
I just have to point out he has a fucking dog statue.
So as you come,
Just saying.
come in and he stands up, he kind of flashes you his signature, like, smirky grin, a polite, like, smile acknowledgement. And he kind of looks at Kat specifically. He goes, well, I'm sure you've already got the internal report. So I'll save you the trouble. Yeah, they went missing. No, we don't know what happened. They want you to go look into it.
They who?
Yeah, exactly.
Administration is how
Hermie
he
blames Al for
chooses to
asking
frame
about
that.
our homework.
He just simply phrases it as administration. Never name. He doesn't name a department. Just says administration.
Okay, so
Why us?
when he says that, are we able to determine anything about his tone, or whether he approves of this, or whether he like?
I mean, if you'd like to do a roll on that, you can.
Like, I'm just trying to, yeah, like,
Surface
I can do
level. I will give you the surface level. He looks distracted. Like he's giving you your mission. He'd rather be doing whatever he was doing, but he has made a point to take time out of his day to give you.
which is nice of him.
I would like to actually do a read a situation on this with some specifics as to my role before I do it, unless somebody else has something they want to do.
No,
Mm-mm.
I was gonna do the same thing.
Yeah.
I would like to see if he's in particular, constantly looking at, something in particular. If he, if he breaks focus on us to look at just random stuff, or if it's something in particular, and
Okay.
try to gauge emotional reaction whenever he glances away from us to whatever it is he's looking at, if it is one thing in particular. So
Okay.
that's a bad Rhea situation. I got a +4 to that, so that's a natural 6.
10. In Lancer, 10 is generally um success.
It's not amazing, but it's a success.
Like keep in mind, in Lancer, rarely do you fail.
Right.
Yeah.
So like it's a success.
do fail,
You kind of stare at him, and I, obviously you were trying to be a little subtle about the fact that you were staring at him, but you stare long
Right.
enough that he kind of looks at you. He
You
doesn't.
put the suck in success.
He doesn't say anything, but he kind of looks at you, like aware that you were staring at him. What you can get is that while he was talking and while this exchange was going on, even while you were just like staring at him, he had his attention on you. Like he wasn't looking down at his work. He gave you his focus. But you stare at him, kind of turns to you, and like, kind of like he's aware of what you're all thinking. He sort of goes, they wanted you to go because they felt you were disposable and you had a good enough success that it wouldn't hurt to send another team to see what happens. He kind of pauses and he looks again at Kat and he goes, I know you're wondering, they've sent 3 teams. They haven't come back.
Cat's just gonna like return his gaze and just kind of give a slight nod. Like she's not flinching away from him or anything.
You know, he kind of turns his back to you for a second, and he looks out the window, and he goes, I have suspicions on what's going on, but it's actually outside of my jurisdiction. The only thing I can tell you, be on the lookout for things that are out of place.
Like that dog statue with the rabbit ears.
That is.
And, you know, after he says that, it seems like he's mulling something over, and he goes to sit at his desk, and he goes, I expect that you'll come back. Whether on your own volition or not, I can only hope for that outcome.
Cat would
I'll-
just lightheartedly reply to that with like, "Well, how would we annoy you if we don't come back?"
He chuckles slightly and goes, yes, how indeed.
I bet there's paperwork if we don't come back.
Oh yeah, I mean,
That would be kind of annoying.
so much death paperwork and then missing people paperwork.
But see, it's not death paperwork, because if you're dead, you come back as a clone.
Yeah,
wouldn't be a
but I'm sure
problem.
you have to fill out like clone paperwork
Yeah,
and
probably.
examinations. Like, what actually changed?
Nah, that's assuming they care if anything changed.
Well, I mean, it's usually generally good to know if like your employees had something malfunction.
Romy just kind of wants to send in her clone instead of her. I think that's a good idea.
I feel like on a planet like Wayfar, the response to that kind of thinking would be, that sounds like a you problem.
No, I mean like if you trust on someone on being a great mechanic and they come back and they have no mechanic skills, then they are not useful to you anymore.
Well, then they're no longer employed by you anymore.
Yeah, I know, but like you wouldn't want them to be faking it and then like next time you take your mech out it falls apart like because
Yeah.
you didn't pay attention.
That's fair. But that's sort of how he ends the meeting, and it is sort of obvious that, like, since he's gone back to do it, that, like, the meeting is done.
Wait, did Hoka bring the jacket?
Yes.
Uh,
But I feel like he would have already sent. He wouldn't have brought it. He would have sent it, like, wrapped really nicely, to the office.
He is not wearing the jacket.
It did say he was fancy when we came in.
He is not wearing the jacket.
I mean,
Oh, that's why it would have been better to deliver it to him here.
be saving that for a special occasion.
Yes. Of
Yeah,
course.
you need the pressure of handing it over in person and just watching with
Yeah, like watching his
expectation on your face.
expression. Like,
Read his
What?
expression now, Al.
Parker has higher survival skills, so that.
man, Cat doesn't.
So we're still
Oh,
currently.
because she knows he wouldn't waste the assets he's cultivated by killing her over a jacket. That's essentially what she knows.
Romy
So
wants to investigate the trash can for the jacket.
I mean, it's not in there. But, you guys gonna ask anything, or you're just gonna leave?
Where were the
Thank-
teams sent out to?
yeah, well, they all sent out the same like, sort of.
Are you going to actually ask him that?
Yeah.
Okay. He kind of looks at you and he goes, well, they were sent to investigate where the first expedition appeared. Want specifics, they'll be pushed to your briefing room.
Just expeditions all the way back.
Al just looks at him. I was tense going in initially, but he's relaxed quite a bit visibly. Shifts his weight from one foot to the other and just says, why again so much confidence in us in particular? Really?
He kind of looks at you and goes, well, their confidence that you've done well so far. So maybe you'll get lucky. And if you don't, well, you're just under contract.
Cat's gonna
Al
kind of
says that.
respond to that of like, to Al. In other words, they're hoping we get at least some information for them before we die.
Al shakes his head and looks again at Barnett and goes, "What about you? What's your confidence level in us?"
You succeeded so far. So I hope the track record continues.
When Barnett says this, is he all business or does he still kind of look distracted? Like, is he making direct eye contact with Al saying this?
I mean, whenever he speaks to you, he looks up.
Yeah.
It's clear that he's working and his attention's primarily on the work, but when you do address him, he does stop to look at you.
Cat would just go, so if we do find any worthwhile information on the field, should we be sending that to Holland directly?
That is your assignment.
She's gonna look at him really hard at that one to try to judge if like that is your assignment means like yes, but I also want it.
You can't get a read on him on what exactly that means.
Ugh. So she's just gonna look at him suspiciously, but not saying it. Whatever.
He has given you a straight-laced answer to that question.
Al leans in and says, "I know that we're going to get briefed on this before we go, but all bullshit aside, is there anything you can tell us that you know isn't in the briefing that might actually help us? Or are we just going to be out there with our dicks in the wind?"
He looks at you and he simply goes, "The satellite scans have reported that there is no wreckage today. Just all that remains."
Just all that remains.
Like the band?
He, he kind of looks at you and goes,
I
"You'll
do say that in character.
understand when we get there."
Yay, cryptic.
Al leans back and goes, "Fair enough," realizing he's probably not going to get more out of him.
Yeah.
Hermie's getting bored and she goes to look out the window.
It's a nice view. It stares down at the city below. You can see the many like lower levels of Eden down below, and a big city sprawl of like the fancy, rich corporate buildings and housing sectors of the upper level.
All the poor areas are hidden by a nice cloud of smog.
The air is clean because if it was dirty, it would affect the upper level.
This is true, actually. A manufactured non-pollution fog.
Yeah, it's fog, not smog. Get it right.
Harker has kind of been thinking quietly, and he asks Barnett, "Is there anything in orbit around Wayfar that we should be aware of?"
He kind of looks at you, goes, "What did you see when you flew in?" And the answer to that, like, kind of dry comment, is the fact that there is a lot around the planet. Like, this planet has been inhabited by humans for like thousands and thousands of years prior to like them attempting to terraform it. So like, there's a lot. There's like ruins of ships. There's satellites, like abandoned satellites. What possibly was like space stations and abandoned stations. Like, this was a vibrant planet and like, thriving humanity at some point in history. And then something happened. The planet got like ecologically devastated, and then people came back and tried to make it happen again. So there's a lot of crap around the planet.
Is there a mech just kind of floating up there waiting for us to arrive?
I mean, there's probably like scattered debris fields from just like previous battles.
Right. So they'd be hidden because you weren't here, but we fought in one of the debris fields. So
Oh, that sounds fun. Now Romy's all upset.
so we have fought, and we know that they can hide behind crap. So we know that there's no way we would know.
Is there actually a heads-up display on this window that Romy can mess with?
No.
Okay.
So Kat would just say, just one more question. I know this isn't your jurisdiction. But have there been any more rumors or reports of Musashi being seen on planet?
I don't know, looks because surprisingly, you're the only ones lucky enough to get his attention.
I mean, like, she's just gonna break the trying to be professional, just go, well, fuck. And
Kind of
kind of
looks
give a
at
side eye
you.
to Haruka.
He kind of actually looks at you when you say that, and he goes, "Indeed."
Yes, exactly.
I mean, the people who didn't come back could have met him.
Well, that's what she was trying to figure out, was if anyone had, like, been seeing him do stuff, and
For better or for worse, you are the only people that have had a direct run-in with Masahiro Musashi.
she's kind of side-eyeing Haruka.
I keep forgetting my question. Whose jurisdiction is it?
He kind of looks at you, and his response is, "Well, this has officially become a security matter."
I thought he was head of security. What?
No. Is part of security. He's not the head of security. And so his, like, since he won't give you a specific name, it's sort of giving the implication that, like, someone above him is real unhappy, and it probably got, like, wind of Off-World.
Okay.
Because, like, it's not just a matter of, like, oh, well, you know, somebody on the planet's unhappy. It's like, no, someone, like, upper corporate is unhappy. Like, above his pay grade by a lot level.
Kat's gonna sigh and just say, okay, sorry, one more question. When do we leave?
Sooner the better.
She just gives
10.
another sigh
10
at that.
what?
And
Minutes?
she's like, I feel
9.
like she would have been, like, sprawling on the couch. Not, like, outright sprawling. She's not lying down, but, you know, just kind of, like, casually sitting. It's like, and so she moves to stand up. She's like, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, like, he assumes that you'll take care of yourselves. Like, he doesn't babysit you. Let you do whatever you're gonna do. He did mention that you would have information in your briefing, like the briefing area of your barracks, effectively. I assume you're gonna head down to.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So
We haul Romy away from the window, and
so yeah, you head your way back down to, yeah. Sure enough, at your briefing station, there is sort of like, calling it a report is really generous. What you get told effectively that about 5 days ago, operation was sent out to investigate a possible Blade Cult base. It was a large strike force. The whole idea was they were going to basically roll up on it, capture everybody there, or eliminate everybody there, whichever they could, accomplish,
Mhm.
and then get whatever information they could. Presumably, they would then continue going. According to all available logs at the time, they made it to the location, they begun the operation, communication cut out, and then they missed their check-in. Took about a day later before they realized that not only had they missed their check-in, nobody came back. Like, at all. Like, no one was cloned. There was no record of death. They just come back. Which initially was a little unusual. That sort of heightened security a little bit. Keep in mind, like you said, 3 teams have disappeared since. Basically, they've been sending teams out, and those teams have also stopped coming back. So every day, effectively, they've sent out a team, and nothing's come back. And the only thing that they have on satellite imagery is there's sort of a view of the battlefield. And as far as they can tell, the equipment's still there, but they can't get any better view of that. So you have basically nothing to go on.
Good, because Romy wasn't listening.
Cool. Cool.
Well, we were making a lot of jokes in Roll 20 chat.
Awesome.
I'm
got
sorry, when you said communications cut out, I just immediately went like, activity hit a 10.
So basically, 3 teams have disappeared. Those teams haven't come back. They've been sending teams every single day. Basically, over the last couple of days, 4 days, equipment is still out there, but they can't get a better view of it. So we're
Okay.
basically going on observe, possibly rescue, but also mostly observe and see what the heck's going on out there, right?
Yeah, what are our objectives?
have one objective, and that's figure out what the hell happened out there.
Okay, so it's
Okay.
not like we're supposed to like actually complete the original mission.
No, your job at this point
Okay.
is that they have 0 intel at all. Any intel is
So
an
basically,
improvement
it's
over
like
everything that's happened.
your objection, your mission is, colon WTF in huge letters.
Yeah.
We're going to get intel, and as soon as we get it, we send it so we don't die before we give it to them, basically.
And this is in outer space, yeah?
No, it's on planet.
No.
Oh, it is on planet. Good. I don't have to change up my layout. Fantastic.
Romy looks irked again at that one.
So, you are actually being freighted over. They're giving you a nice transport plane.
Plane. Wow.
That said, they're going to drop you off at the end of like the operational zone, and you're hoofing it
Okay.
because they're
Well,
not
I mean,
flying into
still,
it.
normally we just like have to like ride in a truck.
Yeah. So they're going to fly you in. You have to hoof it on foot. You're gonna enter in from the east and push in west into the sort of operational zone.
I mean, like Kat would have preferred that anyway, because like they don't know what the fuck is going on there.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be like, oh, thanks guys, you dropped us right into the middle of the Bermuda Triangle, and we can't do a damn thing now.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So
We love you too.
Yeah. There is a plane waiting for you right now, effectively. I'm assuming you guys are gonna go suit up and go. Unless
Yeah.
anybody wants to do anything before they go onto the mission.
Romy's going to go visit the dog really quick first.
I knew
Okay.
it. I knew it. I was like, Roman's gonna go say goodbye to the dog.
Yep. You go say. You go to see Lily Wallace and go hang out with the dog Sir William Wallace. Um, you have a grand old time. You say goodbye to the dog. You come back. Everyone's real confused where the
I
hell
feel
you
like
disappeared for like an
no,
hour.
no. I feel like
I,
Kat would have eventually followed because she's already figured out, because she went with the dog to see the dog the first time. So
I
she would
bought
have come
them.
at like the end, and like she would have pet the dog and apologized to Lily and just said, "I'm sorry, we have a mission," and Wilmy felt needed
And
the courage from the dog and
Remy
his
wanted to bring
inspiration.
the dog toy that she inexplicably got from somewhere because they don't really make them, but she found one.
I mean, like
Sure.
a dog toy is just like a stuffed animal. It's not
It
like
squeaks. It's a squeaky worm.
Wait, so both of you went?
Kat
Apparently.
went toward the end. She wasn't there the entire time. She went to haul Wilmy back in the fear that like Wilmy would do something like that.
She made it out of her socks.
Christ. So as you guys get back with Romy, I'll hand over 10 mana over to Harker as Al and be like, I guess they both came back. I lost that one.
With all our clothes, even.
Oh dear lord.
Except for one sock. I did lose one sock.
So you guys load up into the plane.
But no, like Kat would have like spun it as like we needed the inspiration from the dog. So William Wallace, like
Yeah.
we needed his
The inspiration
his
from
his
Sir William
example.
Wallace.
Yes. So she would have played up the history aspect to. She's not actually as bitchy as
Lily Wallace is super appreciative of the playing up of history, even though her version of like the history of William Wallace is like
is
super
totally twisted.
romanticized,
But
super duper romanticized, like he's some sort of like great like ancient knight, because like we're thousands and thousands and thousands
Yeah.
of years in the future, so
Yeah,
like
but he's still like an idolized gallant source of courage. So it works.
it's like like her version of Sir William Wallace has reached like King Arthur levels of like
I was about to say, like,
questionable
Arthurian.
accuracy. It's like I'm not sure that's how ancient humans were. It's like no, that's absolutely how they were. It's like they had great wars and like he was a great leader and like yeah, it's just like he was a knight. He saved the princesses. It's like
He got his woad from a lady in a swamp.
It's like I
So-
think you're mixing up some historical facts just a little bit. It's like no,
He
true.
was born in a manger.
So she saw the deep faked version where they put Mel Gibson's face on King Arthur.
Yeah,
And was like,
sure,
yeah, that's right.
sure.
Except
Yeah.
it was Disney's King Arthur, the Sword and Stone cartoon, so it's really confusing.
The once and future knight.
So you have your journey to see Sir William Wallace.
Yeah, it's for morale.
Which you really need, because when you get on that plane, that pilot real unhappy. Like, he does not want to fly you to the zone.
Ooh, Romy can fly.
He was like, man, I pulled the short end of the stick on this mission.
Like Kat would like kind of be eyeing him and just like, you just have to go to the edge of the zone. You don't have to go deeper in.
Yeah, so, he gets you guys out there. He stops a little shorter than he's supposed to, but not that far. You guys do make it to your operational area.
Visible.
Yeah,
That's bored. Was that intentional?
Nice little boardwalk.
this is the board.
Are we supposed to see those things? Is what I was asking.
Oh, yeah. Those are the abandoned mechs.
Oh, okay. That's what I was
yeah.
just making sure that
I
you
was
hadn't
gonna say,
accidentally not hidden them and you needed to like
Nope.
hide them.
Nope. You walk up onto the field, and
Free mech.
there's just a bunch of mechs that you immediately recognize as Holland mechs.
Romy calls
Aren't
dibs.
the gold armed ones like high up?
Yes. So as you can
Okay.
tell, they've escalated like the priority of the mission, and it seems like each time they got less and less in. Judging from what you got in the reports, this is not all of the mechs. These are just the 3 expedition teams. The other mechs that supposedly came in, you don't see them.
Hey.
But these are all abandoned, empty mechs.
You don't know. You just sort of
Well-
come up on them and they're just standing there. It looks like they were in the middle of doing something and they're just standing.
The
So
Rapture.
we can dismount and go and get in a different mech.
I'm getting out.
No, I ain't getting out. No.
You have manipulators. You go touch them.
Okay. Romy goes and gives
I
one of
am
the mechs
so tiny on this map that like you cannot see me. with this
Zoom
dude.
in. You can zoom in.
You're
It's fine.
peeking over
I'm
and
just
then
like
over
peeking over his
Like
shoulder.
no, I mean because mine's not on the top layer either, and it's
I
like
can fix that for you, but
it's just, like literally like look here, I'm just behind.
Yeah.
There. Okay, so
so this is not a combat
sitting on his
encounter.
shoulders.
There is no combat. You are free to just explore and do what you want right
Okay.
now. But you've come in from the east, and you walk onto like this is the like first staging area of the mission.
Romy's gonna poke
Okay.
this truck with her manipulator.
So that is a tank. You poke the tank. It is a tank. It makes metallic tank noises when you poke it with your metal hand.
Okay. Kat's gonna like try to scan as much of the area as she can. Like you know, like actually like just to see if
Okay, so
what
that is 2
So that's
elevations high. You've climbed up a cliff.
Yeah, and I to give Cat
Oh,
more
that was fun to watch.
advantage.
I'm just letting you know that's what has just occurred. You've climbed yourself up onto a cliff.
Did he, or did he
Are you
just
sure he didn't just push
step?
the cliff down and
It's really more like
Like-
he reached up and pulled himself up in one fell
Sure.
glorious motion and didn't
and like
create a hole.
Kat's just clinging to
Okay, so this is
the albatross's neck.
This is everything that happens. You see Albatross makes like a beeline straight for the cliff. He's just climbing straight up. While that's going on, Kat starts her scanners up.
Yes.
The range of your scan is what, 20? You scan
Yes.
like I think you scan like
Most of the things.
yeah, you have everything in range. So you're starting to scan. Although you don't scan right away because you've got to like wait for Al to make his way up the cliff. Romy's sitting there like poking the tank.
I'm knocking on it now.
So you do notice that like when you kind of like tap the metal, you get this distorted metallic like twang as you hit it. Like you know the sound that metal on metal normally makes, like hollow metal on metal. It's like a echoey kind of like thud. So you get that, but it sounds wrong. Like you can recognize the sound, but something about it, like the pitch, is very wrong.
When Romy hears that, she finds other spots on the tank to tap, and she starts like playing a song.
So like
And-
as you tap it, like just like you would, like you get metal, you get rubber, you know, like you're hitting the things, and they're making the sound that they're supposed to make as you tap them. Something about the sound
Like it's off.
sounds wrong.
Kat would send over the voice comms like as a reminder. Like just go like remember he said, you know, don't things might not be as they seem. Like don't necessarily trust what you see.
We
So-
need to send him the weird sound intel immediately.
So yeah, so you do your scan.
You can. I don't mind.
No, I'm trying to figure out what I want you to roll. You know, you'll have the data. I'll make it an investigate for you to interpret the data that you're getting. So if anyone else wants to try to contribute to an investigate, you can.
Yeah, does any like who has investigate?
Definitely.
I don't have any investigate.
I think Romy has investigate.
Sure. Okay.
I
So
mean, could I add a read a situation to that? Or Does it have to be? It'd be
No,
more
because
investigative. Yeah.
you're
So,
trying to interpret like the data that you're given. Like the data's there, like but what you can get out of that data is what matters.
okay. I'll just add a d20 to it then, if I can, unless I have to have the skill.
in this case, you don't.
Okay.
So you're reading through the data. And your scanners really don't like what they're getting. Like as you do the scan, like you notice that like the readouts sort of cut out as they're scanning, and every once in a while you get like this like not like a red flag, but like you're getting an alert as you scan, and like it flashes in and then it stops. And so you guys spend like the better part of an hour poring over this data, like you're processing it, running it through. And there's a couple of things that you get out of your scan. One, there's nothing there, is what the sensors say. Like, your deep scan sensors basically say, no, there's nothing there. But yes, there's something there. Also, you're
So
getting a high energy scan result back, like a high energy pulse, but you're also getting no energy read back.
would Cat recognize this at all as like the false idol type?
No. This is
We're in
not
some sort of
this is not a bad sensor, like not like
it's
bad
a
sensor data,
weird
because
phasing in and out of two different realities stacked
basically
on top
don't
of each
forget
other.
that Romy has physically interacted with as Barnett has put what remains.
Well, yeah, but like the false idols and her giant things, her dimensional emblems and stuff like that, literally are real too. But then they're not real because they were
Right.
made up by
Like they're
data.
they're sensor
Yeah, so
data.
like
Like this is not bad sensor data. This is accurate sensor data. But the sensor data says there is and is not something there, and it is and is not a high energy pulse.
What happens if Romy pushes instead of tapping, like just a constant pressure?
Push on it. It's solid. It resists against you. How hard are you pushing?
Uh, I would say as hard as my manipulator can,
So you
and
push
trying to see
against
if
it.
it gives it all.
It does not give against your pushing whatsoever. It doesn't budge like even remotely. Like you don't even rock it.
And it doesn't give under the manipulator either.
No.
Is there any way to peer inside one of like the cockpit areas?
I can open them up, I would imagine.
The mechs are
I
sealed.
mean,
The mechs and the
It has
tanks
to
are
be.
all sealed systems.
Only openable from the inside.
Or like, forced open from the outside, obviously. But,
Okay. From our knowledge, do we know, is it possible to seal them in this way without being inside?
I mean, I literally picked up Gem Cockpit. So is that what we're looking at? Like, I mean,
as I said, it looks like the mechs were all in operation whenever whatever this is happened. So it's like they were moving, like they were actively in operation, and then they stopped.
can we send communications back?
To
Holland.
Holland?
Like, can we? I mean, like, yeah, like you said, the communicators cut out for them before. Like, can we send?
You can certainly attempt to. I'm
'Cause
assuming
I feel
you're gonna
like
open your comms.
yes.
Okay, so you open your comms, and you're relaying through the plane guy, and he like yeah, what's up?
You! Because he's in a plane.
Can God. Cat would want to send the data to Barnett's official Holland account. Just literally, like, she would just be like, for safety.
Sure. So yeah, you have no problems transmitting the data.
Because like she just wants at least some information to be out, like so that like it's already
Yeah.
and that Holland might be able to like break down the information easier.
Yeah.
Um.
You have no problem transmitting data. It actually goes through like without any hesitation whatsoever.
So in those scans, we sort of detected and didn't detect all the stuff around here. Did we detect and not detect any life at all, or?
Okay.
So your initial scans were just sort of piercing whatever the heck is going on. So you not detect life, but you not detect life because that wasn't something you were necessarily scanning for. Like you just did like a cursory scan of like what the heck is going on.
What about in the scan the mountain and stuff like that? Like
So
the rock.
so yeah,
Are they also giving that sort of energy, not energy thing, or what?
no, everything except for like the mechs and the tanks read perfectly normal. There's a high level of like radiation that you can't necessarily attribute to being a specific cause because you are kind of standing in like a sun-parched desert on a like wasteland planet.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's maybe higher than it should be for a quote safe area, but no one necessarily designated this like a safe area of the planet either. Like this
Mm-hmm.
is not like a settlement zone, so not outside of like um it's not outside of expected variance on Wayfarer.
Right.
Did
Happens
the
if we try
scans
to.
go down into the ground, or
Uh,
just
I missed the first part of that.
did the scans like the scans they did were they just of the area, or do they actually go down into the ground?
As was inferred to me, it was just like a cursory scan of everything. Yes.
Yeah. It was a. Okay. It was like the point of the original scan was just like a first checking out WTF and obvious traps type thing. Like
As far as you can tell, a normal bit of semi-radioactive, apocalyptic terrain on Wayfarer.
with a bunch of abandoned mech.
Yes.
Okay.
You are surrounded by what remains.
So can Harker scan down into the ground?
Absolutely, you can do a high energy scan. Um,
What do I roll?
you don't roll anything. That's just a basic little bit of high tech scan. Um, it is, as far as you can tell, ground underneath you. There's immediate signs of energy sources. No immediate signs of like unusual tunnels. There's some cave system that you kind of suspect are probably from worm burrowing. Like that's again not unusual on this planet.
Can Romy scan for life besides us?
As like a wide area scan, a targeted scan, what the
I think I'm gonna target this mech that I'm next to.
okay. Yeah, that'll take a little bit. You're getting some interference on whatever the heck is going. But yeah, that'll be a thing that can do. Anyone else have anything they want to do while that's going on?
Yeah, Harker wants to know why there's a guy with a sword. Is that like a Holland mech?
Yeah, these are all Holland mechs.
So it's
Yep.
just a Holland melee.
It's not his brother or something.
Nope. Holland has sent out kind of like their like upper security level forces. These are like um so like if you look at the arrangement of the mechs, um down here on the leftmost, there was the mechs in red. They're sort of like your generic security forces. The blue are sort of like just tank, like a standardized personnel APC type tank. So it has like crew and then weapons. like green. There is sort of a command unit. That's the guy with like the big sword with like the shroud on it. Like a specialist mech. There's not actually a command mech because there is a type of command mech that they have that you don't see here. Then the other like mechs around it, they're just generic like special forces type mechs, which is why if look all the way at the right, which is the last team that came in, which is actually you recognize these mechs. These are actually the scout forces that lived next door to you. These are like long-range artillery mechs. They presumably came in expecting that they were gonna try to like siege something from far away. Like they have 2 sniper units, 2 artillery units, and like a personnel tank. That's also why they're furthest in the back. They were probably planning on like long-range shelling or something, and then whatever the heck happened to the other mechs happened to them. So,
Yeah, the radiation levels like high enough that it would be bad to like open the cockpit or something.
if you are in your flight suit, you're fine.
I don't know what I'm in.
You are presumably still in your flight suit that you picked.
Okay.
There is no reason for you to not. I would say on most cases, unless you're specifically saying you're not.
Would he be able to not like dismount, but like open it enough to use his smart scope to scan the area?
Yeah, but the smart scope isn't going to give you any data that your mech isn't capable of.
Oh, okay.
Smart
I didn't
scope
know
is
if
sort
they
of
had.
like a personal version of like your mech systems.
So mech systems can go out 2 miles?
For visual scan, yes.
Okay. All right, then he'll just stay in
the
his.
the 10 to 20 range is for your high energy scan type things. Like visually, you could see that far, no problem. That's the issue. Isn't visual. The issue is like useful combat data. That's how you should think.
So
But we
he'll just
haven't
climb up.
explicitly done a visual scan, right? Just
Yeah,
like
I
a
was gonna
sensor
say
scan.
he'll just climb up next to you guys and do sort of a slow visual scan of the surroundings.
Sure. While you're doing that, Romy does their like life science scan. Give me a hack and fix.
So just a 20.
Romy.
Womp womp.
So you're getting some weird interference.
Romy decides to run another scan because she hit the wrong button.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works. There are consequences to your actions. Your acts are done. So you do your scan. And you're getting this weird feedback, is what we'll call it, right? Like you're trying to scan through. Your computer is being like, there's nothing there. No, there's something there. Oh no, you should probably not scan that. Oh no, it's fine. There's no problem. So amongst all this, you're trying to compensate out, try to get a scan. You don't really get a solid life sign reading. You don't even get a solid lack of a life sign reading. Your computer is so confused by what it's reading. The only thing you get out of the sensor data is that something moved inside the
Can
mech.
can my AI make more sense of the garbled data than I can?
No.
Can it? No. Okay.
The only like gleanable bit of data among the entire like mess of data that your sensors have picked up.
It's something moved.
Something moved inside the mech. Maybe.
Maybe.
I found the ghost.
I say
So
maybe
I
because
guess
like the scanners aren't sure, right? Like they're like, oh, there was movement inside the mech, but your scanners are also like there isn't anything there, right?
so.
Like
Romy probably asks over comms for Kat to try the same thing she just did, but do it a little bit better than she did.
Well, Cat would boast. Is it possible for Romy to send out one of her drones like near the dudes and see how the drones react. Like the snail drone, for example.
I mean, technically, I guess.
Because like the drones are supposed to like act on things in
And,
their area, right?
they react
And
to
if they
hostile
move,
things.
well, what if we consider these hostile? Well, I consider them hostile right now, dude.
Well, I could use my new thing, my logic suite. Don't know what it would do.
Does what?
Let's see. They have to do a system save or they become slowed. So we can see if their systems are doing anything. If they don't save, then I don't know if that's how that works. I can also banish them so they take 2 heat every time they move, which they're doing a whole lot of. So,
Like it's like the definition of move here. I think.
like, nope, it didn't take any heat. Something's going on.
Huh, that's weird. It didn't move. Would you
Would
like to
them
pull
not?
out a drone?
I can. Would
Which
them not making saves or something tell us anything, or is that more of
Well,
a
like your drone should be trying to activate, and
yeah, true.
it would
That's
just give
true.
us an indication of how something that isn't connected directly to our systems, like
I'll pull out the assassin drone because it should activate on anything in its perimeter.
wait, what does that do?
Let's see. It has an area of denial that if it sees anything in it, it'll shoot it.
Yeah, I feel like we don't want to be shooting things.
Okay.
We don't know if
Well, I'm gonna arm it with darts, like sticky darts.
I mean, that's not how that
I-
works.
I-
The assassin drone has a very particular set of tools. It will
that's why I
find
said
you
like a
and it will
snare
kill you.
drone. That's why I said a snare drone.
Well, I was gonna send out the Nerf drone. Let's see.
So you want
Yeah, I
snare
guess.
drone?
Yeah, snare drone works.
Because like just to see if it's activated, like if it like automatically like activates because it thinks something is doing something, you know?
Yeah. We still need to figure out what moved in there. That was weird.
So yeah, you pop out a snare drone.
I just
It does snare drone things, and just like your onboard systems, it goes, "Hey, there's nothing there." Oh wait, there's some. Nope. Yeah.
And then it
No.
explodes.
Your snare drone has basically decided that there's nothing there.
So it's kind of looking at me like, what the hell?
Yeah.
well, I mean, so like it tells us that like whatever it is wasn't substantial enough to trigger the snare drone yet.
Correct.
But that also means if something actually starts happening, the snare drone will trigger. So see, it's a smart plan. It's a smart plan.
It's basically our canary in the mine.
Yes. The snare drone being out is like yeah, well, if something starts moving back there.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Okay, so yeah, Kat's gonna do the scan for life, like she asked.
Parker has 2 other things he wants to try. I just
Do
didn't
we
know
want
how
to do
visual
the?
scan went.
Yeah, didn't Harker want to do the visual scan?
Yeah.
Are we doing that as in life scan, then visual scan, then life scan, or life scan, double life scan, visual scan?
All the scans.
I don't know. What do you guys do?
I mean, you guys are with a hacker. She is trying to do all the scans. I don't know what you expect.
I mean, if you're doing the scans, Harker is going to go do something else.
We can do the visual scan because she's focused on doing non-visual stuff.
Don't forget your +1 accuracy to skill checks because of proximity to me.
Oh,
He's your
how close do I
huckleberry.
have to be?
Yep.
Okay.
So what am I rolling for a visual scan?
Nothing. You're just scanning. You just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're-
I mean,
roll
you
your eyes.
literally.
Slowly turn.
Yeah, you roll your eyes because you're just looking around.
He might have to walk onto the other side of the mountain beside him to see in that direction.
Maybe. Entirely possible. Oh, we lost.
Oh. Yeah, I was just like, what?
My mouse buttons are weird, but yeah,
That's
I'm
fair.
back.
Okay, like, what do I need to do for the life scan?
So what are you scanning?
I did a single
Well, I mean,
target
like,
life
I'm in
scan
range
before.
enough that I can scan the same thing that
Sure.
she was poking. So
Absolutely, you could scan that. Again, you'll have to do a hack and fix to try to compensate out your scanners for whatever the heck is interfering with them.
okay.
A 3 won't do it.
Well, I mean, I can't get a 3, but that doesn't mean I can't fail. Well, since I'm in my goblin, that'd be a 1, right?
Wait,
I
what?
mean,
What?
does this count as like an invade, sort of, or?
This is just using your technical skills to compensate out your scanners. It is a skill check, so you do get advantage.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Like,
But you don't get any like specialty other thing. An advantage. Hack or fix.
I have
Oh, I could have
question.
re-rolled mine then if it was a skill check.
Don't have the relevant hack or fix.
No, I have an NHP that lets me re-roll
okay, well, I think
mixed
mine
skill
was
checks.
fine.
Yeah.
You said a 3 wouldn't do, so I put a 2 in front of it.
So yeah, you do your scan. You're a little bit more prepared for the fact that like things are real weird, right? Because you've had the advantage of being told that like something. You've already
I
done the scan
loosened
already.
the lid for.
And
Yes.
I mean, like, I'm in the position where I'm trying to let my mech come to life on its own. So,
So
I mean, what?
you
I would
do
never do
get
that.
the same sort of issue, right? Where like your systems are like, no, there's something there. No, there's nothing there. You do get a brief, very brief indicator that there is life inside the mech, and then it's gone. Also get an audio recording. Very brief. It's like a half a second burst. It sounds
no.
like something screaming.
Oh.
But it
God.
again, it sounds wrong. Like it's very hollow, distorted.
Would you
See,
say
we
it
have
sounds?
realities phasing in and out on top of
Would
each
you
other.
say that like the screaming sounds sort of like not in a vacuum? 'Cause that'd be silent. Like
It sounds
a wide
muffled.
empty area type, like
It
in a
sounds
empty
muffled like
room.
if you're trying to hear something through water. It's
Oh.
clearer than that, but it's sort of got that same sort of distortion effect.
So it's not like in and out, in and out, in and
No.
out.
Like you're hearing a sound, but it sounds distorted and out of place, and like it just sounds wrong.
I have a question about my visual scan.
Yeah.
Why are mechs disappearing?
I was
they?
about to ask the same thing. Yes.
I've been trying to say it, but I was trying
The
not to
bottom
jump
left ones
over
keep
people who
just
are
vanishing.
talking, but they have been vanishing for quite a while.
Oh, are they?
Huh.
Just saying. That's why Harker's
I'm
leaving.
moving away from the bottom left.
I think
We're just leaving, guys. You're on your own. No, Harker actually was like after his visual scan, his next goal was to kind of walk slowly back a bit the way they were coming to see if there was like an edge to the scanners being weird.
Again, your scanners aren't weird per se. It's when you're trying to scan the mechs that something's wrong.
Oh, okay.
I put my snare drone out there just to see what
his-
happens.
Your
his
snare
third-
drone, without a problem whatsoever, can tell you definitively there is nothing there.
I'm just waiting for it to vanish.
Okay.
okay. So Kat's just gonna message Al and like number one, she's gonna share the screen and she's like, I think we should probably, fall back with other people.
His third task was gonna be to go can opener on one of these mechs. So that's up to you guys.
While that's happening, Al is gonna agree, and you wanted
Right.
us to climb back down, right?
Yeah, let's not stay on the mountain in the middle of the vanishing mech. Like that's
Okay. Do I have to roll a skill check to get down this thing? Normally you would have to, yeah?
You're not under pressure or threat or anything.
Just
Go down at
fall
your
down it.
leisure.
glide.
Harker's gonna come on the comms and just say, do you want me to try and open one like a can opener?
Kat's just gonna trip and
Yes.
like, oh, you know what a can opener is now?
Romy's
I've
very
been
excited
reading.
for this.
Everyone knows what a can opener is, but that little tiny thingamabob
Well, yeah,
that
because
pushes things through
when you're
is
poor,
basically a
you know what
torpedo.
cans are.
Yeah.
That's how
I know
you
what a
eat.
can is. Can opener. Yeah, I have a can opener. It's also a knife. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
thought we
that's
ate little
exactly
pigs.
what.
He's not talking about a Swiss Army knife. He's talking about a Bowie knife, by the way.
I'm also thinking about the fact that there's that stupid, ridiculous survival video where you open cans by grinding them over a piece of like concrete.
Oh God, I saw that.
I love metal shavings in my canned corn.
Delicious.
So Harker's gonna go up to one of these mechs
Grind it against the rock.
and see if he can't use his one of his blades to try and get the cockpit open.
All right. So you're gonna genuinely attack it like you're trying to like properly attack it, yep?
Well,
He was
I
going
mean,
to try to more
it says
like open
like-
up the cockpit or
on the hacker thing, it says jam cockpit until the cockpit is fixed with a successful engineering check.
Yes.
So can he use engineering to do that? Like,
hacker fix would be like to override the systems on the mech to open the cockpit. So what Harker is attempting to do, assault. You're
it could be
physically
engineering. Like, unless the thing
engineering.
is defending itself,
I
then
I don't know if Harker has either.
I feel like
No,
it's
I
more
think
of a
that's it.
surgical strike than
Yeah.
I just feel like making an assault is gonna
could try to do
backfire
it
on us,
super-
guys.
super
Can-
quietly, and it
can
can be
Rome-
kept unseen or unheard.
Can we not piss off the thing that is making things disappear? Like, I just
Can Romy come over and help guide the sword with one of her manipulators?
Or Cat could just hack it open.
That too.
Harker can be
Put my
standing
dis-
by with a giant sword.
do you guys want me to try to hack it open?
Yeah, I think we have to see what's inside.
I want to see it happen with a sword, personally.
Slice and dice.
Is hack a fix what I would roll for that, or we have distressed our GM so much.
Yeah.
12 hours later.
Technically, yes, I guess that qualifies as hacker fix.
You could do this cockpit
You
on it,
just
and then
really
one
want
of
us to
could
attack
repair it.
these things. That's what I feel like. I feel
I
like
just wasn't
you-
sure exactly what process was being used to try to open the cockpit. Could certainly attempt a hacker fix.
Well, I will attempt to hack a fix. I don't think it's like even if I roll well, I don't think it's gonna work because I don't think it's gonna be fixed by hacking. But we'll see.
Side question: when the mechs were disappearing, was it like a visual thing?
You were looking that way, so you know they just sort of stopped being there.
So it was just like really abrupt. It wasn't like they sank into the ground or like
No, like they were
visually
there.
teleported.
You were
They
looking,
weren't.
and then like you looked again, and then they weren't.
Would Kat's her sensors, would they have picked up less of something out there since they were kind of picking up both?
Only if you were
Would it-
actively scanning them at the time, and no one was actively scanning them at the time, because they were all distracted doing other things.
Yeah, because someone failed their life check.
Hey, it's not my fault Rumi doesn't have a life. Why do you think she goes to visit that dog all the time?
So you attempt to hack the systems of a thing that isn't there, but is.
Pablo's mech.
You
Pavlov.
sort of think you've got a result, and so you're confident that like probably could have cracked open the cockpit of a mech that was there.
But it's not now.
Parker, I shouldn't have let you guys play Phasmophobia.
Well, you're the one who decided to name the next game Phantom and have creepy stuff going on.
So Harker looking at the mech, and there's not really a discernible change at first. He does sort of notice that like there's a distortion on the cockpit.
Sort of distortion.
It's like it's becoming blurry.
Okay.
What did it
Like
before
you
it
could
started to-
see the mech
Like, would you
clearly,
say
right?
it's
Like
becoming like snowy, like technologically snowy, like a
mosaic
when
sensor?
yeah, like the like how old TVs used to be when you turn them on.
Japanese mech.
Static.
I'm going to
Yeah, is
describe
Ringu
it.
gonna pop out of this mech?
I'm going to describe it as it looks like the cockpit itself has gone out of focus.
To clarify,
Because you changed it in one reality and not the other.
to clarify, when we're saying we're looking at the mechs, is this like an actual like visual from our eyes, or is it what our mechs are telling us is in front of us?
What your camera sees is the mech standing there, mid-motion, plain as day.
Rumi's gonna
Right.
dismount and get into the mech.
I was gonna have Harker like step back and then open up his cockpit a little bit so he can actually get an actual visual.
Your visual completely aligns with what your cameras are seeing. There's a mech, and the cockpit area of the mech right now is out of focus effectively. Playing all sorts of weird games on your eyes right now.
You also see Romy climbing out
Like,
of her
I
mech.
feel like the best comparison I can think of, like, I don't know if this is accurate, but like those 3D pictures where you have to blow your eyes to get the image to come out.
I think it's blurring, like it's just there and not there at the same time, flickering back and forth.
I'm going to
Arthur,
describe it in a way as, do you ever like take an object and like move it around really fast? And so like the image is distorted and sort of blurry and out of focus?
Because it's there and not there.
So, like when you take a picture of a dog running.
Almost.
So like low shutter speed kind of stuff.
Yeah, except for it's all of those images laid on top of each other all at once.
So Romy's dismounting, and she's gonna go up to the cockpit and see if she can interact with it.
Harker might try to do something reckless here.
And she's
Oh,
gonna,
no.
if she can, she wants to climb in.
Well, first of all, it's not open.
Yeah, it didn't actually work. It just started blowing when she messed with it.
Well, yeah, I figured if it was blurring, she might be able to phase through it or something.
Harker,
Like
close
how,
his,
like if you do touch it, what happens? Like one of you touch it.
Yeah, I'm touching
That's
it.
what Harker was gonna do.
What?
He was gonna
Okay.
touch the
Who's-
one that's facing.
Who's gonna touch it? And how?
We can both touch it. Well, Romy
But
was
like,
trying to
touch
get
it
in.
with something. Do not do not
Is
let
it
Romy
just-
get near to it.
Is it
Romy's
just the
knocking on
one
it.
that's phasing, or is it all of them?
It's just the cockpit on this one, I think.
Yes.
Just this one next to Harker, right?
Yes.
The one they scanned.
And Romy lays her hand on it.
No.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
So you're gonna physically put your hand against the cockpit.
That
No,
guys.
no. Wait. To clarify, I was commenting to the comment that was typed that I was thinking the exact same thing.
Oh, okay.
I was not thinking the same thing as Romy.
Okay.
I was gonna reach out with his sword to
Okay.
touch
Well,
the.
you can't right now because there's an idiot standing on the mech, pushing their
And
hand
I'm
against the
touching it.
blurry cockpit.
No, you can knock the idiot away with your sword first, and then
Too late. The idiot spoke first, and what's happening to the idiot is what's happening.
Oh God.
So
Well, Harker's gonna step back again.
Romy climbs up onto the mech.
My AI is taking over my mech
It
while I'm
is
gone.
it is a weird sensation. Your feet sort of touch the mech as you climb. Your hands touch the mech as you climb. It's solid, but not. Like you feel like that
I feel it
sensation that like when you walk down a step and you miss the step, feel like
like
you're
it,
gonna like fall forever, but you don't.
so it's like it's giving under my hand, but
That
not at
is
the
the
same time.
permanent sensation that you're getting as you're climbing up this mech. That like everything you touch feels like it's not there, and you feel like you're about to tumble. Like it is the most disorientating like feeling that you will
So
ever have.
If I push
you're
harder,
experiencing having a bad panic attack as you're climbing this map.
if I push harder, do I feel that sensation even more, or is it the same?
Like as you choose to like willingly like force yourself to like no it's there and like slam your hand down on the metal to like prove your point, even as you like contact the metal and you get that resounding thud in your brain, like something in your brain is expecting your hand to just keep going even though it stops, even
But it
after you've
doesn't.
already hit like the metal. Like even after your brain registers that you've hit metal, it's still expecting it to not hit metal.
But it doesn't physically move past where the metal is.
No, it does not. So you climb your way up in like the single most disorientating like climb you've ever done on a mech. Which is saying a lot because you're an engineer, so you've been on a lot of mechs that are real big.
Yeah.
And you get up to the door, like the cockpit. On this particular mech, the cockpit's like in the chest, like a chest compartment, and it would open outward and then come down and sort of form like a gantry out of the mech.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that like the outer edges of like where the cockpit are and like the cockpit, like the hatch itself, are what's distorted. So how are you touching this? Like you just gonna put your hand on it? What's going on?
Yeah, I want to try to put my hand through it. She feels like there's some way to get into it, even though it looks like there isn't. So she's gonna try to actually reach her hand into the cockpit.
So you take your hand, and you just sort of push up against the metal of like cockpit hatch, and you meet resistance, just like you've had the entire time that you've been climbing this thing, fully expecting hand to just keep going. And then you kind of realize that as you push, like, cause you presumably you're just sticking your hand straight out, right? Like you're not running it along the
Yeah,
hatch or anything. You just flat out.
just pushing it straight in. Yeah.
You notice that your hand stops where it would meet metal, about an inch sooner than it should.
Hmm.
So my hack good with the code.
Well, I think your hack worked somewhere, just not. I don't know. I still go for the layered realities theory, and that in one of those realities you popped that hatch.
We have to like you have to remember we are dealing in a world that has space magic. And like literally one of my abilities describes the Into the Duat ability describes fine. You channel target systems through an unknown extra-dimensional space and unleash an incredibly powerful system attack. So, like, we flat out know there's unknown dimensional spaces around because I can use it in combat. And we're both horse mech, which means that unknown dimensional space basically created our mechs. So
Yeah, I mean that since so
Harker,
somebody got these mechs stuck in some weird.
As you're standing there with like your hand pressed against metal, or the lack of metal, right? Like feel like you're touching the hatch, but very visibly not a hatch there.
like it's like a graphic glitch.
Yeah, it's like you're offset, like you're touching metal, like offset from where the metal is. Here, very faintly, yell that you got in the recording. It is very quiet, almost like you're hearing it like way off in the distance, sort of like
It's the exact same screen.
distance. Yes.
Is it like a Wilhelm or what? How do we know it's the same one?
Because you've come to realize that you're not hearing a full scream. You're
We're just hearing
hearing
like the sound clip.
you're hearing a portion of the same scream stretched out as far as you can tell infinitely. Like you're just hearing the same like portion of yell over and over and over and over. Like in the back of your head almost.
Could I review the documents that we were given, the brief we were given, and see how long it took them to like have communication cut off and stuff like that? Like what the records were saying?
Um
Like how long after they got there did the communication?
so the issue is Holland Protocol doesn't require them to constantly check in. They don't know. They miss their check-ins. But the check-in is about every 2 hours.
So we're still under the 2 hour.
You've been here for maybe about an hour.
Right. Is there a way to evaluate? Like this might be too. Is there a way to evaluate like when their check-ins were supposed to be? Like, and if they were like consistently like the same time of day, or like, you know, 'cause we were told to come out ASAP, which is assumingly like there's not an exact time frame.
So the first expedition group that appeared, their check-in was about half an hour from where you are now, 3 days ago.
And they missed it. Okay.
So we have half an hour, maybe.
What about the others? So we're three, weren't they?
Roughly the same time of day. Like they left sort of like so the first team left at night, where you are now. You're like day, like you're mid-evening, early evening. The other teams went in the mornings, about the same time, but like one day after the other.
Did they have the same pilot?
No.
Oh damn.
That is also why your pilot was like, man, I pulled this.
Because the pilots disappeared too, or
No, the pilots came back because the whole thing is the pilots don't go.
well, right. That's what I was just checking. It's
Yeah.
like
The pilots came back, but like they have no idea what happened.
so like.
Like,
Is
the
there
pilots aren't
any
investigating.
consistency about the time of frame of like when their check-ins were supposed to be?
No. They left early in the morning, so it would have been like 8 or 9 in the morning is when they would have done their check-in.
So they missed it at the before the 9.
They didn't check back in, and so the pilots basically reported back, and they were.
Right. Well, I was trying to see if there's like a time frame of like there's like a time frame when shit goes bad. You know, like it does it like every 3 hours or something. Like
No, you have no point of reference of that. There doesn't seem to be a consistency in the pattern. Just they've missed their check-in.
so we roughly know that if it is around the same time for some reason, then we have a half hour. But it might not be.
I will point out that the team that has visually disappeared was the first team.
That was my guess.
Yeah, because they were the lowest ranked. They had
Was
the
it
red
like-
arms.
Was it days after they sent the second team in?
They basically sent the next team in the next day.
So the next time, if we're here another day, then I imagine the next team will disappear.
I feel like Cat doesn't want to be here for another hours.
I don't think we're gonna solve the answer that way. Just watching them disappear. Like I don't feel like that's like a. Well,
Well,
yep,
that's-
they disappeared.
That's why Romy's climbing on one, and she got yelled at for it.
So our mission was just to find out what happened, yeah?
Technically, yeah.
But we don't know what the freak happened.
They disappeared.
Harker's gonna go over the comms. Can we have to try to get them out? Like, is there any chance we can get them out?
We
Let's
can
get
try.
that. Generic question.
Get who out? Like,
The
The-
pilots.
well, we
Good.
don't know that they're at.
Well, Romy heard the scream.
Yeah, but the scream was the same scream going on to infinity.
Yeah.
It's
and
like the first thing I thought of, and this might not be at all, but the Doctor Who episode with the spacesuits.
Yeah, it's
hey,
not.
who turned out the lights? Who turned out the lights? Who turned out the lights? Because the last moment was recorded.
Don't blink.
Yeah, it's not quite that clear, but yeah, kind of what's going.
You know, like it's like like that one's not. Don't. What did you say? Don't blink.
I don't know. It was
That's
tangentially.
No, that's the angels.
I know.
WTF? You should be ashamed of yourself. Count the Shadows is the
Well, yeah, I know.
library.
And those always make me think of that Scooby-Doo episode with the weird thing with the helmet with the skeleton glowing face in the helmet.
I mean, Count the Shadows was scary.
I mean, basically what you're saying is these appear to be echoes, yeah?
That's
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm
it
getting from it.
seems like they're echoes because we just or that like there seems to be like a moment of like
Oh, you think they're echoes of something that's gone?
Well, we've only been interacting with these folks here, yeah? These newer mechs, or have we touched the group up top
I mean
as
we
well?
scanned them but we didn't see
Yeah, I can't scan them all, but we haven't really physically.
like
Same
nothing
with
about the first group was like
No, there was no discernible like difference on your scanners.
Right.
I picked them
You
because they were
were-
gold.
But-
You were able to identify like, relatively speaking, who they are relative to, like one another. Like, bottom left was team 1, top left was team 2. The rightmost team is your neighbors, and they're team 3.
Right, and we've lost visual on team 1.
so if we're messing with team 3, right?
Yes.
Let's mess with team 2 or team 1. See
No,
if
but
we-
they could that scream wasn't at all identifiable.
Not in a way that is useful to you, because it's like
okay, I just didn't
distorted.
know like if Al would have recognized it. Talked at that.
It is distorted, and like I said, everything that you're getting sound wise is wrong. Like, it's distorted and not in a useful way.
Is there some way we can check for time dilation?
Star Trek.
I pull out my transcorder or whatever the hell they call it.
Tricorder?
Yeah, that too. Except hers is a transcorder. It's better than a tricorder. It does more stuff.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess someone should go knock on Team 2 and
I
see if
mean, Romy can go over there too since she's already.
you should get back in your mech before you do that.
She's kind of worried about getting down, but okay. Actually, I have my
Can't your
mech.
mech come over and pick you
Yeah,
up?
the AI on my mech. I have it come
That's why you
over
have the
and
hands.
and I jump onto the manipulator and hold on, I need to do something fancy to get in.
Lord.
God.
And I do a fancy mounting up.
You jump up, you grab the manipulator, you swing, and you flip into your cockpit. No one realizes it, but you land real hard on your tailbone, and it hurts. But you don't
And
say anything.
I just give a grimacing smile and ta-da, and then I close the thing and mutter to myself with my comms open.
Okay. So,
So who am I molesting over here?
wow.
What? Can you not phrase it that way? Like,
That's yeah, yeah. Not sure that's the best phrasing, but okay.
So Romy does another trick out onto the other
that's
mech.
not even a phrasing thing. Like that is just the wrong word.
Yeah. But what is the second show off roll for?
She jumped out of the cockpit onto the other mech.
Oh, for God's sakes. Well,
now could you just
it's a similar
now we
experience.
can all see.
It's just in reverse.
It's a similar experience. You jump on top of the mech. It feels real weird and uncomfortable to stand on it. You jump on it. You almost feel like you jumped onto nothing, and your brain freaks out and your center of balance goes all over the place, and you almost lose your footing. You don't, but there is that whole panic flail as you hit the metal before your brain realizes no, this is solid, it's fine.
Okay, so I guess I can peer into the cockpit and try to listen for more things.
It is a seal system. Kind of put your head up against it and realize that you're probably still in your flight suit. That you probably shouldn't take off because you're in a high radiation area.
So there's no window or anything.
No. Again, this isn't Star Trek. We don't put windows on our cockpits that people can shoot through. The worst design ever. I like Star Trek, but that is the worst design ever. Put giant bay windows on your friggin' bridge.
Where all the important people are. So I'm not really getting anything off of this except the same experience.
That is correct. It is real weird, and your body does not like
Well,
it.
you could try prying it open.
She tries prying it open.
With?
Bombs.
No. You have engineering, don't you?
Engineering's not really a trigger. It's a mech skill, so it won't help a roll.
Yeah, you can't. I think she means a hack it fix.
I don't
No,
have that
well,
either.
it's because
Can I
on the way
invent or
to
create an
a thing,
opening?
it says with a successful engineering check as a full action.
Yeah, an engineering check is
so
so engineering check is the thing that the person on the other side makes to try to keep their mech systems running.
When
It
you're
is
like,
a
right.
check
I mean,
that they make
but
themselves.
couldn't we convert it to
No.
using an engineering skill
An
check?
engineering check is like a skill is like a save in the game. It's like you're resisting the effect with mechanical engineering. It's your mech's engineering, not your personal engineering experience.
I mean,
I can invent or create an opening, or I can
That's not how that works.
my portable hole. I mean, I can blow it up like I did that safe.
You mean the one that you didn't? Oh well.
Yeah, but this isn't a safe.
Well, you could certainly attempt to blow something up.
Oh God.
That's with a +2.
So you rig up an explosion, the hatch. You're quite confident that it'll work, and you detonate the explosion. And it's the weirdest sensation as you feel like the reverberating shockwave of that explosion channel all the way through the mech to where you are. Because you're not dumb enough to stand in front of the explosion.
Yes.
This is
Yes.
correct.
Is
But-
it? Is it? Because you did not say you moved.
She's an explosive expert. I thought that was a given.
But the explosive force of the charge that you've used carries through the mech, almost like it's passing through like water. Almost like you can feel the ripples of like the explosive force as it comes up towards you through the mech, and it throws you off of the mech.
Hold on, I need to land.
Yeah, see, all you've succeeded is making it look real fancy when you fall off of the mech and take 2 points of pilot damage.
Hey, she's good with that.
I mean, you have 10 points of pilot damage, so you lost a fifth of your personal health falling off the mech from an explosion.
Just a flesh wound.
You make it look real fancy as you land on your ass.
Superhero landing.
So that happened.
You feel the pains shoot up your spine from your landing. It was a bad landing.
Especially with that bruised tailbone already.
You do notice that there is no visible damage to the mech. There's not even a scorch mark.
No scorch or anything. So what am I doing to this mech next?
I think we need to let Harko go and try to open something because,
Parker's just been watching, just huh.
Yeah, come slice it up. Let me get back in my mech real quick.
Are we going all the way over there?
well, we were thinking we should go to the second group. We were talking.
Did you roll another show off to get back into your mech?
Yes. I did a little better that time.
What? With your injuries.
Yeah, I guess the injuries can take off 3, so I'm back at a 12.
Everything about this is terrible. I'm not even gonna narrate that. That was just a whole thing. But Harker comes up to a mech, a different mech I notice as well.
A different mech. Yeah, I guess he's gonna try to aim a slash with his sword, but he's been kind of watching what Rumi's been doing, mostly out of morbid fascination.
Also, hello,
Okay.
Kyle.
But he pulls the slice like an inch or a couple inches less than he normally would, just in case the mech is closer to him than he thinks it is.
Oh yeah, Remy would have probably told y'all all about that stuff, so you would have that information.
And
So-
he's aiming for the cockpit hatch to try and basically slice it open.
Sure.
That roll would be. I don't really have any skills except for take control.
You know what? You don't need to roll on that one. Because it's a non-moving object.
It wasn't moving when I blew it up.
Yeah, but you weren't gonna succeed on that anyway. The rule of Lancer is you will generally succeed. There's a consequence of your success. But
So you're
that
just
doesn't
rolling the...
that doesn't make impossible things possible. There is
So
still
it's just a roll to see how
impossible.
stupid you look.
Yes. Impossible is still impossible. Even though you're generally supposed to succeed on things, impossible is still impossible. Yes, so you take your sword and you take a swing at the mech. It is the weirdest registry on your mech. The sword comes in contact with the metal and it meets resistance and then just like doesn't. Like your mech is pretty good about compensating for like the inertia, right? Like it designed, programmed, like slice the sword, it follows through. And it doesn't. Like your mech loses balance, its like stabilization like freaks out, and your sword stops like partway through the mech, and then just like falls through the rest of the way, and your mech like almost forward when it does it.
There's no visible cuts at all, right?
There is no visible damage to the mech that you have just assaulted.
Are we able to get on one of the mechs and like remove a part of it and see how a piece that's been removed from the mech reacts?
I don't know. I can't answer that question. I have to attempt it. If I told you what the outcome of a thing was, then we wouldn't really be role-playing, would we?
Were, were you done with your sword attack? Because I think Romy might try that.
We've already tried to move them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, push on the mech and
First
it
thing I
didn't
did
really
was push
respond.
it.
Okay. Because I have a Ferris lash. I was gonna see if I could like drag
Ooh,
from where it was.
you should do that.
You want me to do that instead? So what?
Well, you can, do it first. I mean, there's plenty of time.
Could I try puppet controlling one?
You
Yeah, do
could
that first.
certainly attempt to.
So would that just be a tech attack?
It would. Who you're tech attacking?
Which do you guys think?
Probably the one that's reacted to us most.
Like the one I already blew up the cockpit on, or
Yeah, probably that one.
well, I didn't blow it up, but attacked it. So I guess that one.
Al goes over the comms because he's been observing all of this, just to kind of intercede with a little narration. I honestly don't think we're going to get anything out of these, especially based on the disappearing act, the damage from the one sword did on the one mech. I'm kind of wigged out, guys.
You should try touching one with your bare hand.
That's a negative. I'm not going to do that.
Never mind the fact that it's creepy, there's sort of that radiation problem still.
Okay, so I'd like to try to puppet one of them, see if it actually does anything.
While she's puppeting, Harker's actually going to come back to sort of the edge and
Yeah, flee.
no, like he's gonna radio. He's also gonna keep his distance from you guys.
It's like I want nothing to do with any of you.
Well, he's more like, all these guys were clustered together. So if it was some sort of like weird grenade or something that caused the issue, we're better if we're split up. But he's gonna radio the guy on the plane and ask if anyone just showed up in like the cloning chambers back at base.
Says he'll ask and get back to you.
Cool.
Okay. So do I just do a tech attack for that?
Yes, you should. So you lock on to what you think the mech
Mm-hmm.
really tells you that there's nothing there, but lock onto something. And you do your standard viral package. And get a system readout. And there's a brief moment where your systems kind of lock in, and there's a mech. Get the readout of the mech. Pilot. Like, because there's internal pilot. There is a dead pilot in a mech.
Oh.
The mech systems are all out of whack. The feedback that you get that there was some sort of high energy pulse the systems are like failing catastrophically. The pilot is like super duper dead. Like high energy pulse penetrated the mech entirely.
So he's double dead.
And that's
So
what
the echo thing.
that's what you're getting on your sensors. Like you're getting like the last like black box data off of the mech that you've hacked into. And then the data just like fizzles.
It just cuts off.
Yeah.
So the echo thing was kind of a
Out
close.
shadows.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
you
So
know,
Kat's gonna
you're
she's gonna get on the.
you're getting what remains.
Okay. So Kat's gonna get on the voice. And she's just gonna be like, okay, Al, I need you to listen to all this without breaking out because I am still sitting on top of you.
Nope. Oh, okay.
Just start
Yeah.
flailing your hand and knock you off.
The pilots are all dead. They are very dead. It was some sort of energy explosion that hit them. It cut off. Like I got into the black box, but it cut off. Like, and I don't know where the energy explosion came from. And oh, by the way, guys, I was checking the times, and the last team disappeared in what's probably like 10 minutes from now.
Yeah, so what was it? 3 different energy explosions? What in the world's going on?
There's so Al is silent for a good 5 seconds, and then he just goes, "So yeah, we're getting the fuck out of here then, right?"
So, Romy, while you're listening to this conversation,
Oh God.
would you like to brace?
Oh God.
Sure.
Probably a good idea. Hold on.
Didn't we just give you the mesh that you can brace and move?
I
Isn't
don't
that
know
what
if
we
that's
just
the one
gave
we
you
got.
today? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
but I didn't use that. I used the
That's
viral
cool.
logic suite.
So you brace. You take 5 AP damage.
AP damage.
Yeah, so that means your
Armor
armor
piercing.
does not negate that at all.
Oh, okay. So just 5 straight to the mech.
You realize that you've just been blindsided by a anti-material rifle, and like there was a split second where like your system lit up with like an incoming like munition warning, and like you instinctively like braced. Um, and you realize that on the ridge there's now a mech.
It just appeared, or did I not notice it come in?
You don't know. It is now just there.
Is it one of these mechs or a different one?
No, like obviously because it just shot you.
You can see it. You can't read it. Like you can't get a reading because it is quite a bit away from you. It is 21 hexes outside of your scanning range. Yeah, you just took an anti-material rifle to the mech.
So I probably shouldn't climb out and try to remove parts from this mech.
No.
It is probably a bad idea.
Are we still like free move, or am I now?
You are now in combat.
Yeah, it's like...
Are we all in combat?
Yes. You are all now in combat. It is a single mech that hit you from 21 hexes away with an anti-material rifle.
So I want to get out my assassin drone and stick it in that one little spot right in front of me.
Not one.
Kat's just gonna kind of like they've been observing this, right? So she's kind of like, Al, the idea of getting the fuck out of here doesn't work anymore.
Kind of in front of me, not behind me. Well, I guess I can move it now.
Yeah, you have control of it now.
Yep. Okay. And
Al swears.
yeah, I think Remy swore a little bit too. Oh, I guess I should have started with a drone too. Can I pull out my guardian drone?
You have a drone. You have a snare drone sitting to the
Well,
south
that's
of
not
you.
one of my Orochi drones, so I'm supposed to start with one of those.
Okay, so which one did you want?
The guardian.
Okay. Anyone want to do anything before their official turn starts?
I mean, I'm already on his back, so I don't need to attach. But I think that is definitely out of my sensor range. So
You can see it standing on the head, like the ridge. It is a four-legged walker drone type looking thing. It's a mech of unfamiliar origin. It is clearly not a Blade Cult mech, and it has a big ol' honking railgun on its like frame.
Al is going to. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it is. It is as big as it can fit into like one square. It is big. It is well armed.
Okay. I guess before the official turn starts, I can do stuff like move. Yeah.
I'll give you one movement.
So I can't like move twice, just move once.
You don't get a boost. You get like a regular move.
I'd like to use my one movement too.
You use your action to put out a drone.
Well, if I knew that, I thought I was taking a full action where I could move too, because that was going to be my next thing.
I guess I'll just kind of trundle forward.
Help, help, I've been shot.
Help, help, I'm being oppressed.
okay, question.
Sure.
The mechs that are here and not here, so what remains?
Yep.
They are, I am assuming, being treated as tangible, so we can't like move into their space, right?
Correct.
And are they any sort of cover given?
Not for the albatross.
Not for the albatross, no. But I meant for like.
For another mech, they'll still count as soft cover.
Right.
Soft cover didn't do a damn thing for me. A second ago.
You got hit with a sniper rifle.
And you weren't really behind anything.
Yeah.
From that mech, you were pretty straight on. Like, there was nothing blocking. Okay. I'm trying to figure out like that dude is 35 hexes away.
Yeah.
He's a lot closer.
He's real far away.
Welcome to Railguns.
Yeah.
We'll get there in a couple hours, don't worry.
Wait.
I mean, I think the goblin is not any faster, so getting off doesn't help.
Rumi is making. I'm
Well,
not usually on the front line.
technically we could get there pretty fast. Because technically, you have your movement, and then I could puppet you to move your full movement again.
I will say that if you can get a fully obstructed line of sight between the enemy mech through the gray terrain, that will not be an obstructed shot. So if it passes fully through the gray without any like possible
Kissed by a rose on the gray.
Yeah. So like Romy right now Just barely doesn't get it. But like, if you go through the hex fully, you get like an obstructed shot. They can't shoot you with the railgun.
Put me down here.
So right now, technically, the albatross is cover against the railgun. So right
So I'm the
now,
only one
you are the only one that can be shot by the railgun right now.
Yeah,
again.
you might want to change that.
Well, I tried, but apparently calling out a drone.
Well, don't forget, you always start combat.
Yeah.
You just got ambushed. Does Harker have anything else? I think Harker just moved, right? Yep.
Yeah,
So start of combat. Who's going first?
I would like to move.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. I guess I want to go down.
Yeah, you do.
What the? Hold on. Mouse is going crazy on me. Okay.
What are you doing?
That's not me.
Oh.
Serpentine.
That's Monty.
Dodge, dip, dive, duck, and dodge.
I'm just like, what? Wait.
I do like that I said my mouse is going crazy, and then that happened.
I know. That's why I was like connecting the two. Like it was like it didn't connect that it was the wrong color for you. I just was like, I don't. What?
Okay. And would you stop it? I'm gonna go ahead and
That's the AI in the background.
Yeah, she programmed the AI to sound like the
like a
dog.
dog because of the whole dog thing. Go ahead and call my other drones.
Let's see. A
Shredder and a hunter.
better hunter. Do you get a tempest?
Yeah, go ahead and pull the Tempest too. I'll do that as my second pull, and then I'll end my turn.
Good draw on me.
Place them where you want.
Okay.
Yeah, well, like, oh, we're hiding. Thanks. Good first shot. Now we're not staying there.
It moves.
It does. You can attack against me.
Against whom?
Romy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that hits.
Yeah. So that's going to do 4 damage. You do get your armor against it. It also knocks you back 1 away from it. It hits you with missiles. So
Oh boy.
you see like an arcing
I-
wave of missiles come up over the mountain and come
Did
crashing
you
down
take
on you.
did you take the Guardian drone into account?
Can we like try opening comms and like can we at least know who's killing us right now?
Guardian drone does. Well, I'm pretty sure you still are getting hit by an 18.
Okay, and you said how much damage?
It's 4 before your armor. So armor
Okay,
what?
so
1 or
I'm down
2?
to 2. I'm 1 armor.
Okay.
I think. I don't know if it went up. I don't think it did.
It does then knock you away from.
Oh, I'm happy to go away.
Yeah, it's like that's not a punishment.
No.
So can we use the comms to try to hail the dude killing us? Like, can we at least know who's killing us?
You could certainly attempt it.
I'd like to do that. Like, I'm just gonna like tunneling up. Like, can we know who's killing us? Like, just try to figure out
I
because we
think
know it's not a Blade Call.
I think it's Deadshot.
Okay, but that doesn't. Not an
We
identifier.
crossed over into the DC universe.
Is it just silence in my tone? Like no one.
Oh,
No
are you
response?
taking your turn? Like, technically, you have to do it on your turn. So, you guys taking your turn?
Yeah, we can. It's a free
Yeah, I
action.
mean,
though,
like,
right? Yeah.
So, you open comms. And you're just like, you're just asking who it is.
yeah, just like
What the fuck?
yeah, basically, like it's just like
So
uh,
you
what the
get
fuck? Who the fuck?
New Mech who this?
you get a response. There is a woman on the other side, and it's not polite, but it's not like super rude. She just kind of tersely responds. She just goes, "They call me Deadshot. I've been paid to kill you."
Well, at least it's not personal. If it's about the
Yeah,
dog, I can stop visiting as much.
No, Kat's just gonna be like, oh, okay, well, understood then. Like she's not gonna know what else to say. She's like, okay, well, like I mean,
I'll pop some of the comms and goes, us specifically or
anyone who
what?
understands, yeah, like
I'm just here to kill whoever enters the zone.
Romy pops up and says, "Now Deadshot, soon just dead."
no,
And her
no,
You
best
say that,
Arnold
and
Schwarzenegger.
you say that, and she actually laughs, and she goes, "Not how I see it from this side."
Well, I
Kat's
have
just gonna like,
repair kits.
Kat's just gonna chime in and be like, were you responsible for like the distortion field going on here? Just asking.
She kind of pauses, and she goes, like she's thinking about whether or not she should answer your question, and she simply goes, "It's not one of my guns."
Oh damn.
Well, tell her, some mechs just disappeared there, and it's going to happen again in 10 minutes, and you should leave.
Kat's gonna go like, are you on the side with the person causing the distortion field? Because otherwise we're all just gonna die to it. So we're just checking.
She doesn't respond.
Okay.
It's chosen not to answer that.
Okay. Well, I mean, like the fact that she's not worried about it makes me think. Because otherwise it'd be like, what distortion field? Like, what the fuck? You know, like. So she's aware of it at least. So it's not
Correct. It's just simply chosen not to answer your
not
question.
that's fine. She doesn't have to.
I would like to point out, Bray is literally the only person that would recognize this. But Deadshot was Knight's character.
Oh. That's right. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, that's a long distance. But that okay. Okay, so our turn. Monty, you have to go first.
Right. All right. So I guess I'm just gonna boost forward because I want to get in the fray. All right. So I'd move then boost. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Because there's
Right.
not much we can do to like prepare back here. It's like
Yeah.
just make sure you're staying behind.
Oh yeah. leave your goblin there for a second.
This feels like an inside job.
Yeah, we should be good there. Okay. Yep, this is where I'm going.
Gonna boost?
Okay.
That was my boost.
Oh,
Yeah.
is your move 3?
Yeah, yeah. I like how you thought mine was as bad.
I was like, oh, okay. Okay,
Like,
Yeah,
so his is
I'm-
mine
really
isn't
bad.
great. It's at 5, but
Okay.
boy.
So-
Speed 3, evasion 7.
So he's almost blast drill speeds. Cool.
Yes.
okay.
can
So
outrun a
if
blast drill.
I'm trying to figure out. Not here. Ah, that's still too far. Damn it.
It real far.
Yep.
Like, is that all you would move forward?
I think that's
Hold on. I have mine hidden.
Yeah. Roger.
Like you would. Is this all you'd be able to move forward?
I mean, pretty much, right?
yeah.
Yep.
I'm not sure what thing I should be starting with because
So he would move.
like, is it from his head or from like where like the outer like the outer
So
head?
this is. It doesn't matter. It's outer hex to outer hex. So if you draw from here, the furthest that like this
This is
knee
the
basically is here. So you would be here.
That would be so just out of range.
Yep. Welcome to hell.
That's the
Okay,
downside
well
of
that's
being
what
big.
I was trying to see if there was a point. Well,
I mean, I could technically like move to like here, maybe here or so. But
all right. I want to. You did your turn entirely, right?
yeah, I pretty much can't do anything else.
Okay, so I want to create a false idol of
The golden cow.
Romy.
Yay.
And I can
Bow
place it.
before me.
I can place it within my sensors. So I'm gonna place it like right here.
False idol can be what? Anything?
False idol is either yourself or an allied character within sensors.
Yeah. So
And you create a
you're
false idol.
copying Albatross.
No, I'm copying Romy.
Oh, Romy. Okay. And where did you want to put it? Oh, I just have to another.
Just like around here.
Okay.
Just to buy Romy some time because I can't do much from my position right now. So that's my first action. I think the other ones don't technically say they have to be in sensor range, but I'm assuming they do. Question mark.
Generally speaking, everything needs to be within your.
Because it says like gain the following invade options. You create a size 3 data construct of free spaces adjacent to your target, but not adjacent to each other.
Generally, it should be within your.
Yeah, I know, and most of them say that, but
Although-
like that one doesn't. Okay.
Because if it doesn't say line of sight, I would have to assume it defaults.
It doesn't say line of sights or sensors. Like some
What
of
is
them
this?
do.
This is the.
The horse system upgrade 3, I think.
Okay.
Dimensional emblems. And celestial shackles. Neither say sensor.
Okay, so yeah, so you have to pick a target for invade. So you have to so you're invading somebody.
Okay.
Yep.
That's what I was just making sure, because I was just like, okay. And then I guess. I guess I am gonna puppet Monty a little closer. You can decide where.
So just like 3 closer.
Yeah. I just took over your system and went, nope, screw that.
Un, deux, trois. Moving.
And so that'd be the end of our turn.
Yeah. What is the defense stat on your drones?
What?
Romy's drones. What is their what is the hit target for
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Let's
their
see.
save target? Or no,
Save
I'm
is,
sorry,
I
not
think,
save target. Their evasion. Sorry.
evasion. Do they share my evasion? I think.
10. Drones are all 10. Okay.
Oh, they're all 10. Okay.
So yeah, this is just gonna be a missile salvo.
Oh, is that
Three.
all?
Do one roll for all of them since it's the same save. Nope. So it misses.
Yay.
So Parker. Yep.
Parker's muted.
Oh nope, they take reliable 2. So not that it super matters since they have quite a bit of an HP modifier from you.
Parker just moved. There's not much else he can do.
Boost also, or
Oh, that's true. Oh.
also we.
All right, he's gonna stay there.
Battle music.
Yeah, why not?
Cognitive.
Ah, jeez. All right, so everybody's gone. Top of the round, basically. Wants to go first?
You want an
What?
imminent danger want to go first, or
Wait, but doesn't. Oh, did Deadshot move back? What?
Deadshot just fired off a salvo of missiles for their second action.
Oh, okay.
If you're wondering, they are indeed an ultra, so they get to go twice.
yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, I figured that too. I just was.
Since
Oh,
I'm
okay.
throwing one NPC against 3 players, 4 players technically, although the one player takes the same turn as another player.
I still count.
You do count as a player, but in terms of like action economy balancing, like
No, like you're just trying. No, I get it. You don't think I count. You don't think I count.
actually these drones all got pushed because liable there.
We can move forward, and then you can do some stuff because you have range 20 stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
I could go first and heal myself and give you guys some. Well, I guess I can't do both.
That is correct. If you heal, you take up your turn.
It's everything, yeah.
May as well heal first. Yeah.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and do this real quick.
Well, then,
I
do you
will.
need to go before us? Like, what?
It would help because I'm gonna give
Okay.
y'all a buff.
Okay.
I am going to use the thing I forget the name of that I just got. Where is it?
It is useful if you remember the name of the thing you're using.
Yeah, it is. Would you stop it?
He's mad at you that you forgot the name.
I would like to use my drone commander rank 3 talent to
I like that your dog is heckling you now.
so
That's the
basically
endo for you.
I send a pulse of energy to allied characters within range 3, and I can connect it to another allied character within range 3 and give them all 4 overshield.
So yeah.
So I'm gonna give my guardian drone overshield, myself overshield, and then cat and owl overshield.
That how that works? Because the way you just described it does not align with what you're describing.
Yeah, it's you send a pulse of energy to an allied character, including drones within range 3. Drawing a line to them, you may extend the pulse from your target to another allied character, extending the line to them as long as they are within range 3. And you may continue extending the line as long as you don't target the same character twice.
The problem with
Allied
that is
characters.
you are
I
not
think
an
it's a
allied
straight line.
character to yourself.
Do what?
You're not an allied character to
Oh,
yourself. You're
okay,
your own
so I
character.
don't get it.
So the issue is if you do that means that you can't hit the drone. You can only hit Albatross. And then
Well, the drone is 3 away from them, isn't
is
it?
it?
I think so.
Yes it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So from me to the drone to them.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna run some. Right there should be good.
I like how I wasted a false idol on you running.
Hey, it might still help.
Only if she decides to target you.
Well, I taunted her. She should.
I mean, or she's just gonna blow up your drones. Like that. That's also a thing because that's literally what's about to happen.
Or that.
Because
Yeah, well, I could have done something against her, but you wanted to go first.
it's fine.
Well,
You
I
got
gave
buffed
y'all a
for
thing.
overshields. You have 4 shields, right? Write it down. That'll stop 4 damage, which is conveniently the damage of munition. So missile salvo on your drones, which they take a reliable 2 damage. So she is whittling those things down.
I mean, that makes her smarter than everybody else.
Kawaka.
You guys are next. Presumably the dynamic duo is going.
Okay.
Team Huckleberry.
Is there?
Team Tombstone.
There you go.
That just makes me want pizza.
I was
can-
going to the movie.
What do you want in your tombstone? And this thing, it's now whenever I try to do this aiming thing, it moves the entire
I
freaking
think
map.
that's the bug that requires you to reload.
All right, hold on. Let me just reload. But yeah, it's thinking about it. 7. It's counting me down because I got to go through the advertisements. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. So now I can pan view over here, select /move, do the little thingamabob. I'm gonna move over Nya.
Well, be careful about making sure your head isn't gonna step above that ridge.
It won't. This is, I mean, my head's gonna be here, and so
Okay. I was just making sure.
yeah. So like line of sight wise, we should be good because it's still gonna be through gray. So like I said, we're gonna head over here. Perfect. Okay.
The only reason I said anything is because we're getting really close to when we got.
Yeah. Or you can use me as cover. I'll soak all the damage. And so I need to think about my next action here. I don't just want to double move because I think that you're. Well, actually, I probably should, because you're in range now for your shenanigans.
Yeah, I am.
But I want to be in range for my shenanigans. So once again, I think I'm just going to double move here. I'm going to boost down to here, and then you should still be able to do your
Oh, yeah,
thing,
like. Okay.
but only just.
Well, I
So,
mean, I just is just enough. So.
yep. So I'm popping down here.
Okay.
Okay. So take her away.
Wish I could.
We'll say that is technically rough terrain for you because you're between elevations, but fine for now.
Okay. Well, I could just like pop up here,
Okay.
right? And then
You
that
are
should be okay or
occupying
not?
spaces that are those.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah. So like, it's not
Okay.
impossible for you to get around. It's just you are currently now on rough terrain.
I guess I kind of set up a bit of an obstacle course.
Yeah, you did for us.
Yeah.
Waka
fine.
waka, whatever. Everything's fine. You're gonna be fine.
We're surrounded by literally dead pilots in a time-altering state.
Assholes. I'm surrounded by assholes.
I'm just figuring out which one is. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do is put a lock on her.
What?
Let's see. That is okay.
Check those
So
numbers. Lowest modifier you can roll is. You have an 8 modifier, right?
and I get an automatic
Fine.
accuracy.
Fine. They are target locked.
Like you don't even need to roll. It's fine. Okay. So that will give me the scan.
Oh, 1 second. Thing the camera for the viewers at home, so they Battlefield. All right, so Deadshot. They are a sniper ultra. They have a -2 for hull checks, 1 for agility, 1 for system, 1 for engineering. They have a modified sensor range of 20. They have 4 structure, 15 HP per structure, reactor 4, heat capacity 6, speed of 4. They have a save target of 11, an evade value of 10, e defense of 8. They get 2 activations, and they have a lot of abilities. Let's start with their weapons because they have multiple. They have the anti-material rifle, which is an AP ordnance loading weapon. It gets 2 accuracy, +2 to attack. It does 10 damage. It is a super heavy weapon, so it takes a full action for them to fire it, and they have to reload it. They also have a marker rifle, which allows them to make target locks on people as an attack. When they target lock people with the marker rifle, as long as you are locked on, you are considered shredded, and you cannot hide, and you cannot become invisible. It targets.
So you might want to become invisible before that happens.
Yeah, it targets your E defense as well, so your agility does not help you. And you are familiar with the missile pods. They are arching. They have reliable damage. It does a knockback of 1. It does 4 damage when it hits. And it can target 1 to 3 enemies. Let's start talking abilities. It has a lot of them, because it is an ultra. A character within line of sight and range 20 gains the sniper mark. The anti-material deals 1 structure instead of damage against things with the sniper's mark. You always know if you have the sniper's mark on you, You can take damage normally if you are in cover or prone when you are hit with the anti-material rifle. You can take a prone as a free action if you are marked with the sniper's mark. You can only mark one character at a time, but once someone's marked, it takes a full action to move it. So basically, they lose their turn to designate someone on their shit list. But basically, it just destroys the structure on a hit if it chooses to mark you. It does deal 1d6 extra damage whenever it rolls a crit. So if it rolls 20 or higher after modifiers, it deals whatever damage plus 1d6. It clears one condition at the start of the turn, and at the end of the turn, repair one destroyed weapon or system as an ultra. It takes half damage from anything originating from range 3 or further. Harder to kill them. It does ignore cover normally when making range attacks, although that does not ignore the cover save that you're going to get from the anti-material sniper mark. So like it will ignore the bonuses to your defense, but you will not take structure hits. It also has an ability called Dead Metal Rounds. As a quick action, it can load the anti-material with over-penetrating rounds that turns its weapon into a line 20 instead of a 25 range. Single target. So it just basically hits everybody in a line of 20.
So we don't want to be in a.
Correct.
No conga lines.
Yeah, it also has an ability called Selective Loader. Before it makes an attack with the anti-material rifle, it can load a special armor, special ammo, which gives it different effects. So it has an electromagnetic ammo. Wow, I don't know why I keep saying armor. If you get hit with the EM ammo, you have to pass a system save or you become jammed till your next turn. It has a flare, which makes you lose hide or invisibility, and you cannot gain it until the end of your next turn. So it can take you out of invisibility. It has impact rounds, which normally would knock you prone if you fail a hull save, although Albatross still cannot be knocked prone because it is smaller than he is. It also has Molten, where if you do not pass an engineering save, you become shredded until the end of your next turn. So it's anti-armor, basically. It also has an ability called Eye of Midnight. It's a quick action. When it has Eye of Midnight, it becomes slowed, so it only moves 2 instead of 4. But while Eye of Midnight is active, it can overwatch on all of your turns. So
Well, that sucks.
Yes. Keep in mind, Overwatch only allows it to fire the missile pods. It cannot Overwatch with the super heavy. But that also means that it can just keep slapping you with missiles if you are going to get into range of it. It also teleports when it moves.
Hacker.
Yes.
I forgot to aim my assassin drone when we set it out. It needs to draw an area of denial.
Chat?
It needs a 2 blast area circle from that point.
Last 2?
Yes.
Last. Just. Just. Okay. That's square. I really should have saved the last blast too.
Yeah, I don't be using it pretty much every time.
Okay.
Looks like a 2.
Not quite.
It's like a 4.
Blast 2 is actually real big.
Yeah,
2
it
hex
is
is.
pretty big.
2 out.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm thinking blast 1, which
Where are
is
you
like,
centering the blast 2? Right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so my second point, my turn.
Sorry, I'll get rid of that.
uh,
Now that area of denial, does that keep me from moving through there too?
No, it'll just attack.
I was gonna say, this is now turned into the aggro crag. Like, what are you doing?
Don't step in the lava.
okay.
It's fine. Just debuff your party. They don't need to do anything.
I am going. Oh yeah, it's quick tech. I can do this. Okay, just making sure. I'm gonna do the hurl into the duat deck.
Okay. Let's see.
If I succeed, she takes 2 heat, and the first gate will be put on her,
Yep.
which means that I control their standard move next.
Okay.
It's the only thing I have to do right now. So,
Alright.
plus some of the later gates might be useful. I don't know.
Okay.
So I don't know what symbol we have to use for gates.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
The Naruto system
Microsoft.
is an increasingly angry Rock Lee.
Yeah, the issue is we need to track multiple gates, so actually I'll just make a bit on the sheet. You are at first gate.
Yeah, first gate. So
Okay. So they take 2 heat.
we can't see their heat.
I know.
We're supposed to be able to see their heat.
I
That's
know.
my point.
I have to configure it though. Like I have to do. I have to
I thought
do.
you were just going like, I know, and I'm like, yeah, no,
one
that's
step
not...
at a time. Like I had to do the thing, and it's just things.
Well, that
Like,
usually means I know because I did it on purpose.
Yeah, no. When you say I know, like 95% of the time, it's like, yeah, screw you.
Kind of like things are disappearing off the map. Oh, I know.
there you go.
It's like,
There you go. It is their turn. Where are you moving them 4 squares?
Off the map. Off the map.
Can't go off the map.
No.
That's not how that works.
What do you guys think about like
Straight up so they fall down and take damage.
that would still? Well, no, that screws over Hawker. So that would be bad.
So you're moving them? Yeah?
Yeah, I control their movement this time.
I mean, like,
Can you-
anywhere here is good.
Can you ram it repeatedly into a wall?
I can
Oh.
move it here.
That way you want it?
Like, does that, you guys?
That jibes with me.
Sure.
Like, is Hawker still safe from an attack there? Someone do a line to Hawker to make sure it goes
Mhm.
enough. Is that
Yeah,
enough of the?
It goes
Gray.
through full gray, I would assume. Yes. Benevolent GM.
I mean, yes. Sort of. It's just the
But
enemy
also it can
ignores
just-
cover, so like.
Yeah, well, I mean that doesn't like that aspect doesn't matter. But I was like just in case she reloads the railgun at some point.
Right.
But also there's this triangle of I can move down here. Fuck that guy.
Okay, so
Are
And
you
this
having
guy.
fun?
So how does the how does the ignoring of cover work? 'Cause
Okay,
technically Parker
so-
has soft cover.
Right. So it ignores all cover when it makes attacks.
All cover. Okay.
It can take off your invisibility, but you might want to. You might want to. You might want to go invisible when your turn starts.
Yeah, you theoretically you want to go invisible sooner than later because it can remove your invisible and prevent you from going invisible.
Guys, I just saw ghost writing.
So this is where we put it. It's its
So-
turn, so it gets its actions
Yeah.
after this. But like this is where we're
Yeah.
putting it.
It
Okay.
doesn't get to move, from what I understand.
Correct. You've used up its move.
I used up its move.
Correct.
Well, keep knocking it until you knock it into my assassin drone.
Well, that was part of the point, yes. But then I realized if I took it down, it could just like flat out like railgun Harker, and I was like, that's probably not ideal.
I mean, you have to break a few eggs.
Well, so anyways,
So Harker, so his soft cover is ignored because he has a skirmisher, he has soft cover, but that's ignored. So that also doesn't mean it means that the carapace adaptation doesn't come into play.
when it attacks you, it ignores that you have cover. You have something that benefits you while you have cover. Depending on how it's worded, it still works.
When in soft cover, ranged attackers receive +2 difficulty.
So it would not benefit from that because it's cover.
Okay.
It is a sniper. It's real
Well,
hard.
it ignores the cover technically, but also they're also technically in soft cover. So like
Right.
I would say it still counts because you ignore the cover otherwise, but this gives you an extra thing on top of that. You're still in soft cover technically.
The soft cover doesn't matter.
Where are you
to
getting
it,
the carrot from?
It's a frame trait on the metal mark.
Okay, so it's a metal. Okay, let me just double check. So, right, but
Yeah,
the way the way carapace adaptation is instead of the +1 from being in soft cover, it becomes +2. So because the enemy is ignoring soft cover, you do not qualify for the +1 that carapace adaptation modifying.
Okay.
Mm.
I always hear this music in my head whenever I'm rules lawyering.
All right. So skirmish. All right. So skirmisher really doesn't help much.
In this case, it won't. Anyways, the boss gets to do a thing. So it's going to target the 3 mechs within 20 with missiles.
That sounds like a no.
Can we somehow convince her that the other mechs are here and armed and she's outnumbered?
Yeah, because you moved out of range, even though I set up a damn thing that
Well, I'm
helped
glad
you.
I'm out of range now. He's shooting people.
No, like it would have had to pass the systems check.
Yes,
Oh,
That's the point of the idol.
yes. Except for now, the idol is protecting someone that's not even being attacked.
Yeah, who does not benefit from the protection because
well,
they are
I don't know
ungrateful.
how the idol works, apparently.
Clearly you don't know how most of the things work because you freak out about getting a lock on you
I'm-
too.
You know how many arms I have to control at once?
So, anyways, Deadshot has fired off 3 missiles. So the first one is going to Milovani. If it misses, it does a reliable 2 damage. You are immune to knock at this point, so you're fine. You don't move. You take an automatic 2 damage. This one's going to Albatross. Automatic 2 damage. Your armor should stop that. And this one's going to Harker. It is a critical, which does an additional 1d6 damage. So, okay, only one, so you take 5 damage. It's not armor piercing though, but it does knock you back 1.
See, I mean, I've taken like 8 damage so far. So I think we're still doing good.
And hardcover is also completely ignored.
Correct.
Okay.
Because this weapon's arching, so it doesn't need line of sight to see.
Okay.
Also, technically, when it fires the through bolt rounds, it does not need either because it's line attack, so it's just through the sensors, like the terrain, basically. So, you know, it can't do that every turn, but when it does, that's bad.
Okay.
Parker's turn actually.
Visible. If you don't go invisible now, you might not be able to get to.
Did I go
Yeah,
this round?
I
Has
guess
this been a
so.
really
I guess
long round?
invisible.
You started this round.
Yeah,
Okay.
you made us. You
Yeah.
went first, and then you went out of range, so that the idol I made of you was wasted. I should have made it of Parker.
Next time you make an idol, you have to tell me what it does.
No, I don't. Like, I'm not gonna bother making an idol of you again.
You've just been banned from idols.
Well, I'm gonna move back after
You've been
repair.
banned from Wayfar Idol.
Damn it.
Home to the farm.
Is he in that? Is that space him? Her?
No. Base.
So like, oh, the center. Okay.
Yeah,
It's only a size 1.
yeah, it's a size 1. It just kind of.
The legs are gonna just spread
Yeah,
out.
it is a big size one.
So he's like
A big one, if you will.
Sure.
He is gonna go invisible, I guess, as long as that lasts.
Yeah.
Especially after that hit.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't want to be seen by the thing that can do that.
Time to go ghost.
And yeah, I guess he's just gonna move. There's not much he can do.
Okay. So
Um,
this will be top of the round. I'm gonna say let's take a 10-minute break because we've been going for about 3 hours.
Yep.
Try and remember to do breaks more often. So yeah, we'll take a short break, about 5-10 minutes.
For these messages. Also, AFK a moment.
I had to go check his food. Check on my food. Who am I echoing to? Oh.
I don't have anything to spend on those new banners anyway. Yeah, I saw that. I did too.
I mean,
Oh. I want to get geeky now. For now.
But don't you have to get like multiple ones in order to refine it? I mean, that is template for. Yeah.
I have Amber.
Yeah, I think that you what thing you guys got was because I did not get the cake from my alliance, so I'm assuming that was my in my defense, that was with the 8 times that I had on Google. So that I did spend $100.
I got some
no.
stuff the other day. Would it show it to you in your transaction history? Because I don't see anything that says your purchase.
It takes a while for it to go to the.
Well, I told it to check, and it.
No, like.
Oh,
I mean, for it
okay.
to go to the alliance, it
Well,
takes
would
like
I
7
see it
days,
in my history?
Yeah.
Well, I don't see it there. All I see is alliance member purchases.
Did you not connect your?
No, I connected it. I used the same email connection and everything. PC. Oh, shit, that sucks. Well, now I know.
Yeah, we do all our purchases through Google because Google also gives points
Yeah.
that you can spend to get money back again. So I'm using all the dipping. No, same. Mine gets 2% back for every purchase I make. Yeah. I think so.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're back to Wayfar. Since everybody's here, took we're only like a minute over that. Yeah.
You
So
said like it could be up to 10 minutes. I don't like.
yeah, I said 5 to 10 minutes. It was 11. I didn't. I wasn't sure exactly how long that took. Fine.
We're gonna get disciplinary notices.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So top of the turn. Who's going first?
All I'm gonna do is heal this time.
I was gonna do a tech attack. Try to get the heat up all the way.
You can feel free to use that lock on.
Yeah, let's start with the tech attack. Yeah.
Is they can repair a system. They can clear a condition at the start of the turn. Can they get rid of heat like the other guy could?
It's a standard action to stabilize and click. Yeah. Basically, if they do that, they won't fire the.
Yeah, they have to use it instead of shooting.
Yeah.
So.
So I mean, they can fire the missiles, but the missiles are annoying to multiple things, whereas the rail rifle just says, you know, fuck you to one person.
Okay. Well, if you do that and consume the lock on, that's advantageous.
Is it? Because you don't have line of sight right now.
Oh, damn.
Lock on is only for line of sight.
No, you'll be fine.
You can use it for the tech attack. It's just that she can't benefit from the.
Yeah, no. I
trigger
mean, it's
effect.
still like, go ahead and use it, because, like,
You can place another one on.
Yes.
yeah, I have to do. Oh, crap. Monty, why didn't you remind me?
What?
You could have gone again.
I could have.
Because as a quick reaction when you lock on, you may nominate an allied character adjacent to you, which is you. And you can do any quick action as a reaction.
Yeah, he could have boosted.
Oh well. Next turn.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot.
I forgot too. I was just like, I was like thinking that's why I have to put a lock on. And then I was like, wait.
Fine.
Okay. So I'm gonna do a full tech attack.
Okay.
Is it called? It's been so long, I forget. Full tech, yeah, full tech.
Yeah, full tech lets you do the same thing twice.
I'm gonna invade.
Okay. Lock.
Yeah, so that's +1 accuracy. Oof,
That barely works.
barely worked. All right. So that I think
I don't remember. Wait, no, that's stealth. Yeah, I don't.
okay. So that's 2 heat, right?
Yep.
All right, and then can I do strike code, which is also invade?
The whole thing about full tech is you can.
Right. So I'm invading again, which would be another 2 heat, and instead of doing the fragment signal, I'm going to do strike code instead. Until the end of the target's next turn, they take 2 heat whenever they attack.
Okay. No accuracy.
Okay.
That
So 2 more.
rolls.
It's like none of us want to get close enough to actually be shooting at this person, so we're
Well,
just gonna go heat.
He has mostly melee weapons, which is like good, but I wanted to make use of that heat while we had it.
Yeah, no.
And then on my next turn, I'll
I
try.
think the heat is a smart move because their heat is lower than
They are
their
impaired
health.
again, which start of the turn clears.
Yeah, it
Did
was
you have
hard.
anything else you want to do before your turn ends?
No, I don't think he's gonna move. So he's
He's
good.
like, no, I'm good hiding here. Thing.
Wait, let me see how actual he is. Yeah, he can stay right there.
Okay. So, you are unfortunate to know that it had already loaded up through rounds that first turn after fire. That's why I didn't do anything that first time it activated. So yeah, the one attack line. Take the 2 heat. It doesn't really care. This will hit the Hunter Drone, Albatross, and Milvani.
A good thing I didn't move up.
Yeah, probably. Possibly gonna hurt. Yeah.
Don't we have the barrier thingies?
This is the one that just shoots in the line, so it just goes straight line across.
So the barrier things that what Wilmy put on us don't do anything.
You'll get
Yeah, the
shields.
overshield.
But it is dealing 11 AP damage.
Wow.
So you take 4 off of that with the overshield? Is that how that works?
Correct.
Okay.
The overshields are
I
basically
mean, like
temporary
I'm willing to
HP.
take anything. I'm also gonna brace.
Yeah, that's fair.
So my drone's down to 1, right?
Your drone took damage already. Your drone is just dead.
Well, it has the overshield
Oh,
on
I
it
know.
too.
That's that the one you put? Yes.
Yeah.
No, you put it on your Guardian, didn't you?
Yeah, you did.
Oh yeah. It was
Yeah.
that.
So the Hunter
That's
drone
right.
is
Yeah.
just
So
dead.
it's gone.
So that means Milovani takes 7 for bracing. Bracing will bring her down to 3. And Albatross will take 7 after over. Actually, hold on. It's brace before shield. That changed the math any. 11, so 6 brings it down to 5. Over. Yeah, actually, Milovani only takes 1.
I will take that. Damn it!
You're welcome.
So yeah.
I forgive you for moving away from my idol.
So
Wait, so it's overshield before brace or brace
it's
before
brace
overshield?
before overshield. Because
Okay.
overshield is extra HP, so
So yeah, if you brace,
take 1 AP damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I guess.
Don't sound so upset about that, jeez. Yeah. So it is going to teleport away. 4 squares.
Wait, so it teleports, meaning it doesn't like walk around.
Correct.
So I have an entire system on me that's just fucking useless.
I mean, I have no idea what system you took. Question, but apparently
Javelin
yes.
rockets.
Would that count as moving 4 spaces?
I mean, it moved. Correct. Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't move through like squares though,
Right.
so javelin rockets are useless.
Great.
Um,
2 SP that are useless as fuck.
you didn't know what you were gonna fight. That's the whole point. Also, like javelin rockets are generally real good anyway. So, like, I don't know if I would call that a waste.
But also, it's still fine because if I move her, she
You
still
can
gets
move
hit.
her on top of it. Yes, that is correct.
I can move her into whatever trap you put up there.
Yes.
If she was closer, then because range 15 actually. Let's do a little quick math.
You're fine. You're fine. Like she can only move 4, and she has to be within 20 to hit you with the line weapon. So you're fine. It's also whoever wants to go on that next, guys or
I'm gonna heal. When you heal, can you move or is it
you can move.
nothing?
No,
It takes up your 2
Okay.
actions,
Yeah.
but you can move.
Okay. So if y'all want to go before me, all I'm gonna do is heal and move forward a bit.
Okay. All right, team. I was thinking move forward and do stuff. You?
well, we both brace. So what do we?
Get 1 action each.
That's right.
Well,
So
I'm
I
gonna
could.
give you.
Well, sorry. Go on.
Okay. So depending on what you're planning to do, I can give you a second action by doing a lock on.
Correct.
So you can do your action, and then I can give you another quick action after I put the lock on.
The lock would be basically your entire turn.
Yes. But it's kind of one of those always useful to have on the bad
Yeah.
guy.
All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a move. I'm just gonna move forward so they're within 15.
That designates that there was a line that went through the cliff. There's now a visible hole that reaches the other side.
I hate this.
Quick, Hawker, go shoot through the hole.
The hole isn't U-sized, it's fine.
Hey,
Thank you,
Hawker did
Judy,
really
Issa.
well with shooting through holes before. Okay.
Yeah, it's when he has to shoot the large objects that he misses.
I can't hit the broadside of a barn, but I can thread the needle.
So just try to hit the rock and we'll be good.
All right. So that's my move.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna do a lock on, and apparently I don't need to roll for that. So.
You do
I
get
think-
an action. Your move is not an action.
Oh, right. My action.
Oh.
Well, here's what I could do. If I move, then I have my action still. So technically, I could put them. I could put javelin rockets down, and then as your action, you could move them into them. But I'm just looking at the damage over under on that. 3 kinetic versus me throwing. 3 kinetic. It's basically the difference between a guaranteed 3 kinetic and 3 kinetic. You can bump them into a couple times. What do you think? Should I just shoot them or put down some javelins?
I mean, I would just shoot
Okay.
because when we just had to both brace, and I only get one turn, like I would have to do a puppet, and that would not give you the extra reaction.
The arching shot?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I have the power.
Yeah, fair.
Do you need a leadership die?
I shouldn't necessarily.
Okay. I'm not gonna make you take a die.
We'll save it. We'll save it for
Okay.
later. It is arcing, but I'm changing up the damage, so it's gonna say explosive, but it's kinetic.
That misses.
Yes, it does.
What is that
Should've
about
taken that
not needing a?
leadership
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that misses. Eh,
Okay.
All right, do your thing, I guess.
that's a little unfortunate.
So my turn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just doing block on.
Okay, that gets me another action then, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna lay down some javelins then. Because fuck it, I guess. So I'm gonna do one here. Teleports anyways.
Yeah, I guess.
I would probably put. They don't have to be right next to them, do they?
No, they can be
No.
anywhere within 15 as long as they aren't adjacent to one another.
Right.
And what do the javelins do?
If you walk into them, hurt you.
Nice.
We had them
But
used
this one
against
doesn't
us.
walk,
Couple...
so I would have to move it.
Correct.
I don't know that I would keep them that far back.
Well, my reasoning is this is a long range one, so they're probably gonna stick to like, you know,
But I think it's
this area.
Do they last
yeah.
forever?
Effectively.
Yeah.
But I
until they're
feel like
used.
if they were just a little further closer, it'd be better. Like I'm not saying like move out of that area,
So question.
but it does no good for it to be right next to it.
If someone were to force Deadshot to move,
Hmm.
if they moved in a line, would they trigger every single one they hit?
No, Deadshot teleports.
No, if someone forced
No,
them,
if we force
No,
them.
lifting puppet.
like let's say,
Deadshot's movement are teleport.
but I'm not talking about movement. I'm talking about, let's say,
You
drag.
drag them, then yes. Pull Deadshot, yes. If puppet moves them, Deadshot teleports.
Okay, good to know. We might want to put them in.
They can't
bit
just
of
they can't be adjacent to each other.
So they don't have a movement speed. They have one teleport that can go 4 spaces.
Yes.
So you're saying I could do like this?
I believe what saying is that.
But do you have a way to drag
Yeah,
them?
but I do, but that's assuming I can only drag them as 5.
Right, but they can't be next to each other.
They can't be adjacent. So
Well, this is
But
well,
it's
this
also
is,
assuming that they stay right there.
No,
by the
I'm
time
just
it's
saying like it was
that
being
is
asked
5.
what you meant, but that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying if they're not if they're not standing right there when
Where they
it's
were,
my
where would you like them?
Do you have a way to drag them in a line 5?
I do.
Air slash.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Then I will
scorpion grapple.
go ahead and
Yes,
do
it
the
is.
thing.
I have a get over here. When they go off, is it gonna hit me if I'm next to them?
No, it hits the person
Only if you're on them.
in the
Asking for a
square.
friend. Okay. I mean, is he gonna go before I go?
Yes.
well,
Okay.
I mean, that's our turn basically, unless Cat
Yeah.
has something else, right?
no,
Okay.
that was all I could do.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna heal and move.
Well, hold on. They get 2
But-
activations. They've only done 1. They get 1 more activation.
Oh, okay.
Plus, has Helga gone this turn, or were you just
Yeah, Harker
Yeah.
started it.
Did the
okay?
full tech attack.
Okay, I was just making sure that like Wilmy wasn't like, and I'm just going next.
You guys just walk behind me to allow him to do a thermal lance again.
Um. Yeah, it is going to.
Like, I feel like that was a really bad position.
Maybe I should have moved.
Don't worry, it has to take a stabilize to reload, so it's not going to do that right this second.
Yeah, it's just the problem is like theoretically all of us are in a line.
Yeah,
But doesn't she have
kind
to be
of.
in the line too?
Conga line.
Like the line has to come from her too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but yeah. But yeah,
But she teleports, so I don't know what point you're making.
yeah, I'm not really
The
sure.
point is, right now at this very moment,
Like, if she was loaded on it, she could come down to here because she can move 3, come down to here, and then
Romy doesn't
that
think
is
that far ahead. She's in the present.
well,
She's living her best
we
life.
are aware that Romeo's an idiot, but that's not the point. The point is
I'm not really sure what the point is. Anyways, missiles are coming. It's going to target the 3 of you who are in range of missiles. So let's start with Harker.
because Romeo is still out of range, and thus
I'm
doesn't matter what
trying.
he
I
does.
can't do anything. I'm
Wait,
stuck.
does his invisibility count for this?
It will. Fine, but it's still got to target you first. So
Yeah. I'm just curious.
keep in mind, the way it works is it still has reliable, so you're still taking damage, less of it.
Yeah.
Was your armor 1 or 2?
1.
Okay, so you'll still take 1 damage because it's reliable too. But can it hit you for the damage? No. So you take 1 reliable damage, you knock back 1. It blows up next to you.
I can knock back away from her one.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one's going to Milavani. That will hit you for the 4 damage. You are not knocked because you are attached to Albatross.
I
And
am clinging hard.
Albatross, I think that hits you as well because your patience pretty
Yeah,
low.
it does.
Alright, so that's 4, but you have armor 2, so that only is. And it cannot knock you back.
I'm not gonna bother bracing.
And
anyways,
then
actually.
going to port back up the ridge.
Of course.
Okay, I'm gonna heal and move. Let's see.
Fully repaired.
Yeah, I'm gonna repair.
That's everybody, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, top of the turn.
We
I'm gonna
go.
get out of the conga line, I think. Yeah,
Although
we should
the
go.
question is, before I do that, did you want to ask Rummy to move any of their drones?
Yes.
I
This thing
moved
with
a
the
couple, but I
blades?
can move. Yeah, you want me to move that shredder out of the way?
Yeah, I kind of don't feel like getting shredded. I mean, not in that sense.
Gotta make gains, man. Gotta make gains.
Is that good?
That's fine. Yeah, it's now I have no choice but to move forward, which is what I want to do anyways. So works for me.
Watch out for that assassin drone.
This is a guy. This is a guy
Mhm.
right here. This.
No, the
No,
one that's
yeah.
aiming at you in that circle.
It doesn't
what?
hit allies.
I know, I'm just saying. Keep an eye out.
It's
Okay.
just gonna glare at me. So here's the thing. I want to get close enough to like beat face it, but I know for a fact it can outrun us. And
Yeah,
also I'd
no.
have to pop out from behind the rocks. So what do you want to do?
I mean, I feel like going melee with it is just like an extraordinarily bad idea.
Technically, it takes resistance. It takes has resistance against any attacks originating beyond range 3. So actually, having a long-range battle with it is bad.
Right. Which is why I want to get closer.
Okay. I mean,
So you have to
I
be within
figure.
this radius.
Yeah.
Next week on
Yeah.
next
So
month.
listen, I'm gonna have to rush ahead. Like that's the only way we can get stuff done. Are you good with that?
Yeah.
I feel like she's just
I
gonna
mean,
keep moving right out of range of you
I
taunting me like a
also feel
dog on
like
a
we
chain.
all need to keep in mind that we can't just keep overheating her.
Right, but I can also like almost die and then valiantly save the day, so that also works.
Should she
No,
be
because I'm
on?
on your back.
Should she
You'll
be
be
on 3? Whatchamacallits instead of 4? Didn't we
Like,
overheat
I've
her once?
almost lost the full
That's
structure
structure.
already.
Yeah, didn't she lose a structure?
She lost the
No,
reactor.
she lost the
Oh,
reactor.
gotcha.
That is what we're trying to do right now.
Structures from hit points, gotcha.
Correct. She is at 3 out of 4 reactor, 4 out of 4 structure. She's actually taken
And
no damage.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. So I'm moving ahead. If things get hairy, I can do some stuff, but this is the stuff I want to do right now.
If things get hairy, I'm jumping off your back and just hiding in the back of the canyon.
Yeah, I guess.
Because I'm not getting your cover on these, and I have no armor. So
Can you fit in that laser hole that she cut?
No.
This hole was made for me.
It is me sized.
Anyways. Yeah. Anyways, I guess I'm gonna do the Sharinga missiles again here. So here's what I can't attack with the same thing twice.
is
'Cause
she
I
in
only-
line of sight or not?
Yeah, you have line of sight.
Okay, so if you consume my lock on,
Actually, hold on. Where are? Let me.
well,
I
I mean,
was
I'm on top
checking
of
for
his head.
him.
Yeah, I'm on
You
top of his
don't-
head.
You don't have line of sight. He has line of sight. The hex that you have chosen to occupy has been dead.
When has that ever been?
I can't move my character.
No.
Oh, there we go. Okay, it was like not letting me for a moment. I was just like, what the hell?
Yeah,
She
you
can't just like scuttle down by my feet. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know why that logic is. Like,
I mean, I guess, yeah. I don't think it says you can't. It's weird because I think it sort of doesn't assume that like you're gonna occupy someone that's giant sized, because most people don't take that trait.
Game makers never met me.
Generally speaking, people don't like being the bigger target.
well, it's working out great for us.
Again, nobody who's making this game has ever met
The
me.
smallest target and the biggest target are just hanging out together.
I mean, I guess it doesn't say. Technically, you could just draw from a different square because you occupy his. Occupy their space.
Oh, that's right. Oh yes.
But you can still be attacked and targeted separately.
Yeah, I know, which you have done many
Yeah.
times.
Yeah, I guess technically it says that you occupy a space, so technically you can draw from any spaces. Sure, why not? Why not? Yeah.
Who wants to be the bigger
have line of
target? Oh no. Anyways. Yeah, so I'm gonna get that out of here. Get that arrow out of here. Move it away from me. All right.
It looks like you're harassing the mech now.
Anyways,
Oh,
as my first trick, I'm
this
going to
mech
go ahead.
hentai.
What?
No, none
Like your
of
cat.
the mechs have tentacles, okay?
I mean, the Hydra's pretty damn close. And the Goblin has suckers. I mean,
Okay.
Nope, that's a horrible word. Thank you.
The
Roll
goblin
dice.
that's attached to your mech, yes.
The goblin has suckers.
Yeah.
it does! Like, have you not paid attention to what the Goblin looks like?
It's fine. He's rolling dice
Figured
now.
it was just like
Let him roll
using
dice.
its fingies.
It's also
So, like,
spiky.
Yeah, it's like
No,
the
if you
spikes and the fingies are digging in. I figured that was it.
no, because if you look at
I'm gonna
if you look at
refrain
the
from making comments about what you just said.
like number one, I don't know how that's better at all, and I'm pasting this image in the Lancer chat. Like you can see its feet.
Just roll your dice.
And I added manipulators to mine, so that's even worse.
More fingies, you know? It's just more hands. God. Anyways,
Yeah, those are suction cups.
I said.
They look like
Like,
little frog feet.
yeah,
oh
they
look,
do.
missiles. Missiles are coming its way.
A froggy goblin.
Hey, that one has 2 hands.
Okay, that hits.
Well,
But
first of all, that's not at all what I was implying.
um, but it gains resistance to attack because it is beyond range 3, so it only takes 1 damage.
Which is awful.
Yep.
Did you mean to consume my lock on?
Yes. So there should be an accuracy on that.
I mean, it hits either way.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, like, I need the lock on consumed, so.
Yes.
I'm putting it in my mouth right now. I'm consuming it.
What is the range for that? 15, right? So you're in range. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yep. So that does 3 again, but beyond range 3, so it reduces down.
That's a better plan.
Let's hail her on comments again and see what she has to say now.
No.
Like
Okay.
we just deemed
Okay,
you.
so I'd like to say that Cat has disabled Wilmy's comms.
Is that what's going on now? We have infighting.
Yeah.
You guys have a
As
team
soon-
name? Because I feel like the team name is there is no team.
As soon as Wilmy said the line about like you dead shot, you're gonna be dead. Like that.
Hey, that was a
like, you know
classic.
what?
Classic
Wilmy
short.
can communicate within the inner channel, but strangely, the channel going outwards is completely disabled.
Classic Schwarzenegger
Weird.
line. It's the best line the entire fight.
Okay. Well, then
She
that's
just wanted to use
sad.
it before she got killed. Usually you do that after you kill the other person, but
Okay.
she wasn't so
Okay.
sure.
Okay. Albatross, do you have anything else to do?
I don't know. You hear himself again?
Oh no.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Was
Can you
that a
hear me?
full?
Yes.
Yeah. Was that a full turn or?
No, technically not. But I can't fire the same weapon twice, correct?
Correct.
You can hack her using my tech, and
I could also move the missiles back closer to her.
Literally, what you need are some Gandivers.
What?
The other missile from License of.
Yeah, well, guess what? Level 1, thank you.
Where would
well, what
you
I was
like to
saying
move
is
them?
that what I was saying was that if you put heat on her, then it's possible that we'll actually overheat her again.
Yeah, let's do that then. So
Like
attack.
yours is just the scatter one, but you're using
Still
mine.
has to. It does. Is your +8 including the bonus that you get for only when you're hacking?
No. I just have a flat out tech attack of +8.
But I can use her plus her
Okay.
tech attack.
Then that is 2 and 8 impair. Okay.
Wait. What?
Hacking, right?
Yeah, but how did he hack?
I'm assuming that you wanted him at heat because you said heat like 4 times.
Yes.
So
Okay, that's actually good.
So it just happens. I don't have to roll for it.
correct, because if her baseline bonus is +8, this particular mech has a target of 8.
I
Right.
can't.
I'm gonna roll anyways, but yeah, it's fine.
Right. So
Don't roll for
again,
better.
You eat, and you have lion and bear.
That wasted a
Okay.
good roll. Fantastic.
Okay. So my turn. I'm gonna do a lock on. Not gonna roll. I just don't feel like it.
You can't fail in this case.
I know. That's why I don't feel
Oh.
like it. So unlike Monty, I'm not gonna bother rolling.
Best target lock. Cool.
Okay. Oh, and my thingy fired autopod. So
Yeah, we already accounted for that one.
oh, you did?
Yep.
Okay.
Because
fine.
I attacked and did 1 damage, and then your thingy did 1 damage.
No one.
Yeah, we had a whole conversation.
I heard you like talking about like the one doing 1 damage, but
Yeah.
like
Yeah, we had that
Yeah, and then
conversation.
the other thing did 1 damage.
okay,
The
whatever.
autopod.
And I'm gonna do.
Is passing the action after your lock a reaction because the autopod uses up a reaction?
What?
After you target lock, you can pass
Mhm.
him an action. Is that a reaction?
It's it's his reaction.
Okay.
It says they may immediately make any quick action as a reaction, consuming your target's lock-on condition.
But
This action
the
does
tr-
not need to be attacked, but they benefit from consuming it. So it's like it's an automatic thing.
is it? Wait, what is giving you that? That is.
Rank 3 of spotter. It does not say it's my reaction. It says a reaction. I'm assuming it says. I mean, because
Not a tab for that. Why do I have to go to adjacent tab and scroll?
well, I mean, like it's under my talent.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant like it would be nice if when they did the PDF, like the individual sections had their own pages rather than me having to go to talent and like scroll down like 4 pages. That wasn't about you. That was about like their layout of their PDF. So the way it works is, as a quick action when you lock on, you may nominate an allied character adjacent to you. You have to spend an action to pass the action to. Takes 2 actions. Your lock on action, then you pass them the free action.
Okay. So at the end of your turn, if you did not move and took the lock on tech action, you may lock on once as a free action.
Correct, but Bentham full
But
call
you have to save a
eliminations.
quick action. What?
The way Bentham full cult works basically is you take a target lock as one of your actions, right? Then you take your second action that you're allowed to have to pass your action to somebody. You're gifting them your action. That's how Bentham full. Like, cause you know those times where you're like, oh, I don't know what to do with my other action. That's what Bentham full call was for. Like, I don't know what to do with my action. You can have it.
Okay. Um. Okay, Annie.
Technically, I guess you could take an overcharge. Give him an action.
Okay, well, I still have a second action. So.
Correct. So you could just give him the Bentham full call. Yeah.
Or I could just do a second action.
True.
Like I
I
don't
would
have
say
to.
you should just do a second action.
Like I just gonna log on.
Yep.
Which is not an evade. So I'm gonna go into the duat again and put the second gate on,
Okay. Let's see.
which is just gonna impair them twice, which means nothing, but it's also gonna slow them.
Yeah. For now.
But and that would have heated them.
They are already impaired.
Yeah, no, but it would have heated them.
Oh.
On a success, they take 2 heat,
Oh,
and you
2.
inflict an additional effect as follows.
Okay.
So first time, second time, third time.
That's
so
right. Okay.
Plus, it
That brings them back around. They're down to reactor stress.
so your heating is working well, okay?
It impairs them again, so they don't care.
Full impaired.
Yeah. Alright.
1 for each leg.
Why is there like a black line through back?
Because I can't erase it.
Okay.
It's Romy's version of hiding is just to cover that.
To impale your mech with a sensor bar?
I feel like that was such a Romy answer.
She's just back here fiddling with stuff and couldn't figure out how to undo it.
Because, like, I feel like the just, like, consistently whittling down the heat is working a lot better than the trying to actually harm them. They don't have that high of heat.
So they're gonna take their action. They're impair. And they're going to reload their railgun.
No.
Crap, we're in line of sight. Monty.
So is that us?
They're not gonna move. They're happy to stay there. So it is your guys' turn. Going next.
I can give you guys overshield.
Can you them?
Yep.
Or I can try to get up there and yank it over so that you guys are technically behind cover. Although it could move, I guess.
It could teleport, yeah. No, because the railgun requires a full turn because it's a loading ordnance. You have to fire it before you move.
You want me to yank it over? Well, let me see. I don't know, because you know what? Hang on.
I just feel like us getting hit straight on with that is gonna really hurt.
Would that be enough cover? I don't know if that would be enough cover. So maybe Romy should go first. I think it would still hit your toe.
Okay. Let me do that real quick.
That's as far as I can go. So
Am I going or?
Yeah, I would say do overshield.
Okay. So I'm giving everything on the map overshield right now.
Okay.
Bouncing all the way up to my assassin drone and down to the shredder and the harker and to the albatross and, well, I guess to goblin, then albatross, then the snare drone.
Or why not?
All right, cool. And I'm gonna move forward a bit. And my stupid 10 sensor range won't let me do anything.
Nope. Because if you are out of sensor range, you need line of sight.
Yeah.
Rough.
So I am good to go, I guess.
It you up its no, because you guys went first. Alright. So it is going to do action.
I don't imagine overshield stacks.
No.
Okay.
You have whatever's the highest overshield.
Gotcha.
Unless it specifically says it stacks, you just highest. So Deadshot is going to sniper's mark the albatross.
Saw that coming a mile away.
Literally.
Oh. find the marker for that. Yeah, it's a clock. You're on borrowed time.
I mean, yeah.
That is a
Okay.
full
Clock face
action.
with no hands.
So, Tremor. Go, purple mech. Let's see what you got.
Hmm. I mean, I can try to go over and yank him into that bomb, but then I'm gonna be out in the wide open.
Which means you could get nailed by.
When we know that he's not
Feeling
gonna,
that the
or
next
she's
time
not
it
gonna shoot at you next, because
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so you can jump out and jump back in next turn, maybe. I don't know if she'll get 2 turns before you go or not.
I mean, I would like to point out that Sniper's Mark only affects Albatross, but that does not stop Deadshot from turning their next material rifle shot into a line weapon. So.
Guys, I
technically-
just overheard her say something on comms about not doing what we were just doing.
Al's in the cockpit like, what are all these alarms?
Like, I think something's bad happening, but I'm not sure.
Wasn't there something about being able to go prone and not take all the damage, but can you even go prone?
You can choose to go prone.
Do not.
Just go prone and hold the goblin up in the air. And wave it around.
Christ.
I mean, technically, prone is fine as long as, but as soon as he gets stunned, I'm good.
Yes, stunned is the problem.
Yeah. But it's a lot easier to get stunned if you're prone. So.
Gotcha.
Just for effect.
What?
The Gundam Wing lock-on
Uh,
effect sound. Come on.
I actually didn't hear it. But I was like, what?
Yeah, I didn't either. So
Yeah, I
all
didn't
we
hear
heard
anything.
was
We heard
you
you hit a
just
button.
literally saying just for effect.
And then
Hold
when
on.
And then you
we heard a keyboard
silence.
button.
Like, I don't.
If you're transmitting to Roll20, I have Roll20's effects turned off right now.
No,
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
Maybe my microphone just is automatically filtering out anything that doesn't sound like me, which, I mean, that's a great, but also stop.
It's like I'm trying to do a bit
mean-
here. Come on.
Stupid, sexy stealth 700 headset.
Yeah. So, what is Harker actually going to do?
I feel like you don't. Okay. I feel like you don't need to risk something fancy right now. Because here's my argument again. We have barely touched her health. And I think we're going to do better trying to explode her than try to whittle down her.
Yeah, what I was thinking was come around the corner, try to do a tech attack with the Shrike code,
Mm-hmm.
and then use boost to try and figure out a direction to go, so that we're not like all in a line easily.
Yeah.
You know?
No.
I just gotta figure out where I want to go with the boost, because I can move. So I can move.
Then 10, yeah?
I mean, but the issue is the albatross is huge. So a lot of things end up in line with it. And it's kind of standing in the middle of the map.
Yeah, though when she aims at the albatross, she's going to usually try to aim at you on the albatross, so that's the point we really need to be careful of.
All right, I'll try the tech attack. Does that have a lock on it? Does it?
Yes, it does.
Does? Okay. So I will
Basically, even when we consume one, I get an automatic free action back on.
grab my.
Andy?
There we go. And tech attack. Good thing
Does
we
something.
have the lock on.
And
That was a terrible roll.
it
All
wasn't
right,
great.
so strike code. No.
It doesn't matter because only had to hit 8,
Yeah.
and
So strike, yeah, but without the accuracy,
yeah, no, but that's why we have the.
it would have failed by 1.
Well, you guys are gonna have a whole lot of fun when you hit your next license level.
Oh.
Yeah, everything
Jesus.
scales up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember you saying that. So I'm
This
gonna
is as hard as we can get in this license level, and then it gets harder.
boost. I'm just gonna figure out which way to go.
Probably not in a way that puts a line between you and Milovani.
No, I was actually thinking of going straight up.
I like how you just revealed she's totally going to be aiming. Period.
He's just gonna sit out in wide open and hope that invisibility helps him out a little bit. Maybe.
I'm picking up a bunch of green lines on my sensors.
What's going on?
I forgot that drone. Hold on.
Someone's using a laser pointer.
Well, everyone's gone, so top it around.
Wait, I can go again?
If you want to.
Are you playing Connect the Dots?
You can use the other,
Boost it in a different direction.
I've connected 2 things.
or you could do another invade because the
Oh,
one
you
type of invade.
Full tech.
Technically, different types of invade are fine.
Full tech lets you do the same. That's how you need to invade twice.
Yeah, but different types of invade are different.
But he's already got strike code on him, right? So it's not like it's gonna stack.
Yeah, they're impaired. You can't get any more impaired.
No, but you can just do the other one.
Yeah, they're as impaired as they can be right now.
Well, it would be more for the heat anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It's what he.
Well, what I could do is do a single tech attack. Just hope I roll decently.
I can give you a leadership die.
And then try to get.
I still have all 5 of my die.
I'm just trying to figure out if it makes sense to try and move them into that bomb. Or should I just do the 2 tech attacks and try to get the heat?
Being closer to me is good.
So you want me to try and do 1 tech attack, do the heat, and then drag it into the bomb? Potentially.
I'm good with that if y'all are.
All
Going
right.
once, going twice. Do it up.
All right. So are you doing a leadership die? How does that work?
You just roll with an advantage.
Okay. Didn't help. Didn't help at all. That's a nap.
The goggles, they do nothing.
Oh, that's bad. That's actually bad. Yeah, that's.
Is it just me or did that leadership die do more than you did originally?
Yep.
Technically, yeah.
Where's that +2 coming from?
Your grit.
Oh, okay.
So you rolled a total of 3, and the leadership die gave you another 3. Still came up short.
That's why he's not a hacker. All right, so
I swear, I said the downtime was. Can I use the downtime to teach another person how to hack?
Oh, unfortunately, no. That's not how that works.
How close am I?
Like, I don't want my skills to advance. I'm just advancing theirs.
Sadly, no.
Trying to figure out positioning. All right. How do I use the Ferris lash?
Yeah, hold on. I
It's
have
a
to.
quick
It
action.
does a lot of stuff. Choose character with an 8 as a quick action and line of sight. If they're allied, you pull them. If they're hostile, they must succeed on an agility save or be pulled 5 spaces in a direction of your choice. Ignores engagement and doesn't provoke reactions. What is your save target?
The target. Is that the
12.
same
Your
as
save is
save?
12.
12?
Your save
Okay.
is 12. You could just say 20. That's wrong. But you could say it.
I mean,
Yeah.
mine's 15, so.
My laptop with ComCon just died on me, so I'm hoping I updated this sheet correctly.
Because I have the lesson of the open door.
They don't succeed.
Ooh. I'm gonna yank them into that bomb.
Is that the path you want to take, or
Either way, that puts them on that bomb.
sure, why not? What does that do? Is that also 3? Hold on, let me check.
I'm fairly certain it is. Double checking. Javelin, 3 kinetic damage. Three kinetic damage, and that rocket goes bye-bye because it went kersploosh.
But because it's not melee, I mean, because it's not ranged.
Well, I mean, it's within range of their
Yeah, that's
ability.
what I mean.
Yeah,
Right.
So it doesn't have the things taken off either.
correct.
Right. It's also closer to getting its face beat in by me, so
I mean,
yes.
It gets to go now, though.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound right.
And it is no longer impaired.
Choices.
Albatross, would you like to go prone?
If I go prone, is that going to knock the goblin off me?
No,
No.
no, only if you get stunned.
Just
It
don't
just
crush
means
her.
that if you want to move or do anything, you have to get back up.
If I don't go prone, then I don't get any type of defense about against this thing that's about to hit me in the face for 1 structure, correct?
Yeah, so either you're about to get 10, at least 10 incoming damage that you can't armor down. You have to brace.
But what about the barriers? Do those do anything?
I mean, barrier is just extra HP. That's just all that is. So he has
Yeah, that 4 overshield
he has
too.
4 extra.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The full overshield.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
gotcha.
got 4 extra HP right now. So, but he's taking at least 10 before he braces. Or he can go prone.
Yep, I'm going prone. I'm using
that-
the castle
yeah.
for that.
If he doesn't go prone, it's just a structure hit, which he can't do anything about. So
Right.
you're
Correct.
going prone. Cool.
I'm gonna become a 1-story building instead of a 2-story building.
Yeah, kinda. Well, didn't crit you, so that's
good, I
cool.
guess.
So it is 10 AP damage.
Well, that sucks.
Well, then the 4.
But the overshield, is that after or before the overshield?
It's it's doing 10, so you can distribute that however you want. Are you going to brace? Actually, can you brace when you're prone? Yeah, presumably, yeah. Do you want to brace, or do you want to just take the 10?
Well, if I brace, then the only thing I can do is just like get up
Yes.
next turn, right?
Correct.
I'll take the 10.
Okay, so you will take 4 overshield and then 6 to your actual HP.
Yep.
Also, I would like to point out I am using this battle to introduce you to more difficult NPC types, because Sniper is just a regular NPC. I could have 4 of these on the field.
Yeah, I figured as much.
They suck. But that is its activation. You know what? No, it's actually going to move after it fires. Okay, now it is your turn.
Okay, so are you just gonna stand back up?
Yeah, that's part of it. I'll get back up here. Does the time go away now too?
No, you
No.
are marked until you die, or it chooses someone else.
Fantastic, I guess. So
Um,
getting back up is a quick action or my move action?
let me check, but let me check. Nope, it replaces your standard move, so you get your action. You just can't move, but you can boost anything else or things.
So you can boost a move if you wanted to move, but
Yeah.
So I could boost.
Yep.
But that's it, basically.
No, you get 2 actions.
No.
It replaces your movement.
Right. Okay, so I could boost and then do something else.
Yep.
Yeah, screw it. I gotta get closer. Sorry, but it's gotta happen. Should have chose a faster mech. If I go, is this gonna be a problem with the doppelganger?
You can take the elevations above. Fine.
So like
Wait.
here.
Yeah.
Did
Because
Deadshot take heat from attacking?
that fall off? That
It's
permanently?
end of next turn.
Okay. Then no.
And for my next trick, I'll do a tech attack to add more heat.
Actually, didn't you fail your hack? So no, it doesn't take that effect.
No, because it was from the it was
oh,
from
it's on the first one.
turn, but
That
he
falls off
didn't have another
eventually.
turn.
Failed.
So
Uh,
Harker did the full tech where he did the strike code again.
okay.
And then it was end of round. And then he went again.
Okay.
That was the one he barely succeeded on.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So are we good?
Yep.
Okay.
Your actions?
I'm gonna hack.
Okay.
Try to add heat.
You can't fail.
Right, so it went down to 0? What?
Nope.
He took us damage.
Uh, that could be bad. not that bad. They're exposed now, though. They on fire.
Fantastic.
Go team.
And that's me.
Okay. Okay, so which gate?
We're on third.
Yeah, 1/3 gate. Okay. I had to check to see what the. Okay. I am going to. I'm gonna do Into the Duat
Okay.
and do the 3rd gate to stun them
Okay.
until the end of their next.
Yeah, I mean, it's done automatic thing, but
Yeah.
they clear a condition start, so it just means they have to stabilize to off their ring.
Okay, and that
Yes.
adds 2 heat.
Yep.
I'm trying to decide if I want to bother doing. How far is that spot that the person is currently into you, Monty? Like, are you in range to hit them right now, or?
With my missiles, yeah. My missiles have a range of 15. But those only do 1 damage, so it's like, you know.
Um. Sorry, I didn't mean to be taking this long. I'm just.
You're fine.
And it can only move for teleport 4, so. I guess. I'm looking at my new abilities and trying to figure out.
Well, we'll fuck this thing over the most? Wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah,
Right.
exactly. I am going to use Celestial Shackles.
Sounds like a fun time.
Mark a space your target currently occupies. If they leave the affected space once at any point during your turn, you may take a free action to teleport them back to that space, or as close as possible, ending this effect. An affected character can attempt to succeed on a system save as a quick action to end the effect, otherwise it lasts until the end of the scene.
I'm sorry, did you say end of scene?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Please.
That's why I asked if it was like an okay position for you, because
Well, I mean, it'll take me like if you puppet me, I could probably get up there in like a couple, like 1 to 1.5 turns. Because we're talking about, if I can get there. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, puppet move. Yeah, we're in.
I mean, I still think heating is the way to go, but
Heating, yes, but if we can heat them and also bash them in the face with a big
I mean,
energy.
like, no, I feel like you just want to bash them in the face. I feel like that's just the thing you want to do. It is not the optimal for getting rid of this person.
Can all heat at the same time as, bashing it in the face with an energy sword. Sword is love, sword is life. sword is 1d6 plus 3.
Have you decided what you want to do?
I said I was going to Celestial Shackle.
Not you. That like. Oh wait, that's right. That's your end of turn, right? Yeah.
Yes! Like,
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's marker. Why not?
that's what they check.
I mean,
There is literally a pair of angel wings. I mean, that is a thing that's on there for Celestial Shackle.
but yeah. Anyways, let's see what I'm gonna do here. It is going to clear the stuns. Going to not clear the exposed. Instead, it's going to stabilize and reload.
Sounds like a bitch move.
Yeah, that got rid of the heat.
Romy.
Okay, let's see. So I think I'm gonna boost, which I assume lets me move twice, basically.
And then up to your.
Okay, and I can still do one action after that.
Yep.
Let's see. What I wanted to do, kind
Is your
of
move?
6. What I wanted to do kind of doesn't work with the shackles.
No, like, they can move out of it.
Yeah,
I choose when they are not allowed to move out of it.
Well, you
Gotcha.
choose to move them back into it on your turn.
Yeah. Like, you can do whatever you want. I can just shove them back in.
Okay, then I guess I will logic, do a viral
You're
logic
the...
banish.
Okay, yeah. No, that's good.
A banish.
Okay. Vanish.
Until the end of your next turn, you take 2 heat for every space you move voluntarily, up to 6.
Okay. Still got your hack.
I like how we've all decided hacking is the way to go.
Well, it is on this one.
Yeah, we've done what, 4 damage?
Yeah, it's like the damage is not working, and we're down to they only have 2 reactor cores. We're halfway down the
I mean,
speed.
Vanish doesn't just happen. You still have to succeed on your tech attack.
Oh, tech attack. Well, I just wanted to make it happen.
No, only I can do that.
There you go. Go with. Why not? Your other action?
I did a boost.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you're. All right. So, top of turn 5, you get an energy spike on your sensors.
Oh no.
Good night, guys. No, I'm just kidding.
But that's it. It doesn't seem to be like significant yet, but you do notice that your energy readings have gone up.
Oh yeah, that's no big deal considering what we know.
Either it's going to be good for us or bad for them. Or bad for all of us.
So
I think it's bad for all of us. I don't think that's like a where it is good for us.
So I can try to do another full attack, but one of the other invades I have is called Mirage, and I could try to make Cassowary invisible.
Albert.
Technically, it's the Albatross now.
Yeah.
But it goes by many names.
As long as you're kind of in that bird region, we're good.
Is that like, does someone else want to go before me? Because all I would try to do, assuming I succeed on 2 tech attack rolls, is another strike code, and then the mirage.
All I really have left is physical attacks.
I mean, yeah, you can do that. I don't.
Well, I'm just asking if anyone else wants the first turn.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Does he have a lock on him at all?
No,
I keep saying him.
because
Okay, I'll just hope for the best.
I was busy finishing the overheat and stuff.
Oop. All right, taking off the accuracy. So full tech.
Okay. First. Fade. Fade.
Well,
I
they're
mean,
both
if you want a leadership die, you can have that because I still have 4 left.
invade.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's fragment signal.
No,
Dang.
it's this time it's strike code and mirage.
Okay. That codes the heat for firing. Yeah.
Heat for firing, and then mirage. I just had it, and then I looked at something else and I lost it. Here it is. Choose yourself or an allied character. Your systems relay blurred, illusory images over their actual silhouette. Your target treats you or the character you chose as invisible until the end of their next turn.
Okay.
Make everybody invisible. Yeah, why don't you give me a leadership die? I could use all the help I can get.
Okay.
I'll try the mirage first. Woohoo! That is a nat 20.
Uh,
Okay. And the other one? Okay.
So
So that-
4 heat, 2 pending an attack, and then Albatross is seen as invisible.
Okay.
Where'd he go? Nobody knows.
Massive invisible.
For your next trick,
Um, and then I think what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just move up a little bit so we're not as close together.
Okay. The chat will activate. They're gonna do a couple of things. One, they're going to clear the condition that penalizes them for moving. They're going to stabilize again and clear exposed. They're going to then end their turn, makes Albatross no longer visible to it, and also removes the penalty for shooting.
Yep.
Okay. You guys.
okay. If you want to do a tech attack, to get the 2 heat on it, Monty.
Yeah.
If you want to do like a tech attack to get the 2 heat on it,
Okay.
then I can do 2 different tech attacks that would put heat on it, and we could just flat out take out the heat bar in one turn.
Yeah, okay, I'm good with that.
And what's your health? I'm so far zoomed away.
9 out of 18.
Okay. Okay.
You guys having fun
Well.
over there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I assume I don't have to roll, yes, for the tech attack, so I just do it. Wave my hand.
Yeah.
Is that what we're actually doing? Tech attack for
Yeah.
the first one?
Yep.
Okay. Second action?
You can
Um,
move if you want. Like you
I mean,
can.
I guess I'll move and boost to get closer.
Yep.
If you're good with that.
Yep. I always feel like I'm just being left behind.
Gotta lock those layers together.
Okay.
It's like he starts moving and she falls off and has to run to catch up.
This is how slow he moves. That's just sad.
Those suction cups don't work as well as you thought.
No, they just have like the stretching effect. It's like, damn. Okay. And that's your turn, right?
Yep.
Action.
Okay. So. Well, I'm gonna do the regular just invade that everybody has to add 2 heat. And then I guess I'm gonna buy people's time and do the into the duat.
I mean, can.
I'm mostly interested in the heat, but
Yeah. I mean, that basically ends it. Because it has now got no more reactor. That 0 reactor. So the mech basically overheats and shuts down.
Woohoo.
So, I mean, to do it's fine. You could have just fractured twice. Saved them. I just.
I mean,
You
but I haven't got a. Will you stop like ruining my like cool move? Like it's
You-
a cool move I haven't gotten to do.
I mean, fair. It is kind of amusing that you've basically taken control of a disabled mech at that point. Is what happened.
Well, I'm making sure it's no funny business, okay?
Yep, this fucker's disabled. Alright.
So yeah, you have taken control of the disabled mech. It shuts down. It overheats. That is combat.
Okay. Can we capture her? Like, so we...
Well, immediately after this, you notice that the energy levels are spiking. What are you going to do?
Kill her and run, because Remy said she's gonna die.
No. Can we like snag her from the cockpit and run the other way? I'm gonna save this.
Harker knows how to get into the cockpit pretty well.
You have time to make one attempt of something. At the rate that it's spiking. That one attempt of something that you're going.
You mean like run or?
You have enough time to attempt one thing and then run and
And then
escape.
run, yeah.
Guys, what are we doing?
Is the one thing try to get her out of, like, yank her?
Maybe.
I just feel like. I mean, maybe the albatross can just pick it up. It's only a one. We'll just carry the dead mech.
I could
With her
use
inside
the
of it.
manipulators to eject her and yank her out, but I don't know. if that would be
I mean,
great.
technically, the albatross can just carry her.
Yeah.
So there are technically 4 of you. Each of you can attempt one thing and escape. Is the one thing each of you was attempt before you escape. Although I'm guessing Milvanny's not gonna be picking up the mech, breaking
Use
into the
my
mech.
manipulator to give her the finger.
Okay.
Um,
So
No, that's
Brashki. So
Well-
Romy just makes Brashki flip off the dead shot and apparently just bolts.
Does it make sense for Kat to like try to record any of these?
Well, that's what I was saying, but then apparently Romy made a stupid decision.
Each of you gets one thing.
No, but I was gonna ask Romy's drone. to
that
see if
was
we
a
could-
joke. But if it has to be my thing, it can be a thing.
I don't know. Is
I
that
was
your
gonna
thing?
think like
No.
I was thinking like the
Christ.
drones are our best option.
Which
to-
drone?
Any of the drones, like just if we can like have one of your drones recording, so probably one without
Recording.
to see what happens with the energy spike and like broadcasting
Oh.
information back to you.
Oh, I was gonna leave them anyway. They always get replaced. They're battlefield fodder.
Can
That's
I mean-
so inefficient.
If you move your guardian drone to be near the other drones, then it has the shepherd field, right? Isn't it? Or is that just you? How does that work?
Has the what? What now?
What does your guardian drone do?
It basically makes you have to roll an accuracy check against me when you attack me.
Okay, so it's just you that has the shepherd field.
Yeah, and it only works on drones
It's fine,
and other
Romy.
objects
Stand next to
around
your
me.
drones. Activate your Shepherd field. It's fine.
And just stand here and wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
Make sure you're broadcasting to us, yeah.
That record.
But no, but like
I'll contact you next week about making a new character. It's fine.
If you have
Oh no, my snare
okay,
drone
so I
just
think
blew up.
position your drones around the field and have them broadcasting. That's what Kat would say. It's like because if you're just leaving your drones anyway, then like let them get like as many viewpoints as we can.
We can watch them from the van.
What is the sanity check on your drones?
Dog is still heckling you.
Yes, he wants to go outside, and all he does is bark when he gets out there.
Okay, so like Romy can run after positioning the drones.
Okay.
I mean, I
Fine.
feel like that
Let's go through
shredder
this
drone
one.
down there should be more to the east.
Who wants to try to arrest Deadshot?
Well, I am voting for the albatross just to pick her up and pick up the mech and run because we don't have time to mess with the cockpit.
Just drag it behind.
It's only a 1 square, and albatross is 3.
I could attempt that. What are the is there anything that's going to be detrimental to like my move to get us out of here, or is it fine for me to just go up and grapple it because it's disabled and just take it? GM.
So there are carrying capacity weight in or big enough that it shouldn't matter.
No,
I
that
figured as much.
And then Kat just keep control of the mech so she can't like try to eject.
Yeah. And Kat's gonna be monitoring. Like she's probably hacked into Oscar Wilmy's drones to monitor what's going on.
Well, can't you like seal her in the mech too?
Yeah, but I didn't want to do because like what happens? Sometimes the mech explodes when you hit the reactor button. That would be just like, and then we killed her.
She tried to kill me first.
Look, we don't know who hired her, so she's dead. We still don't know who hired her. So her not being dead is yeah. She's keeping control of the mech and.
I still think it's an inside job. It's whoever said we were expendable and sent us out here.
Running out of time as you have this conversation.
Yeah, will you stop?
So
Not everyone. I did not mean everyone.
so if that works, like is that fine for you two to grab Deadshot and basically keep her from
Go with that, yeah.
escaping. Can Harker's thing be to just try to like, keep his sensors scanning as he gets out of there, just to see if he can detect any other mechs in the area that might be causing energy spikes?
And certainly attempt to.
Okay, that's his thing.
Okay.
Um,
I'm just thinking cat souvenirs the whole damn mech this time, apparently. The souvenir is the mech and the pilot.
Yeah. So, yeah, you guys grab Deadshot's mech, and 8 feet out of the desert, or at least that particular section of. You barely make it out of there. But I'm going to describe what happens. Basically, as you leave the border of the section that you're in, you get a big ol' energy spike on your sensors, like right behind you, like a couple seconds after you cross that threshold. There is no, like you don't get a visual response off of like what happens. Like you literally don't see anything. So it does explain why like no one has any idea what the hell happened.
Mm-hmm.
But like the energy spike that you get basically exceeds the scannable threshold on any of your sensors.
Hey.
Yeah, like none of you can register how much it peaks. You will notice a couple of things. It's like in the moment as you look behind you, the mechs that were like left over, basically they're gone. Like it just whatever it did accelerated the process and effectively destroyed them.
And are the drones all dead?
The drones basically suffered the same fate as everything else that was in the field at the time. You can see them physically still there, which is real weird because they're floating. They are floating in place as if they were completely unaffected. Romi's sensors, for about a second, if that, on each drone, detected that high energy spike, and then when it peaked, they just went dead.
Okay.
Can we tell sort of the perimeter of where the energy is spiking?
Yeah,
Like,
it
is there a shape
goes.
to it?
It goes. It's sort of round-ish. Like you can't get a solid reading,
Mhm.
but it covers around a 5-mile radius.
Okay. So it's not like a line barrier type
No,
thing.
it's like someone dropped a big ball of ow.
Okay.
You can't get a reading on where it came from, just because your systems
Now,
aren't designed to
during the
do
fight,
that.
you had mentioned earlier that the energy was starting to spike.
Yeah.
Did it continually start to spike, or did it just abruptly?
It abruptly appeared and started spiking.
Okay, because I'm just trying to figure out is it like a volcano where you start having like the beginning rumbles type
No,
thing?
so
Like
it
not like a
appeared.
physical rumble, but like
It appeared and then gradually like spiked, and then became like exponentially high. It took about 2 minutes from when you first went, huh, that's weird, to, oh god, I don't want to be anywhere in that. Like, it would have been long enough that, like, if the expedition teams first saw it, they probably stopped and went, huh, that's weird. And then before they even had the second to, like, really realize what had happened, it would have been too late.
then how did they scream?
Because it spiked and they felt it, probably.
Okay.
Because, like I said, Romi's drones, they picked it up that energy went from like,
Yeah.
oh, there's energy to, oh god,
Okay.
and then it kept going. Like it exponentially increased.
And would Deadshot have been in the range of it if
Possibly.
we had not picked her up?
Possibly. If where like she shut down, if you're there, yes, she would have been in range.
Okay.
Obviously because her mech can teleport, no, she probably wouldn't have been a threat if you had.
Well, yeah, but she was trying to kill her, so I don't feel bad about disabling her.
No, I'm just saying, like her mech, because it can teleport, probably wasn't even a threat.
We can't tell what kind of energy it is, just that it wasn't visual.
Correct. You
and
don't
it was
don't
really powerful.
have any particular idea of what it was.
Mhm.
It is unusual to note that it specifically had no discernible impact at first glance on the surrounding terrain.
If we zoom in, can we see if the hole is still in that rock face?
Yeah. Like where,
Just-
like the combat,
Yeah,
the consequences
where she
of
shot
combat.
through it.
Yep, absolutely, still there. The
So-
terrain is basically untouched.
Okay. I just didn't know if maybe it reset things.
Nope.
Oh.
The terrain is, for the most part, basically as it is. It did not seem to disturb the terrain in any way, shape, or form.
Kat's just kind of looking at the scans and stuff, and she kind of just, well, fuck.
I mean, you do notice that the energy has since disappeared. Like, it came, it hit peak, well, what you assume is peak, within 2 minutes, and is now back down to, slightly higher than average radiation.
Hey guys, what are we gonna do? We are pilots, we are not scientists.
Yeah, I would say send all the readings we have
I would
back
say, yeah,
to Barnett.
go
Okay, so,
leave.
Yes.
I mean, can we try to talk to Deadshot? Because she's still conscious, right?
You don't know, you've actually not made any attempt. You,
Okay.
shut down her systems, basically, remember?
Can since I took over the system, can I like turn the comm bot back on?
Sure.
Or can we send one of Romi's drones into the mech?
I think the drones are basically dead.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she
Yeah.
has more drones.
You gave up the drones.
She has more drones.
Add.
I don't think she had deployed all of them.
Did. The only thing that wasn't deployed was the turret drone.
Well, that's still a drone. I don't know what you.
You're gonna send the turret into the mech? Yeah.
Well,
That's not
I
threatening
mean,
or anything. Here, let me just use this gun to blast
look,
open.
this is a mercenary who was sent to kill us. I don't think we have to be non-threatening. We saved her life.
I mean, you could also just open the cockpit because you hack it.
Yeah,
Okay, fine.
do that.
We open the cockpit, but like
We'll be
have
right,
Parker nearby to make sure that she can't like suddenly run off.
we'll be right there with his lash and his giant sword.
That sounds a little like a weird bondage situation you got going on over there, but okay. So you force the cockpit open, and there's actually not a pilot inside.
What?
Like if they look at heat signs or whatever, could they tell if there was a pilot?
There was not.
Well, I guess we're just taking the damn mech back. Can I hack the mech to try to see where the signal came from? That was controlling the mech?
Yeah, there was a getting an orbital.
Orbital, told ya.
Well, I guess we are just taking the damn mech back.
Yeah, because maybe they can use it to trace.
Yeah, maybe they can figure out something. Yeah. Like
Explains why
it's
they
just like
weren't overly concerned about the energy spiking, because
Right.
they're not there. Fuck it, I guess.
okay, so yeah, I say we just make our way back.
So they call for a plane.
Yeah.
Call for a plane. So you guys have only been gone for a little under 2 hours. Like you're before your required checkpoint. You call for the plane and it's like, oh, they're live. Um, I'll be right there, I guess.
This has never happened before.
Did
Yeah.
you already head back to base?
The guy's like, yeah.
Well, hurry and get back here and we won't tell them that.
Yeah. You wait, like, you have to wait like 15 minutes before he gets back to you. The dude
Rude.
is he's just like gone.
Like, Cat's just gonna be giving him, like, an unholy glare.
Yeah.
He was
Uh,
probably like walking into a bar as we called. Like,
Yeah. Basically, he like left. Like he had to relaunch. It didn't take you that long to get out to the location that you were at. So it definitely was like he was like shit. Um
they're still alive.
yeah.
And then, Cat's going to send a request to Barnett through his secretary, through tunnels, asking if they can just, like, debrief directly to him because strange shit happened. And
Um yeah. Get confirmation that that is okay. So, you unload a mech have brought back. You make your way up in the boss man's office.
yeah, I feel like Cat probably stole some of the bullets. Like, just as souvenirs, just because she has to have something as souvenirs.
Or why not?
And she's not gonna take, like, something from the actual, like, radiated area in the middle that, like, things disappear in. So
So you walk into Barnett's office and he is admittedly a little surprised. Kind of looks at you and is just like, huh. Like he didn't say it, but like you can see the look on his face. Is like, huh. Okay.
Cat's just gonna, like, flash a toothy grin at him, just like. And she's just gonna go like, I said we would do back to annoy you.
He kind of puts down the document working on it. It's like, well, suppose so.
And so, okay, Cat would just basically say the issue is someone is set to destroy everyone in that area. Like, mercenaries are hired. But it's in empty drones, which we brought, not drones, mechs. And we brought the mech back with us. She said her name was Deadshot. And that it seems to be almost a natural occurrence in about a 5-mile radius out there, where
Kind of
everything goes to
smirks
hell.
a little bit as you say that comment about her name, like the apparently part. He lets you finish, but then he kind of looks at you and he goes, well, I'm surprised you didn't look in.
We just got back.
He kind of has this like amused smile and goes, that doesn't usually stop you. You can tell
Our
like
pilot
you can tell
left
that he's
us.
specifically like just ribbing you on.
Yes. She's gonna be like, our pilot actually returned here even though it was before our even checkpoint. So give me a break.
He does have this like smirk on his face and he goes, it's fine.
It's like, they will be looked into, I assure you.
Kind of is And he goes, "I'm surprised you haven't heard Deadshot."
She just kind of like look at him. She's like, "You realize I don't work with assassins, right?"
He chuckles and goes, "They're not an assassin. They work for the Lancers Guild."
She's like, "Well, we were all kind of new in our connection to the Lander Guild, so."
He kind of chuckles and he goes, "It's fine. They're just kind of famous. Don't worry about it."
Harker sort
They're
of
kind of famous and they lost.
Harker sort of levels a gaze on Barnett and says, "The signal was orbital."
Kind of looks over and he's like, "Well, that makes some sense, I suppose. If what you're saying is true, that they were remotely controlling, it would make sense that they would have a bird's eye view of the battlefield."
Like, Kat is just kind of standing there looking happy. Like, she's not even bothering to hide it. But she's not, like, pissed off. She's just happy. And then she would have, like, brought over the scanner, the scanning reading to him to demonstrate the screaming noise and what it sounded like. So that, to demonstrate, like, the weird temporal stuff going on there.
Harker is notably and very uncharacteristically serious. He does not look happy.
He sort of nods. And this does align with some. Kind of folds his hands, looks at you for a moment. He goes, "With Harrison Armory."
Al says,
Like that,
raising an eyebrow.
like, isn't that the...
Yeah, so Harrison Armory, as a bit of background lore, since I assume not everyone's skimmed over, but Harrison Armory is one
Yeah,
of
that's,
the.
no, that's,
I
that's the
figured that.
Tokugawa and stuff.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, so
Now I
Harrison
remember.
Armory is one of the 4 major weapon
Yeah.
manufacturers in the universe. So they're like the one of the primary. So Harrison Armory is rather unique in the sense that they originate from like early Union history, and they are the like humans first, humanity is superior. Like they're kind of like the organization that you might consider like space fascist almost, except for
So they're the
when
Cerberus.
when the government changed, they sort of pretended that they were like accommodating. Like their philosophy is that they would rather rule over people by force. And so their mech design philosophy kind of reflects that a certain extent. Like they're very aggressive, they're very dangerous, and they can kind of like lean more toward like very dangerous, like aggressive designs. Like they're big, they're heavy,
Right.
like they're straight up wartime mechs. Period.
Right.
Wilmy and I
That's
were
right.
just
I was
going
looking
through
at the
them
board
earlier.
version before.
Yeah. So Harrison Armory is sort of like not the people you want to piss off.
I mean, to be fair, that those people don't exist.
A lot of people that you don't want to piss off.
Well, I mean, but like, yes and no, because our team does it anyway. So
Yeah. So in the universe where like there are 4 major factions, Harrison Armory is kind of like the aggressor. The set. But regardless, he goes, "Are you familiar with Harrison Armory?" I don't know.
she's gonna like give him like a look and be like, "Are you saying that Harrison Armory itself is like trying to kill people in that area?"
He shakes his head like, "No, I don't. I don't believe they cared this much about this planet. Kind of, and because I'm assuming then that you're not familiar with their repertoire of manufactured weapons. Then
I have not deeply looked at. That's great.
he
Like,
uh he taps a thing on his desk, and like the windows behind him go black, like completely black. And it blots out the light from the interior. The lights in his room dim down. Taps a couple more things, and you pull up like a catalog basically of like Harrison Armory signs. Uh, Hello, Rabbit. Thanks for the raid. You're catching us as we go over story exposition. Um, but yeah, so the Harrison Armory mechs kind of pop up on the screen, and he taps through and picks up one mech in particular. Um, it's a very unusual looking mech. It's a little squat. It's got 4 arms, and it seems to be covered in like these reflector arrays. And you can see like proudly like across the top, it's the Harrison Army Napoleon. The Napoleon is described as sort of being the technological like pinnacle of Harrison Armory's manufacturing process. It represents sort of like their top end experimental technology. Um, it is sort of like a command and control assault mech. And it specializes in disruption in the sense that it can put people in the stasis. It can phase people in and out of existence. Like that is how it deals combat, and that's how it protects itself and its allies. And its main weapon is something called a displacer. It shifts people into blink space. And that's how it deals damage. Basically, when it hits your mech, it shifts part of your mech out of existence. And as he pulls up the displacer and like the idea of like how it works, become aware that someone's firing a giant displacer onto the planet.
cat is very elegant. Oh, fuck.
Obviously, from the way that Harrison Armory's displacer works, it's not the same, right? Like because this
Right.
displacer is somehow specifically targeting pilots and mechs. It did no damage to the surrounding terrain. It's actually why Barnett seems especially interested, because as far as he knows,
Yeah.
Harrison Armory's displacer isn't that judicious. Because Harrison Armory also kind of doesn't care, right? Like,
Like, it doesn't
realistically,
care if it destroys areas.
right?
Like,
Like Harrison Armory wouldn't care if the displacer just eradicated part of the planet. Like, what the hell do they care, right? Like, they're a massive corporation. Blow up the planet, and just get another one. Who cares?
Kat's gonna, at realizing this, she's gonna like tilt her head and go like, do we have anything stopping that from being fired on Eden?
He kind of pauses. No, not technically.
Okay.
He does sort of pause as you say that. Sort of reassures by saying, though it should be noted, there's a reason that this is happening so far outside of the city. We have a very tight control with orbital space over it. Not have control. Which sort of, clicks into your head that, oh, the pilot that you were just like fighting, operating via an orbital relay, their mech, chances are they're still on the station wherever this weapon is being tested.
But but it couldn't get anything more exact than that. It was orbital, right?
Right. Like orbital is such a wide thing because obviously
Yeah.
they could be anywhere in the orbit of the planet. It's like that's how orbit works, right? Like
Mhm.
fine, it's just they have to pick an orbital vector that doesn't place them over Eden because then Eden would see it. Um, but you have sort of come to realize that whatever weird experimentations they're doing with this weapon, it's sort of not complete.
Mhm. So Kat's just gonna say this out loud. She's gonna. So whoever is testing this wants the planet intact to use, but doesn't really care about the people.
Sort of considers what you're saying. He goes, it's possible. It's also entirely possible that someone's just developing a new weapon. After all, who wants a siege weapon that only kills the people sieging? You can see that he's considering that as like a technological development as well. Like it is not lost on him like the value of that as a weapon. Like you can kind of see it in his eye that like in his head that he's like contemplating
Yeah.
like how he can spin that in a way that's useful for him. But instead he just simply follows up by going, "We'll look into it."
She doesn't say it, but her expression is like, "I'm sure you will."
Harker sort of like presses his lips together in a thin line and just abruptly kind of turns around and walks out of the office.
Okay, so they are supposed to still be kind of following the rules from Union, right? Like, the Union has, like, what would be considered as war crimes, right?
He sort of looks, goes, "What is more humane than a weapon that has no unintended casualties?"
She is gonna look at him and just be like, um, the problem is most people are not going, people will just start hiding behind average citizens or the like, and unless you could pinpoint it to literally differentiate that, there is almost no way to make sure there are no unintended casualties.
Sort of does like acknowledge what you're saying, and you can see that like this is not a man who's saying at all. Like you can see it in his eyes as you say that. Like there is a moment of, like disagreement with your stance. However, he does respond at least in a sense that acknowledges that he understands you when he goes, "I suspect that is why they're testing it. If they can prove that they can accomplish what they're saying, then it isn't a problem. If they can't, then they'll just make it go away."
And she sort of nods at that and goes, yeah, but there's a reason they didn't actually send a pilot down. They didn't have any faith that it wouldn't kill her, too.
So Harker did actually leave the office because I have to be up in 6 hours.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a good
So,
night.
Good night.
Right.
I wasn't sure if you had to like be up again, like
Yeah.
with the.
I have a appointment at 6:30, so I have to be up at 5.
Okay, that's fair. Thanks
Sorry.
for coming. Have a good night. We'll catch you up.
Have a good night.
Uh,
Night.
yeah. So he looks at you and he goes, "Maybe, but you also can't let veteran pilots go to waste." He kind of taps the desk, and the windows kind of go back to being windows. He goes, "You should look into pilot that you supposedly."
What do you mean by supposedly?
To be fair, that was our language originally.
It was. It supposedly.
Well, I mean, that's just because I said because, like, that's what the pilot.
But yeah, that he just goes, pilot that you fought today. However, about this matter, been a job well done. Have exceeded everyone's expectations, possibly mine as well.
It's like, I guess we will go file what reports we can then.
Shakes his
You-
head, and he goes, "No, care it. Information you have given, filed, proper channel."
She's just like, sure. But she's like, she agrees. Like, she goes like, sure. Very skeptical of his reasons on why.
You're very skeptical of everything he does, and I'm not saying you're
Yes!
wrong. I'm just saying you're very skeptical of everything he does.
Because he's a businessman and he's interested in this weapon, so of course he's gonna want to be like very careful how he broaches the topic to other like people so that they don't get the idea of how to get their hands on the weapon first.
Yes.
So like she's not dumb.
I mean, good on her.
So she is just like she kind of like is letting him know she's really aware of what he's doing. But she's not like moving in.
I mean, given the conversations that you've had with him today, you suspect that he's also very aware of what you're doing.
Yes, exactly. So
he has respected your privacy, and
yes.
I think he sort of expects that you respect his.
Yes.
And that arrangement does appear to be working currently. So I assume you guys are gonna go back to your barracks after that. That care of matters. Although, as you walk out, he does actually up and goes, "Oh, one more thing." And he actually looks at Romy. And reassigned. And he reaches desk.
Romy's been really quiet this entire time.
And he picks up identification card.
With a raise.
Up and he goes, "This is your new lodging."
Oh. Okay.
Walk over and take it.
Sure.
You are now assigned to the same barracks as the rest of these people.
The rest of these people?
That is actually what he says.
Speaks for the first time. And he goes, "I'm sorry, what?"
I mean, technically, haven't we been letting her stay there anyway?
Yes, you have.
So, like,
Yeah,
it's
so
kind
she's
of
kind of
moot.
confused.
It is now
She's like,
official.
wait, I don't live.
It is now official. He doesn't say
Thanks.
that, but like he hands you the card. He tells you that you're now lodging with the rest of these people. Like that actually comes out of his mouth.
Do I get some sort of moving in pay
he
to help
kind
me
of
move all my stuff?
he kind of looks at you, and he smiles very politely, and he goes, "Well, if you'd like, I can certainly arrange to have you receive the same payment that."
No, that's okay.
Al just looks at her and shakes his head and goes,
No. Kat would be, like, running her hand over her throat toward Alex. Like, let her take the same payment. Because they have not told Romy that they get paid less.
No,
I think she heard mutterings at some point.
No.
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 They
None
do
of
not.
them.
No.
None of them have been willing to tell you how much they get paid.
Oh.
You asked
And then-
and you joked.
Here they are
should-
getting commended in his office in front of her, so
They
I think she would
specifically
trust
avoided.
Al telling her not to.
No, Al, did you really tell him not to?
Al started to look over. So here's the sequence of events as I see it in my head. Al looks over to Rumi, eyes wide, and starts to shake his head no, sees Cat because he always pretty much looks to her first for what to do, and then just clears his throat and looks down.
I feel like Rumi's enough of a swindler herself that she knows when she asks for something and they're like, oh, you can have this if you want, that's not good. So
Since
she's,
when?
I mean, since when?
So when did she ever use in her environment to make good decisions?
When it's about
This is the same one
her
who
purse.
threw the glass down and made an entire town hate her.
Oh, that didn't affect her paycheck.
So
And then she tried to blow up an office, and that did affect her
Paycheck.
paycheck.
One paycheck.
I gotta stop paying that off.
so you are offered to match. He has generously offered to match your payment with that of your new team members.
I think she's gonna stick with what she's got.
He just sort of nods and goes, "Very well then." And I'm leave on that.
Kat's gonna go like, hey, can we get a drink before we go? Because I do think we earned that.
Kind of looks at you, and he goes, "Well, I won't be joining you, but like as he says, but like as like if on cue, his assistant comes in, and it has drinks." And it's really weird, right? Because
Yeah.
it's only been about maybe 20 seconds. But sure enough, his assistant comes in with drinks and offers them to you. It is the same, it was scotch last time? It's the same,
Yeah.
same earth distilled scotch.
Like the first time when it was offered, Al readily takes his and drinks it.
Yeah,
Not all
no.
one.
Considering that displacer shit they all saw, Kat's not hesitant at all.
Well,
She's like, nope.
Al's already broke the seal on not being a drunkard anymore. As you may remember. So
You got
Well,
so
they're not
drunk your
drinking
clothes
so
came
much
off.
that they're not drinking to get drunk. They're just like
I don't know, Al might
enjoying
be.
one
I
drink.
guess. No, Al is trying to reel it back, you know.
I mean, Kat did avoid saying because otherwise we have to go to the tavern to borrow, so that might end up bad.
Fair enough. But yeah, so you have your drinks. He seems in no rush to
And-
like rush you out or anything. Goes about his business. His assistant is happy to stand there and wait for you to finish.
I think she would take one extra glass to follow after. Give to
Sure.
Chummer because he didn't get one, and he seemed to really enjoy it last time, and then tried to hide that he was super enjoying it. So
Well, the
she
assistant
noticed.
doesn't put much of a complaint up. Like when you finish, he takes your drinks, but when you take the extra drink and leave, he lets you go. Very accommodating. And you are
Like
off back to your.
yeah, as they head back down to the barracks, Kat's gonna be like, man, that assistant is not annoying, unnerving.
Weird. It's like he can read what you're thinking, like even before anything happens.
It's creepy.
But-
But she's gonna be nice and not say creep, just unnerving.
It's like Super Butler. He might hear you if you say that. Jeez. Put a bell around this guy's neck. But yeah, so you make it
You wanna
back.
do it more than just its own name, right? Yes?
What?
Now,
Sorry, go on.
what? No, go ahead.
Just a stupid joke. Can the butler speak more than just their own name?
I don't know. You actually don't even know his name. You never asked.
Yeah, no. Butler, concubine, we don't know. We do not know.
You have no idea who this person is, other than the fact that when Barnett needs something, it's just there.
For all we
Right.
know, Barnett is an amazing hacker, and Butler doesn't. Oh.
Reminds me of a skip.
So is It's totally possible to hack into the Lancer Guild, right?
Yeah.
And it might take some doing, but she could find out who had contracted Deadshot if she was like successful at it.
Yeah.
Probably do it not from inside the building though.
I mean, she's done
Well, she's using her
hacking from
own
inside the building
computer. Yeah,
before. That
she
doesn't-
does.
that
She
doesn't
has her
stop her
own
at all.
rerouting system.
That doesn't stop her at all.
Yeah, true, I guess.
Who are
And
you talking
plus,
to?
like, technically, Barnett told her to look into. Like,
I
she's actually
guess.
just like following orders this time. I mean, it's a new way of hacking for her. She's like, what?
It's like someone told me to hack something. I don't know what this means.
Like, she's like, I'm used
Now-
to that in combat, but not.
Well, well, now I'm not gonna. Because somebody
She
wants
is
me to
because
do
she's
it.
too curious. She's too curious. So she is. But like, she does feel like kind of takes some of the fun away.
Yeah, maybe.
This is not as illicit and interesting. So what do I need to roll to try for her to try to do that?
That would be a hack and fix.
And I get 1 accuracy because of my personalization, right?
You're not next to your mech.
Are you sure? I mean, the mech is small enough she could like in the room. You don't.
Sure. Why not? You store your mech that's somehow also being maintained?
Yeah. Well, no, she's trying to make sure that it has a chance to come alive. So that means not letting other people like mess with it. She like lets them like fix it up really quick, and then she's like, "And I'm taking." And she's like, "It holds my clothes for the next day. Make sure that it doesn't wrinkle." It's like, I'm taking it. Thanks.
A box of Q-tips and some detail work on my roster. Taking this back to my room. Got all the dust out of it.
Okay. Well, I didn't need that accuracy anyway. So.
Okay, so yeah.
Al takes his mech back to the room too.
Here's a document for all of you. This is Deadshot. There's a little tiny tidbit of data that's on the handout. Real name, Narissa Lassily. Hero of the Cross. Assumed kill and action.
So the Lancer Guild has nothing more on her than that.
So that is her file, right? Like it's got her like
Yeah.
general information. In terms of like what's on her file specifically, there isn't a lot, but you dig into it a little more, and the reason she's called Hero of the Cross, that so it should be noted that this is not the first time that the Blade Cult actually came to this planet. Actually, like really discussed, the Blade Cult had a presence on this planet about 20 years ago, prior to like the current established status quo that he has maintained. And there was a battle, just Battle of Manning's Cross, where the Blade Cult basically mustered their forces and marched on Eden. It was basically a 3-month campaign, and Lancer pilots basically had regular skirmishes fighting on the cross. So there was a bunch of different pilots that got involved. One of the key pivotal battles, like the last battle of Manning's Cross, team of Lancer pilots. Basically, they were thought killed during the siege of Eden. And they were presumed to be permanently dead because during the siege of Eden, cloning facilities were like heavily damaged. So a lot of people actually just died.
Okay.
Obviously, like, civilians aren't normally like able to afford cloning on Wayfar to start with, but because the attack hit the Lancers Guild, the idea was to destabilize the Lancers Guild so they could reinforce. Deadshot was assumed one of the people that was lost during the last battle. A bunch of Lancer pilots died. She was presumed killed when she actually fought alongside several others. Masahiro Musashi pushed them off the plane. That's also why no one really kind of understands why he's back off the planet.
Okay. So theoretically, she is working for him now.
Maybe. That is also why, like, he was amused when you said her name, like that Deadshot. And why he was like supposedly.
Is there any way to find any sort of like audio recording when where she might have spoke in order to?
I mean, did you read the audio?
I mean, like pretty much like cat records every place.
Certainly check.
I mean, but like, is there a way like for her to find something
There are
on?
there are records of her. Like, she's a person. Like, recorded
Yeah, she's a
history.
person. So like, is there?
Oh,
Is there like
absolutely.
a
There's
one of her
actual
talking?
actual records of like her like the Battle of Manning's Cross, which again was like a 3-month campaign.
Mhm.
There's archival footage of her and the other pilots.
So if she compared the voice, would it be same?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll for that. I was thinking about if I want to make you roll an investigation. There's not really. Actually, no. Give me an investigate roll. Which if you don't have, it's D20.
I don't remember how to do.
Flash roll space 1d20 plus. Okay.
Mm-mm.
I mean that's average. Like 10 is just average.
Yeah.
10 is just yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's 95% voice match.
So like, it's like she could have gotten older or something.
Yeah, like it
Or
was.
crap could have happened to change her voice, but it was like,
It's like she should be older. Like
right.
But it's like she's definitely older. If it is actually her, she's definitely older.
But it's like, so it's either like it has to be like her or like her daughter or whatever to be like a 95% voice.
Yeah.
Or someone like really, really like trying to copy her. Yeah. Okay. So she's gonna like at least call Alan. She would call Choma in, but he's probably in his room. And show him the information. Sort of without like giving explanation at this point. She wants to see like what he thinks.
Oh, how would you explain it to Al specifically? Because it was a lot. It was a big info dump. Like, how do you break it down for him?
Well, she would show like because like he would have heard that she was a Lancer from the Barnett. So she would show him the file, and that it says
that she's presumably dead.
Yeah, and then she would just play the voice clips.
So Al just kind of looks off to the side and looks back and goes, rubbing his eyes. Just so we almost got killed by a dead woman, presumably. She's not dead.
She's like, well, I'm assuming she's not dead. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, but also, like death isn't permanent, really.
Or if
I
she did die, she probably signed up with the cult. Because she's not looking for the Lancer Guild right now. They think she's dead.
Right, but we didn't notice any like Blade Cult like paraphernalia on her mech or whatever, right? But I guess it's not required that you do that unless you're one of the toadies, so Al
Yeah.
just kind of looks around and goes, "So, like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna try to track her down and weed her out? From what I understand from the mission, she's probably," he points up, up there, right?
Well, like, she would kind of like settle back in her chair, and she's like, I don't know that we're necessarily going to do anything against her, but we know that there's a link between the Blade Coat and her, and that it seems to be that she was honestly the one transmitting sound down
Yeah.
and controlling the mech who fought us. So we know it's probably a good indication that she, yeah, that is a troublesome thing. Like, why would they presumed killed in action and yet she didn't show back up at the Lancer Guild when they have a cloning thing?
So maybe we figure out, did she show up back there? But if she is presumed KIA, then I would assume not, because I mean, like
She
you would probably say, came back but is missing instead of KIA.
I'm very confused.
Killed in action. Like she's killed in action, right? So
Yeah, but that means she should have shut up.
right, but that's her current status, right? Killed in action, not currently practicing on the Lancer Guild, hasn't taken any contracts as of
She's
the
yeah,
last time
like
she was seen
that's
alive.
what she was looking for.
Okay, so
Was that like whether there was any contracts? So she's like, she's definitely like, she wasn't like contracted to the Blade Cult from the Lancer Guild.
right,
Like, we're contracted. Like, if somebody looked up one of our records, they would see that we are contracted to Holland through the Lancer.
right. So, I mean, how do we want to go about this? Do we want to go the back alley route or the hacker route to try to get more information, or should we start finding out who her friends were and pressing them, maybe family? Because I don't know if we're going to get everything that we need just off of the net at this point. She's gone dark.
Well, I don't like. Okay, so this is out of character. I don't know that there's a great plan for like it's not really so much about her because it's like yeah she was part of this, but uh it's like more relevant that I'm trying to figure out what I mean here because I'm just kind of rambling. It's more that it led us into realizing she technically had a Blade Cult connection. You know what I mean?
Right. But how soon, like, did she have a Blade Cult connection before she was, presumably killed? Was it after? Like, are
Well,
they
yeah, we don't
was it
know.
yeah, like I think we should find out if
But
anybody
the
who knew
question is,
her.
does that matter? Like,
I think it does. What if the
because
Blade
like
Cult is redirecting resurrections and then brainwashing people to their own side? Is that a thing that's possible? I mean, you're the hacker here.
I don't know. Is that possible, GM?
Could they
Theoretically.
redirect them?
Like, can you
Theoretically, yeah.
brainwash people?
Yeah, theoretically, you can brainwash people now, technically.
But you could
Well, I mean,
also technically also redirect a resurrection, couldn't you? Like steal it?
I mean,
That, it's
technically,
real world.
although, it would be noted that like that wasn't really an issue because they didn't have to redirect one. They had specifically hit the cloning Lancer Guild. Like there was no cloning at that point in time when she died.
oh,
Okay, so
okay.
there was no cloning.
Like
Wait, at all, or just at the Lancer Guild?
the Lancer Guild had access to no cloning that happened. Like they hit the Lancer Guild battle.
Okay, so during the last battle, their cloning was disabled. So, huh?
Duh. Like, I'm trying to like.
So where were people going then? Like, where were they being resurrected, or were they
They
just
Is it
not?
just
they
not?
weren't. That's why she's considered dead.
Gotcha.
Like they lost
So,
access to all of the cloning like that was available. So there was no like there wasn't a way to like direct their mental scan thing. There was no thing. Like they just if you died at that point, you were just dead.
so the circumstances surrounding her death, is there like video evidence that like she did in fact die, like her mech exploded or something like that, or was it just like she just didn't come back and is presumed dead?
So yeah, there was there are a few. So there was a team that was sent to fight Masahiro Musashi. Um, there was 5 of them. Um, only one of them survived. Yes. The person who lived, he goes by the codename the Duke. Uh, he's a lancer, like a celebrity lancer jockey. Um, he's kind of famous, although his popularity has sort of diminished in the last 20 years. Um, his name, um, it is Cornelio Augustus Michelangelo Donovan III.
Okay.
Cornelio Augustus Michelangelo Donovan the Third.
Yes.
I'm just imagining Al. If we talk to him, just like I'm saying that full name every.
That is actually why he is unique in that his handle is like common. Like it's not like an operational code. Right? Like people just call him the Duke.
Right. Instead of saying, Valentinez, Aqualanella, Zyfax, Skydia Beharits,
Yeah. So
Gambagobila, Blue Stradivari, Talonchon,
so
and done.
at the time he was a celebrity dancer jockey. He would do like competitive dancer fights as a sport, and he was quite popular. A top performing dancer jockey. He basically showed up at the Battle of Magnus Cross for fun. Like everyone else who was on the planet was either working there or living on the planet. He showed up because the battle had gone on for 3 months, and he was like, "This sounds fun." Um, like he had been on Wayfarer before, so like he knew the other pilots and so on and so forth. But like he only participated in the battle because it was fun. Um, he has since moved off of Wayfarer because like his friends, they died. Um, but he does come to the planet every once in a while, sort of like it is on record that he comes back for the anniversary for the Battle of Manning's Cross, like the final battle where all his friends die. He comes back to the planet and like kind of supposedly he comes and mourns his friends. No one actually knows exactly what he does. His popularity waned a lot after the battle because he stopped participating in Lancer sport after that. Which, by the way, that's a thing. So if you ever get off the planet, like you could be Lancer jockeys for sport. um, yeah.
Yeah, I'll enter mine in a race.
So this is the Duke. This is Cornelio Augustus. This is what he looked like 20 years. He's a little older, a little grayer. But this is the dude when he was at his top of his game.
Oh, that's not the real one. That's a fake one.
Eh.
It says so on his jacket.
Yeah. So it was him and 4 other people. You know Deadshot. She was sort of like the ranged specialist, right? The Duke was the weirdo in the sense that like he flew a Monarch and he was an aerial combatant, but he was always close range and in people's face because he was always about showing off and like bombarding with missiles at close range.
A member that shows off all the time? I can't fathom that.
Yeah, weird. His claim to fame basically that supposedly no one could touch him in battle. Like he was just a high speed like Lancer jockey, and his reaction time was just fast enough that like he was able to fly circles. Supposedly, the claim is that is why he and the rest of the team were able to fight off Masahiro Musashi, push him and his vanguard off the planet, and that's why he's the only person who survived, because like he was the best pilot out of all of them. There is this woman who named Rachel Manchester. She is called Bulwark. She was like their frontline shield. Her whole thing was like she was the immovable object. She was also killed in action at the final battle. She was one of 4 people on the 5-man squad that basically dueled Musashi and his vanguard. So, story goes, obviously, whether or not you can trust the tales that the Duke tells, but 5 of them versus Masahiro Musashi, the hardest to kill son of a bitch in the galaxy. And like 50 of his like most trusted combatants. Which, you guys have fought Blade Cult. So like that number doesn't seem unusual. Whether or not, 50 of his best is an accurate statement is
Yeah, no, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
certainly up to like, debate.
Like if you're like 50 grunts and he just like no.
Right. Like but that is the story, right? Like it was the 5 of them versus Masahiro Musashi and 50 of his best men. And he's the only one that survived because he outfly every single one of them. But that was Rachel Manchester. She was sort of like their like frontline combatant. She was the immovable object. Like she was the center point for like a lot of their assaults. Then there was Skirmish. His name is Lucas Raleigh. He was a mercenary. Like he had actual no real allegiance to Wayfar, but his whole thing was paid him for a job, stuck around to the job, no matter what. So someone paid him. The rumor is the Duke hired him as like, kind of like a bodyguard type guy. And that he gave his life. He did his mission. Fought to the end. But he was sort of like their close range combatant. Like the story, again, if you can take anything the Duke says, that he was a much better fighter than Musashi, and he, cut through Musashi's guys like butter. And the only reason that they won There was more of them. The whole story is that confident that Raleigh would never have died in a one-on-one battle against Musashi. Whether or not that's true, that is the Duke's claim. And the last member, a woman by the handle of Control. Her name is Jin Otori. She was actually an administrator for the Lancers Guild. She was actually close friends with a whole lot of them. They hung out a lot. She was sort of the operational specialist. Her whole thing, supporting the rest of them, she could repair their mechs from far away. She was able to keep them like in the fight longer. Instead, the only reason that they lost is because Musashi, basically cowardly as he was, snuck around and ambushed her in the back line and killed her before, the rest of them could. The Duke insists that Musashi is a coward, can't fight by himself, and he can only use dirty tactics in battle. Then again, most people never live to fight with Musashi, so very few people actually have any confirmed combat time against him, except for the Duke, because he's alive to claim that he has.
Of course.
But yeah, so it was a 5-man team. They fought Musashi, pushed him off the planet. The rest of the Lancers Guild suffered way more losses than they did. But they were able to, push the presence off the planet and, reclaim Eden for the last years. Wayfar has been safe of Blade Cult interference. It's bad publicity what happened, because that was a 3-month protracted battle, like a siege. Eden being the only city on the planet is very defensible. No one really talks about it because the people on the outskirts of Wasteland suffered incredibly during this campaign. Blade Cult obviously, attacked those towns. They didn't destroy them or ransack them, but they kind of took over towns, stuff. They took what they needed. Didn't treat the people nicely, but the whole thing was the Blade Cult wanted the Eden government to leave. They protracted a 3-month siege on the city, and they lost. And supposedly, these people, 5 people, fought Musashi, are claimed to be the heroes of the cross because they are the ones who managed to get Musashi off the planet and supposedly killed him, forcing him to clone somewhere else. So they took him out of the battle, and he was not able to rally his force. They all had to win. That is the story. That is
That seems suspect.
considered historically truth. It is not talked about a lot on Wayfar because Wayfar still wants to try to pretend that it is a, safe developing frontier frontier planet. So they don't really talk about it. Battle of Manning's Cross is considered just another battle. But obviously the Lancers Guild keeps a little bit of a better record because, they gave up more lives than they've eaten in defense of the city.
Mm-hmm. So after reading through all that, or how it got relayed to them as they were looking up information, Kat's gonna glance up at Alan that does not sound like Musashi we met.
Wait, what'd you say? You cut out there the last part.
Kat's
That does
gonna
not
look up at
sound-
Alan and just be like, that does not sound like Musashi we met.
What, that they left because of
Well,
5
cowardly
supposed...
sneaking behind
Oh, that, yeah. Well,
and needing 50 forces with him and we're not fighting alone.
No, he definitely showed up alone in front of us
In a
and not.
scout suit.
Yeah, like that doesn't seem cowardly to me. That seems pretty on the nose. Like I don't need any of this other stuff to take care of you. So I guess the question is then what really happened? And also, when is the anniversary of the Battle of Manning's Cross?
Yeah.
It's still a couple months. Not happening.
Okay. So it's not like we can just roll up on Duke and be like, yo, sorry that you're mourning the loss of your friends, but we gotta talk.
It's like, I
Oh.
think you're full of shit.
I think you're full of shit. And by the way, your friends might have joined the Blade Cult. I don't.
Yeah.
Or got brainwashed by them. One or the other.
You're about 2 months away from back to the plan.
So Kat would just send a quick message to Bonet's secretary with the sound clips, just to let him see the 95. And she's not gonna explain anything further, but just to be like, no, it seems like it really was her. She's gonna just send it without comment.
So Al looks over at her and goes, so here's the thing, though, like, from the last battle we had, Barnett gave us some interesting information before we went out there about, seeing beyond what's actually there. But then he was all surprised when we talked about the kind of weapon that
Mm,
we encountered. So, like,
she's gonna give a slight shake of her head and go like, I don't think he was surprised about the weapon. He already suspected it.
yeah. So
Uh,
we're pretty much just confirming his suspicions by going out there.
yeah. But the cat's gonna say bluntly, he is clearly interested in that weapon himself, and he is not going to want another figure in Holland to get it before he does. So he wanted clarification while appeasing the higher ups that yes, someone went to go find out what happened. She's like, but I think it's gonna be somehow confirmed that just weird shit happened and that we were attacked by something in orbit and they were shooting a gun. But I bet he's gonna leave out some very tactical information about that gun.
Yeah, speaking of which, are our official reports out yet that we supposedly wrote?
We did not write one. He told us not to.
Right, but I'm sure he wrote one for us.
Oh
He
yeah,
specifically said that he was going to file the report.
yeah.
Not
Yeah.
follow up any
But
further on what that meant.
Can we see what the report was, or no?
There is not one submitted. Check. There is not.
Okay. Okay. I'm sure that he's working meticulously on how to word this so as to not arouse any suspicion.
probably yeah.
Yeah.
Cash just kind of settle back from the computer, like looking at it, and just go like, "Well, shit. If they have a displacer gun, that's gonna suck. No one should have that thing."
It's like a displacer nuclear bomb.
I feel like
Eventually,
it would have been real funny if someone on actually on Harrison Arm that was like an actual thing that they had. And someone was just like, "Hey, I recognize this." Like, I
I
got one of
was
these
like,
right here.
I was literally like, when we were starting the campaign, I was so
Earn.
close to picking a Napoleon. It's not even funny. But that or the Barbarossa. But yeah.
But did you
So
suspect that you were fighting a gigantic displacer gun?
No.
no.
I think he said no.
It feels real bad now that you know what it was.
Yeah.
That is something for you guys to think about.
But okay,
Time to defect to Harrison.
Maybe not, because it's not their gun. You gotta figure out who's making this gigantic, like, super displacer gun.
Yeah. So I mean, is it Blade Cult? Potentially, but I mean, correct me
Well,
if I'm wrong, but there's no actual proof that Deadshot was working for Blade Cult, right?
I have no
well,
idea
she
who
said,
Deadshot was working.
yeah, no. But the speculation is she does have a connection with Blade Code that we just established, and if she did come back from death, if she died, then she was cloned somewhere not at the Lanza Guild, because they couldn't. So she went missing and did not contact anyone after a fight with Masahiro Musashi. Kind of incriminating. And the
Yeah.
fact that they know that what has not been brought up again, but is super relevant, is they know the first group went out there for some reason to do with the Blade Cult. And we were not told what that was.
Not because you weren't part of the team.
Exactly. So they went out for some reason to do with the Blade Cult, and oh look, that happens to be where the displacer gun freaking is? Like, that's a little suspicious.
Nah, coincidence.
It's like, oh no, they were just looking in that area for funsies.
Oh no, it's purely coincidence. They just happened to stumble upon something else they thought was the Blade Cult. It's fine. Unrelated.
Yeah, like they went out directly to find the Blade Cult and investigate something cryptic, and then they all just.
So I guess the question is then, like, why were they suspecting Blade Cult when it ended up being like it? I mean, we didn't see any Blade Cult artifacts there, or was that just a cover story for
Well,
the operation?
obviously, like Barnett like indicated like he knew something was wrong with it. Like he knew. Like before we went out, he said something like he when he was asked, you know, about orbit, he gave this kind of evasive answer. And that it wasn't his jurisdiction.
Right.
And he already said he suspected what was going on, like he had suspicion. And he warned us, you know, not to trust what we see. So, like, obviously he's basically we were ordered to go out there because we were considered expendable, but he probably hoped that we would get information back to him just to confirm his beliefs at least before we died.
Yeah. He's probably so used to your reports back every 15 minutes that he figured he'd at least get something useful before we died.
Yeah, exactly. Like he expected at least to be able to interpret the snark. Hey, that
That's
makes Cat
snarky at him
useful,
at
okay?
all. What are you talking about? You're never snarky to him.
She's actually pretty well behaved with him.
Because she
Like,
knows that,
compared,
like, if you piss him off, he might just end you.
yeah, well, it's a valid reason,
Yeah, it is. No, that
but she
hasn't,
also knows that she's useful enough that he won't just end up being a little snarky. And he totally was snarky back today, so that does not.
No, what? No, he was totally not. Totally
He
wasn't
made her like.
her attitude. Oh, what?
No, he totally did not make her pout. But yeah, so like she's just gonna go like, I suspect Barnett at least had a lot more information on this than we did, but if any of that information had been shared with us, we would have to be plain idiots to agree to go out there. And he might think we're idiots, but we're not that dumb.
He has confidence
Hal,
that we're not entirely stupid.
yeah. Hal nods and goes, "Yeah, probably." But I guess the question is then,
I mean, like, Romy might have still gone out there, but like, Kat would not. Like, if you told her there was a displacer gun out there, and what it did, she'd just be like, fuck no. Like, I would hope you build like a huge gate around that area so that people know not to enter it.
Can't clone your brain data if your brain data is shifted out into slip space.
Yeah, no, like that is
That-
she has prepared for death, but that ain't the same thing.
That is technically death, but that's kind of a very final kind of death.
Yeah, she's not okay with that death, so
That's a very particular way to die.
color die.
Permadeath.
The rules for Lancer actually do have variant rules where, like, if you are killed in a way that is too fast and too sudden, that, like, you can't be cloned. Like, there are limits to cloning in universe.
Interesting.
Like, if you suddenly get hit with a nuke, you just get vaporized. There is no time for it to be like, oh, gotta back you up.
Can you initiate a manual backup?
Imagine.
Like if you know if you know a nuke might be dropping.
Like, I imagine it's possible. Like, there are, like, special rules for, like, where you could be like, if the cause of death is just, like, too suddenly severe, like, is death. Which makes sense, right? Like, you can't, like,
Yeah.
as advanced as technology is, it cannot actually be instant. Like, if you are instantly vaporized,
Yeah, but I imagine like you could just like hit like a life alert necklace on your neck and then just be cloned. Yeah.
maybe.
Guess it depends on the GM and how benevolent they are.
I imagine that depends on how good your death insurance is.
Like Kat suddenly after this whole incident is like backing up her
It's
status like automatically every like 10 minutes.
like, I have a quantum entanglement device strapped to my heart. If my heart stops for any reason, I am instantly cloned. That's it. It's like, as soon as it stops
Sneeze.
reading heart activity, I'm just cloned. That's it. No
Every
questions
time you
asked.
sneeze, there's a new cat in the universe.
Amy.
She would take that chance.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm okay with an army of me. I will not have an existential crisis over it.
No, why would she? She's like, well, this is now my hacker collection. Like,
Like, this is how I expand my organization, okay? It's just me.
yeah, it's like
Just a lot of me.
I think I am very effective, so we're just gonna go with
I would like to note that, like, when downtime action today, I have like a text file where I just jot down all the things and I add and go, and it's just very formed an organization, and then like development stats that I can adjust as needed. Like, they didn't say with who, so I mean, I guess Bray formed an organization with Bray. Cat is just the Cat Collective.
it essentially is. I mean, she just like connected with other like-minded hackers.
Just happened to be her.
They all were, yes.
Um,
They don't know how long she's been running this cloning scheme.
it is actually kind of
That's why her backstory has the multiple names. They're really all her. They're not other names she went under. They're just
her.
really just versions of her.
It is actually kind of amusing how small.
I mean, that's funny because like we're joking about this, but literally, her backstory, her bio is whether these names are all one person or simply tied to an eerily similar hacking style is a mystery that occasionally gets argued
The answer is yes.
about.
It's like, wait, which one is it? No, just yes. I don't understand, just yes. Accept it. It's fine. There's apparently only 53 lines of text file. Campaign.
Well, I mean, a lot of it was, and they won.
How do I have more notes than you?
I don't know. Because I'm also like only taking things that I might not remember later down the line that matter.
So am I. I guess I
Huh.
just have less faith in myself, I guess.
Yeah, I've
Ah.
taken no note.
I have
So
221 lines of text.
Yeah, so note 1, Beverly Murphy is what happened. I didn't cover what you guys did around her mission or like how it ended because that doesn't matter as much because like Sammy
yeah,
Jordan, like I didn't
did you write down that she has a crush on Sharma now?
I did not, but like I kind of remember mine. I wrote what happened to Sammy Jordan, like and vaguely what he did, but like the specifics don't matter. Didn't like her. He got bribed into doing it because he didn't like her. I have Edison Schofield. All I just have is that it's funny because some of the notes are only relevant for when I introduce the character to you, so they no longer have meaning after the fact. Because all I have for Edison Schofield, disgraced security guard wants revenge, and the note I
Yeah,
added
mine
later,
just says Edison Schofield flipped on the guards.
which is just arrested and detained.
Yeah.
And then I just have missions, Holland Industrial, because I erased the other ones that you guys didn't take. Then I have Justin Barnett, which is Holland Industrial Contract. And in quotations after, I just wrote offering blackmail opportunity. I still have the name of your floor quartermaster, which I wonder if any of you took that.
Floor court, Sammy Jorgensen?
No. The quartermaster for Holland Industrial. He has a name.
Sorry.
Do you ever tell us his name? Like, is it him?
Yes.
Which session was it? Was it after we got turned
It was
on
when
by
we got no, it
When
was
you
the
got the tour
when
around
we
the
got
building
yeah.
of your floor, like I gave you the name of the quartermaster for your floor or for your quadrant of the.
I mean, he really
Oh,
just wanted to
fuck.
get away from us at the time. So
Yeah.
Uh,
Do your notes have the NPC name? I'm curious because
fuck.
it was kind of like I think it was like 2 lines. Like you got his name, he introduced himself, like just it was like, and then you can contact him if you guys have not gone to him ever since. But his name is written down.
Fuck. What's the guy's name?
okay, in our defense, he said you can contact me, but he was like, he said it. You deliberately said he said it in a way of like, don't contact me.
His name is Jacob Nicotine.
That doesn't
Line
sound
number
familiar.
222.
That doesn't sound familiar at all.
I have the 3 Planets Alliance. They were already named before. Got
Down
to
about
meet
the
them.
Three Planets Alliance.
Yeah.
No, but we still don't know what 3 planets they are.
Don't. Because the data is basically they don't exist. That's a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have tried to figure out information about that.
Yeah, we heard about the Three Planets Alliance from Dude in outer space, and then it was just like, okay,
Do
moving
you
on to the
remember
next
his
thing.
name?
I'm sure I wrote it down. Please let me say I wrote it down.
The one who so like
I'm
Keith?
surprised Bray doesn't remember his name. He was real intent about like begging him to like not make her kill him.
Yeah, I know.
It's
Did
literally
it
I have
start with a
written down.
K?
It does start with a K.
Like it wasn't Keith or something, was it?
No, it was not Keith.
Was it Keenan? Kevin?
Oh,
Kirk?
nope, it's a plain person name.
I remember
Kyle.
the K.
It is Kyle.
Kyle, yes.
It is Kyle
I remember
Yagami.
because Kyle had that big can of Monster. That's how I remember Kyle's.
Kyle Yagami.
Well, he never said his last name to us.
It is Striker. He pilots the Striker, like high-speed combat suit.
Yeah, my only. Sorry, go on.
His buddy was Crimson the Red, which everyone thought was hilarious because it's the most redundant name ever, and it
Yeah,
was
well,
on purpose.
Yeah.
it's a stupid name. I mean, then
Yeah, it's Crimson the Red. He's Crimson Red. He also
The
has
way,
he also has a little bit of an anger problem.
yeah, he's obnoxious.
yeah, the way my notes read was 3 Planets Alliance and then 7/26/2020. Al got drunk and kept his memory, but not his dignity or his possessions.
I have a note here about you turning in evidence to the Miners Guild. I have here that he owes a favor industrial, which never got fulfilled, by the way. So the next time
Yeah,
you
no.
ask for a favor, they're still waiting. I even have the name of the contact from Kirsch.
I thought that got fulfilled.
Oh.
No, you tried to. You tried to sell
Oh,
the
yeah.
village to them, and we were like, no.
I have
And then,
here a note that Cat got caught hacking Union.
Yeah,
Nothing's come of
that's
that
her.
yet.
I don't give a fuck.
Nothing's come of
That's
that
her
yet.
completely. I don't give a fuck.
The other shoe hasn't dropped on that one yet.
Well, I mean, I figured like number one, it was minor information that she was hacking. She wasn't like hacking deep Unix secrets. It was just kind of like stuff Union doesn't want people to know.
It kind of was. You hacked into
No,
their
you
black
told me at the time that it was
like-
actually not a huge
No.
deal.
I said the
because-
consequences wouldn't be big because you're already a hacker that they don't like.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that like,
But like,
it's like
what you hacked was still significant. It's just like
Yeah.
it's not any worse for you already because you're already pretty bad.
no, right. Like, it wasn't like she was like literally interrupting governing.
Right.
You know, like
Right. You
she
pulled
wasn't
up
like
redacted data that they didn't
Yeah.
want shared.
she poked around where she shouldn't poke around, but like she didn't use the information against them, and she didn't, like, and she didn't sell the information, so they don't have any like. It's more they're just disturbed she has the information. But it's not like she like.
I would like to point out that we are now into Prospector's hollow notes. Like, that's how little
Okay.
notes get taken from session, but like I can still like recall all the stuff that we did. So that's why my notes are only like 50 lines in. Like this is only line 25 that I have my first about Prospector's. Actually, technically, it's less lines than that because I put spaces between like things, so that's like maybe only like lines. So yeah, like I am jotting down way less notes than you.
I haven't jotted down any.
I mean, I don't recommend that for tabletop. Have notes.
Always gotta have notes. I fell into that trap when I first started playing D&D 3.5, and then I got lost so hard.
Yeah, you know what? My history teachers used to tell me I should take notes too.
I mean, it depends on how much you care about like the pre. Oh, it's fine.
I remembered his name started with a K.
Sure. Do you remember
Like if
the
I had
name
seen
of the mayor / foreman for Prospector's?
Warner?
no.
A.M. Warner.
Yeah, AM Warner's like woman.
No, that's recent stuff, though.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't.
Do you
steal your thunder there.
remember the old government liaison?
That's what I was trying to remember.
I think I have notes on that.
It was
Worm
a
notes.
C,
Don't let them
wasn't
get
it?
near you.
Like Cunningham or
Cunningham is the last name.
See?
Alistair. Sorry, that's A.M. Warner's first name.
Yeah, that's
I'm just mentioning that I have the full name here.
Alistair Marius Warner.
yeah. Oh, see, I remembered Cunningham.
I don't
I
have
feel
any
bad
notes on
about him.
Cunningham because he got shit canned, so who cares?
Yeah, we screwed him over.
Good old Fraser Cunningham. Also, hello Lexi, how you doing?
We screwed him over, and Cat feels bad about that. But
Lexi came to bombshell the chat. Oh, here's an interesting one. Did you write this one down? Who took over for running Prospector's Hollow?
I knew you'd ask that fucking question, and I can tell you right now, I didn't write that shit down at all.
Yeah, Barnett replaced the last person, Douglas Howard, with someone who
Did you
was.
give us her name?
Yes, it did.
I don't remember you giving us her name.
Wait, no, I thought Douglas Howard. Wait, Douglas Howard was the new guy.
Douglas Howard was the foreman that was trying to take over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after the, I'm sorry.
No, you did not give us her name because you specifically said to us that you were not gonna give us the name of the new person, and I was like, well, are they gonna run into him later? And you're like, oh, actually, it's a her, and you did not give us the name.
Oh yeah, that's right. You
Yeah.
didn't look into it. You didn't look further into it.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying.
That's right.
You
Okay.
did not give us the name, so do not doubt my not note taking.
Oh yeah, that's right. You didn't look further into it. That's right. You were like, no.
because
You didn't
you
want to
asked
go
if I
back.
wanted to, and it was kind of just like, no, because we wanted to get the hell out of it. Like it was like, no, we're done. We're going. We're leaving.
I do like my notes for Charlie Mason. It just says, Holland liaison and Prospector's Hollow. Teethy grinned asshole. Caught mismanaging. Fired.
Yeah,
Like that's all I
Sounds-
have for him.
that's accurate. The Manson wannabe.
Got Sir Wallace, Billy Wallace, Wally Wrench, Mecha Mike's Mechanical Shop. Al gives up his dignity.
Still have to draw that.
And then now we are up to today's note. Very formed an organization. What the name of the organization, its current efficiency, and its current. Then I
news?
have a bunch of notes that I won't tell you that got added when I elaborated on the plot that you got today.
I will tell you that the most notes I've ever taken in any session were actually from today.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of backstory plot.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just depending on him to write down all the names because I did not.
Well, we should have access to them within
Yeah,
roll 20 anyways.
the roll
Yeah,
20 mission
like
notes
I mean,
you guys
that was the other thing is that in roll 20, so like that's just kind of like Cat's
did. Some of them, not all of
database
them.
on that one.
I took down the extra flavor notes though that are left out of the
Mhm.
the handouts. So, of course, the Duke I think has the most.
Yeah, I'm sure your notes for the Duke are like, man, this guy's lying a lot.
Oh, so my notes for the Duke actually span across every one of my dossiers because like it's literally just like the Deadshot is the one that I have the least amount of notes on technically. And then I have the Duke, and then I have Rachel Manchester, who is just kind of like, yeah, that person existed. And then Lucas is just like,
Yeah, because
blah
we
blah
didn't really
blah.
hear much about Bulwark.
Yeah, like Lucas is just like blah blah blah. Here's what the Duke said about Lucas, and then Jin is blah blah blah. Here's what the Duke said about Jin. So it's all about the Duke. Il Duce.
Yeah. I mean,
So did Bulwark come from the Besom universe, or is that just art source troubles?
it is just the best art for the kind of character that I was going for.
It gets the point across.
There are not a lot of modern / sci-fi female characters that are like defensive soldiers, like shield soldiers, because like her gimmick is that like fighter. Like
Yeah.
did I give you the pregens? Because all of the characters are actually the pregens from the one shot that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Slice didn't get in.
All of the NPCs that I mentioned today are actually people from the one shot, and the one shot does in fact take place during the 3-month Battle of Mini.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's
So does that mean Slice survived?
yeah, Slice was not considered a casualty.
Yes.
I mean, that sounds about right. Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of
Have-
there was a lot of them because I made a lot of pregens, by the way. Because I'm a crazy person.
Yeah, but I was just concerned about Slice.
I made 10 pre-gens and only 5 of them got mentioned today, and 4 of them are dead. But that means the other 5 are still alive.
So far.
Yeah.
As long as I
So,
don't have
wait,
to
does that
attend a
mean it's
concert
canon
to
that
listen to
Slice is the one who
story.
taught Cat?
It can
'Cause
be.
I think it should be.
It's been 20 years since she was. Oh,
Yeah, and Cat's been on the planet for about 15, so.
yeah. You could absolutely be like the protege of the NPC that you played.
Yay, I'm doing that. That
Right.
explains why similar fighting style and stuff too.
Yeah, you absolutely can do that.
Like it's not identical, it's just similar.
Yep.
And why she's in trouble with the same hacking organization.
There is actually a couple NPCs that I have already noted down like what they're doing right now. Like one of them is leading a town. A couple of them are still like actively doing let's just get up if you. And there's a few that like are off world, like the Duke, he likes the planet. Another guy that might run into it. I'll say. Not that. One of them gets around.
Trying to remember the other characters.
So the names of all of the characters by their handle are the Marshal, Musashi, the Duke, Deadshot, Wasp, Control, Doc, Bulwark, Skirmish, and Slick.
But this is a different Musashi, right?
Yes, that was actually asked during the one shot as well. Someone was like,
yeah, that's what I was trying to like. I was like, yeah, because like it was like
yeah,
we're fighting the Musashi blade called
Kieran went. It
Musashi.
was Kieran. It was Kiri. He went. I was like, oh, I'm named Musashi. That means they work for me, right? I'm like, no, guy.
Different guy. Yeah. Because that was a bit. Because yeah, Musashi was Slice's ride.
Yeah, he rode around on the Blackbeard.
Yep.
Right.
Blackbeard? Yes.
I gotta go to bed.
All right,
Okay.
everyone,
super.
we're just chatting.
Yeah,
now.
no, because like Slice was a goblin too, so. Okay,
Yeah.
my headcanon is that Slice did actually have a goblin come alive.
Probably.
So like that's what Kat's trying to do. She's like, no, I finally got a goblin and I want to see this happen.
So like the whole gimmick for Musashi was that like his whole gimmick was just like he gets in your face and he just like bullies you.
Mhm.
Like his mech had the synthetic muscle netting, so like he could pick up your and move your mech. Like the whole
That sounds hilarious.
like he grapples you and like he just gets in your face and he just like zones you. And like if you try to run away, his backup weapon was a Nexus. So it's a smart weapon. So he just like slaps your E defense because you're trying to run away from him.
And
he's just like,
he
no.
had, despite being so melee, he had to be the one that the goblin went on because one of the others was like one of the the dead shot was one of the others, and that was way too far back to be useful.
Yep.
And the other one was half size too, so like couldn't connect the goblin.
Yeah, so like the big thing about the Blackbeard is like it's really good at grappling. And so he had the synthetic muscle netting and he had 2 swords. Like his whole thing was that like he would get in close, grapple you, and just like beat you to death with his giant sword. He had the nanocarbon like super heavy or like the heavy melee sword. He had the variable sword. Like it's just 2 types of weapons that just like ruin your day. And if you just decide that you're gonna like run away from him, he had the Bolt Nexus, which is a range 20 smart weapon. So he's just like, okay, fine. It's like if you want to run away from me, then no, not happening.
Christ.
Like
Absolute insanity.
like the pre-gen characters I did were all real nutty characters who did like weird, super like ridiculous things. That like the whole idea was like each of them was really good at one thing, and that was it. Because I was like, that's the only way you can teach people like Lancer, right? Like the whole idea is that like you just make people super nutty characters that do weird things, and be like, this is what happens if you super specialize. And once you see what happens when you super specialize, kind of play around with this, like, oh, so it works that way because you can do this, this, this.
Right.
Um,
That's nutso. I love this game.
yeah. So like all the mechs like the control was using the SSC Emperor, which is like the mech with the healing bow. Like you hit people with the bow and it does damage to everything in the line, but if it hits your allies, it heals them. So like the whole idea is just like she just sits behind people and just like pummels people with damage. It does like incidental damage, but it's healing people as it goes through them. Because it just gives them overshield and it stacks her overshield to 10. Like, she just starts the game, like starts the combat round just by like shooting at her allies. She's just like, everyone line up, I'm shooting you. And she's like, here, have 2 overshield, have 2 overshield.
Ridiculous.
I mean, you know, you have the pre-gens, you should time. But yeah, like
We actually only have one pre-gen.
you can see one pre-gen. The sheets here don't work. I have PDFs that still I sent to everybody, I think.
Yeah, you did.
I don't know if you kept them, but like
I mean, you sent them in email, or I think you sent them in Discord, didn't you?
it was a Dropbox.
Oh, okay.
I pay for the fancy Dropbox because I use my Dropbox for like everything.
You never really played around with Workplace, huh?
I started to, and then I think like at the time, like other stuff was going on, so I wasn't doing a lot of like data storage. And then like you guys changed the workplace over to the other thing, whatever.
It's still Workplace.
You did something to the app. Like I remember getting like a weird update, and it was like, I don't know, it doesn't.
Oh, yeah. Well, we can talk more about that off stream.
Yeah. Anyways, so next session is going to be the first.
Day after Halloween.
Yeah. Actually, I
It's
gotta
the
talk to
first day of
you after
Christmas.
this, but more about that later. So yeah, next stream is gonna be the first. It's gonna be a lighter session. You guys don't have to worry about too much. Gonna be more narrative oriented. You guys can relax a little. Today I tried something weird with the campaign. You guys were on a hard time limit. Technically, the way Lancer's designed, they want you to do 6 rounds combat.
Right, because it's objective based usually.
Today's objective was don't get hit by the super weapon.
Which we barely accomplished.
Yeah! That is also why I only threw 1 person at you. And that person gave you a run for your money.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to say my heating method actually worked pretty well.
It did.
Just,
There follow up to that? Because I didn't.
no, it worked pretty well. Like
I mean,
I'm not gonna try to like hit her. I'm just
yeah, like there are certain enemies who are real weak to heat. There are certain enemies that kind of don't care. Yeah, it'll be fun. Start adding the one.
Great.
But I don't totally mind if we have like ones that don't care because
Yeah, it's not like I'm gonna flood only those things at you, obviously.
and also like it's not like heat is the only thing I do. It's just
Yeah.
I just use heat a lot.
Well, it's the easy way to deal with certain things.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys have.
Well, it's something that's harder for me to fail, and almost always reliably happens, as opposed to like, well, I guess I missed. It's like, no, I didn't miss.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll start throwing things that are hack resistant.
No, I don't want hack resistant. I don't care if you make it harder to hack, but not resistant.
Don't worry, nothing's ever impossible to hack.
I don't like the way you're phrasing it at all.
I mean, I at tier highest is
What is the highest defense? Well, I mean, that doesn't scare me.
that's at tier 2 though. Your bonus will start capping.
What?
Like your bonuses do have like eventually like
Yeah, no,
incidentally they go up, but like tier 3 and like the enemies are at their hardest. The highest E defense is 20.
which like still doesn't. It's still definitely not impossible.
No, it's not. It's not that it's
Because
impossible.
I get a
it's just like
plus 8.
you stop being able to just automatically
Yeah,
hack
no,
things.
no. Well, obviously, yeah. Like,
Like,
I don't mind rolling for it.
Yeah. like,
I don't mind having to actually make a roll.
like you actually have to start failing things.
I'm just saying, like, I have gotten like today, even when I did do the few roll, which was like 29. So, like, I'm not too concerned.
No, but
'Cause
like the fact that like it is at an 8 means that if you roll less than like 8, start failing. Is significantly better than rolls.
Right, but that implies I am not in my goblin.
Well, I mean, even with the
Because that'd be rolling less than a 9. I can't roll a 0 on my advantage.
right.
So I'd have to roll less than a 9 on, and I also, because I'm so paranoid about missing, I did pick up Scanner Swarm so that if things do get close, I get another plus accuracy on attacks against adjacent characters.
Don't fights will become more interesting.
No, I'm just saying, I'm keeping her hack relevant, okay? Good thing is hacking, and if she can hack, then she doesn't do much, so...
I'm gonna say you guys will have a downtime action. Worry about that sort of at start of next stream, just because it'll be more.
Okay.
I wanted, yes.
I know Kimchi really wants to do another Ghost Hunt game.
We can possibly do that next week. I am working,
Yeah.
but other than Saturday of next week, I'm pretty.
Just letting you know, like, it's on a thing that, like, literally she's been, like, messaging me, like, I'm trying to get the courage to think if I can play it alone, because the sun is out.
She's become addicted to the idea of.
She wants to do it more, and she wants us to be riskier.
Okay. I don't know if that's gonna happen since you guys get ghost hunted. You freak out, you shut down, and you like drop to the ground and panic.
Excuse you? Mister, I'm staying in the van to be your, like, supervisor all the time.
Someone has to look at the van because no one else was.
And I were the one in the building with the demon.
Excuse me, I was the one in the room taking pictures of the ghost while it was manifesting.
I mean, we were in that room
Done
too.
that too.
We were in that room. We were just smart enough to be, like, behind something.
No, because hiding doesn't get you evidence. If the ghost is gonna be in the room with me, I'm gonna get the evidence.
Well, yeah, but that can also get you killed.
Eh.
And getting killed takes money off the insurance thing.
See, I don't care about that. Like, I've died on my friend's stream while they were playing with them.
Yeah, But you notice how you didn't die a single time with us, and yet you're saying we're the ones being playing too safe. I mean, Monty died once and then was 0 sanity on the last one.
That was amazing. The ghost got stuck, and it was trying real hard to kill him. Tried real hard.
No, because I watched Monty's stream on it, and I think the ghost actually was really close to killing him.
Toward
It
the
was not
end,
stuck.
eventually it got unstuck because even eventually
Like-
toward the end, Kimchi was like, "Oh, I don't see it anymore." And I was like,
Yeah,
"Oh yeah,
but,
I guess it's going for him
because
now."
like I could hear the heartbeat starting in the footsteps. Like it was like no, it was like it was near him at the end.
Also, so
And also, I realized why he could not see a damn thing and why he went circle.
what's that?
Because
Didn't have a flashlight.
your well, that yes, and your screen was exceptionally dark.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to play this game.
Well, I mean, my screen was set to like how dark a room actually is. Your screen was like
Black.
how dark a room is if you also have fog and everything is mattified so no light reflects.
All right, maybe I'll modify it a little bit, but still.
Because like I was looking and I'm like I have like because we kept wondering as we were watching you like why does he keep running under the stairs, like how can he... Then I was watching your stream and I was like you cannot even see the stairs, you cannot even see anything.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
might be a little too dark. Maybe we should buy you
I'm
some
like-
candles.
Because I knew exactly where you were because I had just watched Seji's stream just before, so I remembered where you were on the map, and I'm like I cannot make out where you are right now, and I know from like watching you when we played and on Seji's stream, and I'm like no, I wouldn't know. Like I think you just turned into a room right now, I think, but I mean on my screen with the rooms I could actually see a few like moonlit chairs and stuff, you know, like the edges. And on yours it was like nope, no. You stole that new paint, the blackest black. I don't...
The Vanta Black.
Yeah, the
Black
Vanta
2.0.
black.
Um,
I was just like,
Alright.
oh, well, that explains a lot, actually.
but yeah.
Lexi wants more ghost streams, by the way.
Have you? But yeah, so our next session, I'm doing a Halloween stream on the 31st, anywhere from the 27th to the 2nd, other than those 2 days, technically free. So we'll figure something out.
What are you doing for Halloween?
You are participating in that stream, remember? Talk show stream.
Oh no, I thought I wasn't though because I didn't actually have any spooky stories.
You did. You were gonna tell creepy, not paranormal story.
I guess, like I can, like I just you were like, well, that's not really a scary story. And I'm like, I know it's not a scary
I mean,
story.
It was like I've been like spooky, paranormal, scary story. There is a surprising number of people I know who do not have spooky stories or paranormal stories or weird stories. Like I've asked 5 people, and they were like, "Oh, I'd love to, but I don't have a story." Even what like this one person I asked was like, "Oh, I'd love to. I can tell stories about how I live next to a graveyard in Japan." I'm like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" But like everyone's like, "I've never had anything scary or spooky happen to me in my life." I'm like, "What? Ever?"
Like, have you had many? Like, you never talked about having many.
I've had a couple. I'm not told you about the ghost of the attic.
No, you have to tell me about that later.
All right. Well,
You can't do it now, cause
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
oh
Um.
yeah, no, like I literally
Yeah. So yeah, the 31st, I'm doing a 8-bit bistro live stream. We are going to be talking about scary stories. I think I only have people confirmed so far. I have a couple of maybes. I have to check in with the maybes.
I mean, if you get really
in the coming
desperate, I
week.
can read Edgar Allan Poe.
No. Like other people's stories don't count. These are like weird stories or
No, I was
paranormal.
saying if you get really desperate and you just need pillow, I can read an Edgar Allan Poe.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Edgar Allan Poe is amazing. Don't go. I guess on Edgar Allan Poe.
It doesn't fit the theme though. The theme is things that have happened to you. And like Edgar Allan Poe is fine, but Edgar Allan Poe is someone else's writing. It's not something that has happened to you.
I mean, I know somebody who's got some crazy stories about Forest Park Cemetery out here, but they're not going to be available to stream, so I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, you know what? The only spooky thing I literally have had out of it, and it wasn't actually spooky. It was just like a little like, almost like creepily perfect. Was when I was younger, my sister took photos of me in a white dress that she was superimposing in a graveyard, to make it look ghostly. And this pure black cat came and jumped up on a gravestone next.
Nice.
And so that's literally the only thing, like, even remotely creepy, spooky, is like that this cat was just like coming and sunning itself on the gravestones and like chilling with me.
Cool.
And it was like, so you had a black cat, and it like the cemetery was from like the 1700s, so
those cats.
it was like you had a black cat in the cemetery.
All right, so like I said, the 31st is an 8-bit live stream. First will be our next Lancer stream. Up until that point, I kind of want to do my poll on Genshin Impact on stream. Banner. But I also kind of just want to do it right after I log off. That banner's up.
You're like,
Wow,
I
wait.
want to do it, and content or impatient.
Yeah.
Always content.
You know I'm impatient as hell. But yeah, so
I mean, you can just like get off and then like go do that and stream it while you do it. Like,
yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm probably gonna stream today. Here. Thanks to everybody who came. I got the raid from Rabbit. That was real nice. I think he went to bed probably. But everyone who came, everyone who hung out, thanks for coming. Lexi, hello. Aren't you working? Like, oh wait.
yeah, because that has ever stopped Lex.
No, that's true. She hangs out regardless. Oh, we got bombshelled. She really loves that one. Oh, I gotta help her set up. Anyways, thanks to everyone who came. Wow, we ran for almost 7 hours today. We haven't done that in a while. But
That's
thanks
because
for
you got mad at us last time for finishing too soon. You're like, my Genshin people aren't even back from.
Phrasing?
yeah. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Thanks for coming. You know, every time you do that, it demonetizes my videos when I upload them to YouTube.
What?
Really?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Well, what
I'll
does he
stop.
do? What do he do?
He does it's the JoJo to be continued meme, which has roundabout music playing.
So just edit it out and put different music in there.
So every time he does that, because I just do a straight export. So just every time he does that, YouTube is just like, nope, instantly demonetized. I'm like, yeah, that's fair. It's like, yeah, that's fair. I get that.
I mean, do you want me to re-record it? It's just a crazy bass line that I can do because
No,
I've done
it's
it.
fine because I don't care because I'm not monetizing these videos because I don't qualify for monetization anyway, right? Like, doesn't matter. But it's funny.
Demonetized.
It's like demonetized. Like I can't even monetize. Why do you care? Like everything I have is demonetized.
It wanted to make sure you knew that you were just.
Yeah. But yeah, so thanks again, everybody who came. Until the next time I stream, next time you come check out whatever nonsense is going on the stream, take care of yourselves and stay safe.